thing for sure. And the clouds, I fucked up a lot. But I was like, this is me. I don't care. I'm stupid. Who cares? Like, you know what I mean? It's just like one of those.
So you kind of found like more passion in doing stuff like that now.
I wouldn't say I found more passion. I think I became relaxed enough to feel the passion again. It's always been there, but it just kind of went cold for a while.
Yeah.
Surprise! It's me, Sponsor Toast, here to tell you that Kasori has a great variety of quality household appliances that we use here at Offline TV. This time we'll be using their air fryer to share how we reheat and revive some old french fries to be as fresh as they were when I first got them. Find some old french fries, put them in the air fryer, heat it up. 6 minutes at 350 degrees should do. Enjoy. Now if you don't have an air fryer, you can check out the description for the Kasori one we use. Super helpful for reheating any leftover food and is also on sale. Alright then, back to the podcast.
I think I'm similar with like streaming games. At the very beginning, it's like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, like people are watching me perform and I'm just playing a game and this is awesome. And then after a while, it's like, people expect you to stream every single day on time for like 5 hours playing a very peculiar game. It's like, oh, what if I want to play on a League of Legends? They're like, no, we want Hearthstone. And if you play League, I'm going to leave. And then you watch your viewership go down to like 10% of what it should be. And it's like, oh,
Really?
yeah, it's like, I'm not, this feels so bad, right? And at some point you just kind of, either you just lose passion for it and you keep streaming Hearthstone to maintain your relevancy, or you just say, fuck it, I don't care about my viewer count. I'm just going to do what makes me happy. But then the viewer count is so low that you can't be happy. So you just go back to playing Hearthstone for a while.
I'm going to say this. I can't imagine the stress that you guys have as professional streamers with the viewer count, because I wasn't even making money and I was getting stressed out with the viewer count. And it had no relevance to anything in my life. So I can't imagine how stressful it is that seeing that number drop, in your mind, you're equating, oh, my income's dropping. That must be fucking stressful, dude.
Yeah, some streamers leave their viewer count off because of that, but a lot of them leave it on to like try and figure out what's going wrong. It's like, oh, my viewer is dropping. Am I not playing the right game? Am I not being funny enough? I used to have it on, but every time it would go down by like 1,000, I just start getting in my own head. It's like, I need to be funnier. I need to say louder things or do something.
Yeah.
But that kind of makes things worse, because then you stop being like genuine. You're kind of like forcing things. Yeah. And then more people leave and it's like this really negative spiral. But sometimes people just aren't like, sometimes it's just a down day, right?
Yeah.
And not a lot of people are watching, but no, it's definitely stressful. And especially if you're like a mid-sized streamer, you're trying to grind it out, but it's just not working. As a big streamer, you can kind of do whatever you want and people will watch, but it's tough. But
like even big streamers though, I'm imagining like they must be stressed out too, because like on their big days, because they're bigger, right? So they have a larger scale to go by sample size.
Yeah.
On their off days, they must go from like 30 to like 15K. How would you feel? Yeah, 15,000 viewers, dude.
Yeah, we don't really think about it, but to a lot of people, 15,000 is still like so much. But for the big streamer,
it's like half
of it.
Yeah.
Like we don't really think, oh, he has half viewership. It's like, oh, wow, 15K. But as the big streamer, it's like, I just lost half my viewers.
And you lose your mind, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, do I need to go back to playing the game I was playing? What was I doing that was getting 30,000 viewers? Do I need to do big collabs? And it's this constant environment and culture of like, big collabs, like big lobbies. And that's why I kind of shy away from Among Us these days, because like with Among Us, a lot of people feel like to make it poppin', you have to invite big streamers, famous celebrities.
Yeah.
And it's just a lot of pressure because people expect each lobby to be such bangers, and it's kind of forcing people to behave a certain way. And that kind of drove me away from playing the game. It's like, it wasn't the game that it was when we first started playing.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, hey, let's just have fun with friends. Like when you joined, that was still really chill.
Yeah, it was like just fun lobbies with random new people every time.
Yeah. And then like we did that thing where you like intro yourself in front of everyone and we just had a good time. But nowadays, like the lobbies are so different.
Are they like sweatier or like what's the difference?
No, they're not. I would say the opposite because everyone plays the game at such a high level now that it's hard to sweat, and it's mostly just people trying to make content.
I was
It's like
trolling around.
a lot of trolling around. Because it's just hard to play the game like at a higher level now because everyone's at that level. So you go to trolling,
Yeah.
but then that kind of ruins the game of Among Us.
Yeah,
like Mafia, because like the whole point is that everyone's playing their best. But when like good guys are acting like bad guys are acting like good guys, it's not really about the game. It's more about the content.
Mm.
And for someone like me, it's like I just like winning at games. I like being competitive, but it just doesn't feel that way these days. Who knows? Might play again.
Among Us?
Among Us.
I thought you weren't ready.
Yeah, like in 1 year.
It might be a little late on the hype. Isn't it coming out like soon? Like really soon?
Yeah,
Season
it's
two?
a new update today. It just got released.
Oh,
But maybe next year they'll have a bigger update.
interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really interesting that you don't want to jump onto that right now.
Yeah.
Is it because you're comfortable? Like you feel like you're good right now? You're just chilling?
Yeah. I like playing games because I'm passionate about it. And when people ask me for Among Us, I wouldn't be playing for the game. I'd be playing to make people happy.
Oh yeah.
And because of that, like Pokey and Ray asked me to play tomorrow, and I said, "Love you guys, but I can't do it because it would just be me kind of putting on like clown makeup and like just tap dancing on the stage kind of deal. It's like I'm this guy's toast, and I have a big IQ. It wouldn't be like, oh, I'm actually interested in figuring out who is the imposter. It would be like playing it ironically.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that. So
I see. So what's gonna change between now and January that you feel like you'll be ready then?
I think I would play late 2022.
Oh wow, like a full year you mean?
Yeah, like a full year.
Oh okay. I could see how things would change and how you would cool off.
Yeah.
I feel like you're overheated.
Yeah. And I think playing now would just like slow down the overheating process, the cooling down process, and don't want to do that. So
how long did you play for?
First game of Among Us was in August. And I think I stopped around June. So like 10 months.
How many you did a video every day? For 10
every
months?
day. So I think I upload 200 videos
Holy fuck.
every single day of Among Us. You know how many games of Among Us that is? Because each video has like 4 games, and those are the good games. There's like even more of just regular games. And I was able to do it because it was fun. But I remember like I was playing with Hafu in the morning, and halfway through I'm like, this is not enjoyable. I am not having a good time at all. All I think about is like, I need to make content for my YouTube video.
Yeah. It's literally a 9 to 5.
Yeah. It's like, I need to do something funny. I need to do something smart. And like, I was writing down all the good games for my editor. And like, I just realized that like, if I don't get a good game, I'm not having fun at all.
Dude, that is actually crazy. Because like a lot of people, I know you guys talk about this a lot, but a lot of people are like up and coming content creators. And you guys say don't. You're going to lose your mind, right?
Yeah.
That's the common, I feel like that's a common like stipulation within the industry. But would I be right to say, like just from hearing these kinds of experiences from everybody, if you sat down, played a game for 10 months and released a YouTube video every day on that one game, you would probably make yourself known in that scene.
Yeah.
That's the formula. Try it. See if you don't lose your mind. I bet you will.
Yeah, like I think with any game you burn out that fast. Honestly, people expected Among Us to last 2 months with how much we're playing.
Yeah,
But
it was like a lot.
Not the problem, but like the good and bad thing was it's because the viewers wanted it. It's right. Everyone's telling you play more. We love it, and the viewer count for it is like, oh my god, it's going up. I'm getting 2 million views a day. Holy shit, this is incredible, right?
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, I love Among Us. And then as your passion for it fades, understandably, when you play like 6 hours every single day,
It's literally a 9 to 5. What the fuck?
it's like, do I love Among Us or do I like the viewership for it?
Yeah.
And eventually just reaches the point where you're like, okay, enough is enough. I'm happy with what I did, but I can't keep doing it. I'm losing my passion. So yeah, it'll happen with any game, and it lasted a lot longer than I expected.
I feel like people don't give you guys enough credit. Like professional streamers, it may seem like, oh, it's a dream job or whatever to like kids. Like, you know, like kids these days, they don't say like teacher or like president anymore. They say streamer, singer. Yo, streamers live a hard life, man. It's a hard knock life. Getting there and then staying there is another story in itself.
Yeah, you see a lot of streamers go through like ups and downs. They go from like the top to like no viewership, and sometimes they just never recover, and they just don't become relevant ever again.
Dude, that must be like the worst mental thing that you could put yourself through.
Yeah.
Like mentally. It must be so draining. Cause like one day, like you said, you're at the top, everyone loves you, you're all over LSF, everyone thinks you're the most hilarious thing like on the planet, and then the next day, who? Omega lol? Like,
yeah. And your viewer count is just like, this is your value. Your value is boiled down to this number. And like when it goes up, it's like, oh, I'm worth a lot. And when it goes down, it's like, I'm a piece of garbage and I don't deserve happiness, right?
God damn, that sucks, bro. That's you just gotta respect content creators, man, because that's a different kind of grind. That's a mental grind that not a lot of people can handle.
Well, you're gonna find out in January when you start streaming.
I'm only gonna do it for 3 months, dude.
3 months and you're out?
Well, 3 months and I'll do it on and off just because I like streaming, but I'm gonna stream. And I literally told everyone that is talking to me about like orgs or like platforms. Like I told them I'm streaming and I'm gonna make this very apparent to generate revenue for an album because I'm broke, and that's it. And then I'll stream for fun like I did before.
Right.
Some days I'll stream 6 hours. Some days I won't stream. You know, it'll just be for fun.
Looking forward to it.
I am too, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna play though. Probably just play some Valo or something. June said he's better than me at Valo. I don't think so. Shut the fuck up, though. Don't say it. I know it's not. Don't say it. Just don't say it. Let me have this.
Well, we'll find out in January.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, man, no, that's a hard question, bro.
What was the question?
The passion thing. How do you recapture your
Oh
passion?
yeah, that's a hard one. This chair is mighty comfortable, by the way.
Maybe that's the trick. Yeah, get a comfortable chair.
Because you know like how racing chairs are usually like pretty shitty.
Mm-hmm.
I just assumed. I just thought people had it because like they had to. They were just breaking their backs for it. But my back feel is phenomenal right now.
Yeah, this one's a little soft in the back. Most gamer chairs are hard for some reason. And like when you lean back, it's like, oh god, it hurts.
Yeah.
But these are softer.
What did he call it? Sacred Lab. Hit me up. Have you been canceled yet?
A little bit, but luckily, like me, since like I don't really have anything, like I don't have sponsors, I don't have like people that I'm responsible for. I can just say like, bro, you guys are overreacting. It's not that big of a deal. Like if anyone was hurt, sorry, but don't try and make something that's a bigger deal than it needs to be, right?
It doesn't get to you though.
A little bit. I'm just more like, is this really the biggest issue that's going on in your life right now? Because the thing they tried to cancel me for was, in my opinion, not very offensive. And even me saying this are gonna piss people off. It's like, how dare you say that? I thought you learned your lesson. Like, we need to educate you again. Also, I hate the word educate now.
Explain.
Because when Twitter tries to cancel you,
oh yeah,
they'll say, we just want him to be educated.
No, they're flaming you.
Yeah, it's like,
there's no shot.
Are you a teacher? Like education is so condescending, in my opinion, when it's like someone who's a teenager.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just an age thing. Like, I can learn things from people younger than me, but when a teenager comes up to you on like Twitter of all places, like, hey, big famous streamer, I'm here to educate you on a topic that you're not aware of, unprompted.
Yeah.
And they expect me to just sit there. It's like, hey, yes, go ahead. Tell me everything that I don't know. I would love to hear it. It's just like no one's gonna have a positive response to that. And I'm a pretty
Yeah.
open-minded person. Like when someone says, "Hey, I just want you to know, like you said this thing that hurt my feelings," like I can appreciate that. It's like, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. But when you open up, it's like, hey, you need an education, and I'm here to educate you. Then it's like I don't like.
I
off
see
the
where you're
bat.
coming from.
Yeah,
It's I understand where you're saying it's condescending.
yeah.
And I could see it that way too, but maybe I'm just like still too a little like in the K-pop mindset of like I'm trash and I don't know anything yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually kind of appreciate it when people let me know. I don't appreciate the cancellations. I appreciate the people who genuinely come and they're like, "Hey, really big fan, love your music, but you know, I have this and this, and I just wanted you to know that this made me feel a certain way."
Yeah.
That makes me feel really bad, and I genuinely want to learn,
Mm-hmm.
and I dig into it, and that's cool for me. But yeah, I think you're right. Most people that come to Twitter, there was a really interesting comment under a Twitter post. I'm a fan of Your Age. Do you know Your Age?
No.
He's a really funny YouTuber slash like reacting like Twitch streamer.
Okay.
And a comment under one of his tweets was, "Twitter people aren't real." And I thought that was very eye-opening. And it made me really, really like delve into it and think about it. And I realized that Twitter is the manifestation of who they want to be in real life.
Mm-hmm.
And they want to be explosive and talkative and have an impact. And that's where they redirect all their negative energy to. And after realizing that, it was hard to take Twitter seriously anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there was like an actual topic in which like I fucked up, then I'd be like, "Oh shit, like I fucked up."
Yeah.
But I read that, and then that actually calmed my mind a lot. Because I was like, damn, you're right. These people would never do this in real life.
Yeah.
They would never be able to say this in real life because you know what? They're not Jesus. They wrong too. These are wrong.
Yeah. It's such a weird thing that they will go on a social media platform to just yell at the world. It's like, this thing made me unhappy and I need everyone to know. And like everyone needs to like work around me kind of deal.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're not that important, but you want to feel important. You want to feel like you're making an impact on someone famous to
Yeah.
feel like you're important.
Yeah.
Like the best feedback I always get is similar to you, where someone just tells me, "Hey, you know, you said this thing and it was like made me feel bad because of this reason." Like just an
Yeah.
email. It's like, yo, you know, I can take that feedback and I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, I'll try and avoid stuff like that in the future. Thanks for telling me. But when it's on Twitter, sometimes it does feel like people just want to be angry about
Just want to
something.
roast you, dude.
Yeah, but they will always say, "Oh, it's because we want you to be educated. We just want you to be better." It's like, if you really want that, then you can just tell me in a constructive manner. If you just
Yeah.
come off the gate saying like you're a sexist, you're a racist, it's like then we can't have a conversation.
Oh, if K-pop kids don't like you, you automatically become a misogynist, racist, sexist, everything you can think of.
Yeah, but it's like
It's automatic.
That's not a great way to actually try and get someone to learn or change, right?
Oh, they don't want you. Yeah. Well,
They-
I guess we're past that point, but
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
they don't.
they don't care if you would learn.
Yeah. On Twitter, it's like they don't really want that. They just want to feel kind of this moral superior. And Twitter is such a big place, right? Filled with different
Yeah.
people. Like we only talk about the toxic ones. And then when you call them out, the toxic ones kind of hide within like the bigger like stan culture and say, "Oh, look, he's being like difficult and like aggressive kind of deal." Because there are like pretty nice people on Twitter too, like
Yeah.
supportive fans. Like
I
we see
love
them
my
come
Twitter
out.
community.
Yeah, your Twitter community is so nice. Like every time you tweet
Yeah.
about something, like they're all like, amazing, love you, and like
Yeah.
always super supportive. And
You know what I get a lot though? Like sometimes I'll call someone out
mhm,
and then they'll be like, there'll be backlash like, "Oh, he just told all his fans to attack a minor." And I'm like, first of all, I didn't know she was a minor. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have done that if she was a minor. I didn't want her to be attacked. I don't ask for anyone to be attacked. And I say explicitly the opposite of that. Don't attack anybody. And they're like, "Oh, but like you have a platform and you have power and you should know." And I'm like, dude, you're not gonna like say offensive things towards other people that I care about and just not hear anything from me. They try to cancel me for being friends with you. They try to cancel me
really?
for being friends with Ray.
Was this recent or like?
No, this was back in the day when we first like started interacting. I told them stop, especially with Rays. I remember Rays. Rays came up and like my Korean and American fans were like very upset with her because they thought the Twitch thing was a bad influence on me and that I was turning into edgy e-boy. How am I an e-boy, dude? I sit at home and play games. But yeah, they were very upset with her and I was like, yo, don't attack my friends. And they got pissed, bro. They were so mad. But I don't know where I was going with this. But yeah, that was the story.
I mean, that's kind of just Twitter culture. And it's slowly kind of like moving to American culture with the Minecraft YouTubers. There are some parallels between like K-pop fans and like Minecraft fans that people say there are these days, where they're just really passionate about the content creators.
Interesting.
So it's been definitely interesting to see, as someone who's been on here for 5 years streaming, to see like K-pop fandom style of like passion is the word I would use for streamers now.
Yeah, and I think overall, in the general gist of things, that's good for the stan culture to become like that for you guys, because K-pop stans, if Twitch stans ever become like K-pop stans, K-pop stans are ride or die. The problem is the haters are ride or die too.
Yeah.
So that's where the problem lies. But your fans will be there for you no matter what. They'll have your back.
Yeah.
As long as you're not like a clear asshole.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I respect people that, you know, fuck with K-pop because of that.
Yeah.
Because it's not easy to publicly like K-pop, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they do it because they're passionate about it. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. When we talk about the negatives, it's usually like that 10% of like toxicity that just really wants to yell.
Yeah.
But in the greater like scheme of things, 90% of the fans are super supportive and like just love content and will always support you, right?
Dude,
And
they are everything. Like I would be nowhere, like we wouldn't have even be here today if I didn't have my fans, because I think we were talking or something and then my fans eventually just kept reaching out to you probably. They probably kept mentioning you. And then you were like, oh. And then you probably like took notice or something. I don't know how exactly it happened, but that's how it happens for a lot of artists with me.
Yeah.
And like my fans will almost like promote me to other artists and then I get linked with them. So like I owe my fans a lot.
Yeah, it's really helpful when the fans make that introduction, because like doing it yourself is kind of like awkward and kind of hard. It's like you don't want to just hit someone up, but you do like your stuff, right? But having the fans is like, oh, he talked about you and you talked about him. It's like, you know, why not, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
It just makes more sense, right?
shout out to all the nice fans out there. All right,
Shout out.
second last question. Super Pack says, a couple of weeks ago, I turned down a newer friend and reached out to try and check the temperature of our friendship. I turned a newer friend down. They informed me that they had no interest in being friends. Oh, it's like a friend zone kind of question.
Wait, I don't get it.
So someone made a friend and that friend asked them out.
Oh, okay.
They informed me they had no interest in being friends and were only interested in a relationship with me. I don't know what to say. Should I be upset with that logic? I like being around this person, but I'm just not romantically interested.
That's a hard one.
Yeah.
Is it?
Now, when you ask, should I be upset? Well, you should feel whatever you're feeling.
Yeah, you're allowed to feel your emotions, but
he also has they didn't specify gender, but that person also has the right to like not want to be friends, right? Because some people are just looking for a relationship, and being friends with you while not being in a relationship with you can be difficult as well, because they like you, but they can't be with you, but they have to be around you and it might suck for them.
yeah.
So if you're upset, you should feel upset. But I think a lot of problems arise. The whole friend zone problem arise because of this, where like one person's interested, but the other person's not. And I think this person's just want to, hey, I don't want to be in the friend zone. I like you. Can we date? And if not, totally cool. I'm going to go though.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever been in the friend zone, Jay?
I probably have. There have been many ventures into the world of love that have failed.
Uh-huh.
But I probably have. I can't remember any off the top of my head. But I do agree that that's what's so interesting. I feel like as I'm growing older, I learned that everyone has the right to feel the way they want. Even though logically my brain is telling me you shouldn't and there's a right side to it. In human interaction, there isn't.
Yeah.
You just feel what you feel because that's what you are. You're human. Everyone's different. So, I mean, I guess you could be pissed that he doesn't want to be friends or whatever, but I guess it's within his rights because he's respecting your privacy as well by saying, hey, if not, I'll back off. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like, imagine if you got heartbroken by someone that you've liked for a little bit. You wouldn't want to see them every day.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to text them. There's no shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess just flip the shoes.
Yeah. And honestly, it sounds like if you guys were friends, this person is just gonna try and make things happen again. That'd probably be uncomfortable as well.
Yeah. No, I
it's-
could see that. That's a good point.
It's definitely better to set boundaries first. And if you don't want to date him, tell him, hey, I don't want to date. I'm sorry. I would love to be your friend. And it's up to him to decide whether or not it's worth it, right?
Yeah.
But it's always not a great idea to be good friends with someone who wants a relationship while you don't. I think that just creates a lot of potential resentment.
Yeah. And like a lot of angst that just sits down and like no one could really say anything because it's kind of petty
Yeah.
to say anything. It's just not a good scenario, I feel like. Probably. Unfortunate, super unfortunate.
Yeah, shitty situation.
Yeah.
A situation that I'm sure a lot of people go through. And it's hard. Well, that's the viewer questions for the day. Remember, you can leave all these questions in the Offline TV subreddit. We have a weekly thread. You ever check out subreddit? You use Reddit?
Oh, a little bit.
Okay. You ever pop by our subreddit?
No, I just check my name to see if I've done anything wrong the day of.
Yeah, it's pretty anxiety inducing. But it's also nice to have a place. It's like, if I fuck up, I'm going to find out through the Reddit somehow.
I really wish it didn't exist.
But that's going to do it for today. Thank you all so much for watching. And thank you, Jay.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun.
That was a good conversation.
It felt like 10 minutes with you.
Damn. Coming on to me, bro?
We'll be back next week with a new guest. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. And you can find Jay on Twitch
Yeah.
in a couple of months.
Yeah.
Is it just Ish?
Yeah, what's the classic music?
Yeah, I used to,
EAJ Park Official at Twitch.
was EHJ Park taken?
Yeah.
Would you want that if you could?
I would, but I don't think I'm gonna get it.
Oh, don't worry.
Someone has it.
I'm sure we can ask some questions
Oh, yeah?
on Twitch. Yeah, we know people. And we'll see you guys next week. Bye.
And I was like, it taught me a bit. But I got invited to most lobbies, you know, because I was down to throw.
Right.
I think is what it came down to.
Right. Did it feel like a lot of the attention was just centered around like the most popular participants?
Maybe. No, I think, I mean, like for viewers for sure. But I think there's always like moments to be funny and shine. And, you know, I will say one time I remember there was like a lobby of 9. There was one spot open. And me and Corpse, before Corpse was, you know, corn husband as he is today, tried to message to get in. We messaged at the same time.
Oh.
On mine, it said I had messaged first. I screenshotted it, sent it. On his, it said he had sent it first.
Okay.
And I got in over Corpse.
Okay.
That would never happen today. But back in the day, eat shit, Corpse. I fucking owned you. Like you got owned. Okay.
You mentioned like making YouTube content. I look at your YouTube channel. It's very interesting how you do it. It's all essentially Twitch. Like it happens on your stream first, right? Mm-hmm. And then your editor cuts it up and then puts it on YouTube. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I have 2 full-time editors and they just pull what I do on Twitch because the way I stream is based around a video. Like I stream with the intent to make a video from it sometimes. Sometimes I don't. Like today I played Crab Game. It's not a video. It's just me playing Crab Game.
Right.
But other times I'll be like, all right, boys, we got 10K. Buy whatever you want on eBay. And then we'll open it up, which is like, it's a stream, but very clearly this can be cut up into a YouTube video. There's expositions, there's stakes, there's an ending. So that's how I stream. So they've been around 2 years now. They'll just pull it and edit it.
Cool. So you have your own podcast, Ludwig. How do you run that one?
The yard.
The yard.
Oh, it was so sick. Okay. Cause I took all of my clout and then I went to my roommates and I said, let's do a podcast. And they're talented. They all worked, Beyond the Summit.
Yes.
They all worked there. And I've poached all of them almost from Beyond the Summit to work for me. And for the podcast, I was like, I'm going to give you a deadline of a month, make the set, make the podcast, make the format, make the Patreon, and let's do it. And all I did was like the marketing of just guiding my viewers to it. But I mean, I think they're all funny and I think we're funny together. So it was an instant hit. It did way better than I expected. I think it's like a top 10 podcast on Patreon.
Oh, wow.
Which is sick. So it's tight. The goal was to just make my friends rich and it's working so far.
So you're trying to like create a way for them to participate in content, get paid for it, right?
Yeah. And like it's there, like they earned it, you know what I mean? Like they do the work, they show up, instead of just like me being rich because no one wants to be like, here's money. Like everyone wants to earn it in some fashion. Even if you're Mr. Beast's friend, you still earn it in some fashion. So, I think my goal is for them to be rich and I, maybe we'll get there if the podcast doesn't die or if I don't say the N-word. We could do it right now, Toast. We could kill the pod. We could kill our pod and this pod.
Funny you should mention that. We had a shoot 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
And I also said, not the N-word, but like the words, the N-word.
Okay, classic.
So now I'm not sure if we decided on cutting all of that out from that video. And
We're still deciding. Yeah.
We're still deciding.
It's
Come on.
topical. Yeah.
Worst case, we move over to Signal together. All right. We have a great time over there. Billy doesn't know what we've done yet.
Well, I mean, one of my fears is like if I ever get like super popular, is that people would just start digging up stuff. It's like, hey, remember that thing he said? Like even this, like what we just said, like
Yeah.
like I think they would use this as an example of something. Oh wow, that's a problem with this person, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I always think if you're just like pretty genuine, open, honest, like most people get it. Some people won't. Like I've been flamed a bit. I quoted, Prezzo,
No.
Twitter guy.
Okay.
He edits for Cold Ones. And he tweeted out one time because he just tweets nonsense. Schlatt is the only good racist. This is a tweet of his.
Okay.
Got like 80,000 likes. Very popular tweet. And in a stream, I had said, because something revolved Schlatt, I said, Schlatt's the only good racist, pause, as said by Prezzo on Twitter. Immediately, a few people were like flaming me on Twitter. And I was like, whatever. They don't get it. Doesn't matter. It was just obviously a reference. But my friend from high school, Evan, texts me when he's at a party in New Mexico 4 weeks later. And he says, bro, what's this about you being racist? And I'm like, what? He's like, I'm at this party and people are saying that you're saying like there's good racists. And I'm like, okay, this is going to be way too long to explain, but it's not how I would phrase that interaction. But it is crazy. Some people will only know you for the negative things you've done.
Right.
Like some people only know you for the positive things you've done. So it is inevitable. You should probably avoid negative things.
Yeah. Do you ever feel like you have to get ahead of these things? Because when you first saw it on Twitter, you probably just wrote it off as just people misreading the situation or missing the context. But it seems like people kept talking and talking. Eventually, your friend in New Mexico heard about it. And then like there's this narrative that, oh yeah, you said there are good racists.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, get ahead of it. It's like, I don't know. I'm not trying to do like a whole PR thing. I think it's weird, like I can pull up tweets and be like, hey guys, it's not what I meant. But then if people are like, you pull up the tweet and then you're doxing someone on a, even if it's a public Twitter account, because I've, 200 times the following. So it's all kind of weird and not very set in stone, but I don't know. I just do my best to be honest and genuine. And some people won't fuck with me, but that's fine. I think. I'm just going to do my thing.
Have you been in your fair share of beef? You had a beef with that FaZe guy, right?
Aiden Ross, not FaZe.
Not FaZe?
Not FaZe. Lives at the FaZe house.
Got it.
So it's a simple slip up, but he's not FaZe. But I did have beef with him. I think we're cool now. I FaceTimed him. We were supposed to hang out actually, doing an IRL stream with Hassan, but he showed up too late because I had to go to another shoot. So I didn't get to meet him. We're still probably going to meet at some point. We're cool now, but that was bad. Like, it was good. It was really funny because he was kind of roasting me in the Poggers community. And I was with literally every large streamer at ShitCon. So we were having like a good time of it and, you know, clowning on Keemstar as you do. But the outcome of it was not worth it because it was like so many DMs of people being like, you know, I'm going to fucking kill you and I'm going to like, you know, sexually assault your girlfriend. And I was like, shit, dude, these are online influencers just doing stupid Twitter beef, but people get really involved.
Yeah, did you message the principal of like someone who messaged you or something?
Yeah. It's a dude who sent a death threat and he had his high school jersey on. And I was like, cause I love ignoring all DMs. I almost read none of them. But I had read this one because I was looking through because I still get like sponsor DMs on like Instagram. Like that's how I worked with Slim Jim. So they just DM me. And so I saw this and I saw his jersey. I found his school from his jersey in his following list. Super easy to do. And then I found his principal and then I screenshotted it and I sent it to him. And, you know, he shit himself a bit. He was like, dude, that's not me, man. I didn't think you'd read it. He did 80 million ways to backtrack. And I never sent an email to his principal and I never sent the DMs that he had sent me, you know, because surely there's some disciplinary action for what he said. It was really vulgar, but, you know, he's like a dumbass 16-year-old and hopefully he is a little less of a dumbass when he's 17, 18 and on.
Yeah, when you called him out, he just immediately took it all back, said, oh, you know, I didn't mean that. Wow.
That's most people. Like 99% of people, if they flame you and you reply, will back down. You know, it's usually like they're just shouting at a wall and makes them feel good about themselves maybe.
Right.
But most of the time I don't reply. This is just like one where I was like, hey, you can't say shit like that.
Yeah. It's weird being streamers because the barrier between us and our audience is so low. Like they can like flame us, yell at us, say things to us, and they're always surprised when we actually like specifically respond. From my experience, like I get my fair share of negative comments, and every time I call it out, the reaction is pretty much the same. Where they either apologize right away or they double down and flame you even harder.
Yeah.
And it kind of just makes you not want to engage sometimes when they double down. It's just like, what's the point? It's so much easier to just talk at an audience than to an individual.
Yeah, that's 100% right. And it breaks people. Like, you know, William Osmond just dropped a video talking about negative comments. And I think it's like genuinely broken him a bit and made him want to upload less frequently because he gets like a lot of just like hate comments and he's just like making fun videos, crazy inventions or whatever. And, you know, the thing that I do is I'm able to just shut off like that part of my brain that like cares or reads it. So I just don't do those things. Like it can be inconvenient in other ways. Like Aiden Ross, when we had beef, I would get mass reported on like TikTok. So all my videos would get banned. Like that's annoying. But like it's still, people get over it after a few weeks. And like day to day, there's negative shit about me all the time, but I don't read it. I just, you know, people don't fuck with me. I think it's fine.
So, what makes you interesting to me? You're involved in pretty much every streamer circle, I would say. You're the most, what's the word?
He gets around.
He gets around.
I'm a little salute around these parts, dude. All right, it's not a hole I'm not trying to be in.
Right, like the Austin crew, even like some of the Minecraft kids, like you would play games with.
Yeah.
And of course here at OTV, we also enjoy your presence.
The thing about me, you don't want too much Ludwig, so I got to spread myself around. You know, if I was only hanging out with you guys, you'd be like, this Ludwig motherfucker. All right, but I come around every 2 weeks. I start saying some crazy shit. You guys are like, Ludwig. And then you're like, I do the same thing. And then I bounce around another group, bing, bang. But I kind of like it that way. It also allows me to do things like the kickball thing, where, you know, no one else, I think, is organizing, unless it's like Twitch directly, like for a TwitchCon thing, getting OTV, 100 Thieves, and then like the Austin streamers in a room together. I don't think that's common. So I enjoy this power I wield.
Is it something you want to pursue? Because you're not a traditional streamer. You don't play a lot of games. You don't grind your hours. You have like specific content. You have shows like Mogul Money. Are those things things you want to pursue?
Yeah. Ideally, all of my content is like really well planned out, and there's a lot of like highly produced shows, not necessarily game shows. I feel like streamers are pigeonholing themselves because they're like, we got to do a game show, and every streamer's doing a game show. So, but other higher quality things, I don't know. I've been thinking like maybe a late night show. How does that format work on live? And then using the relationships I have to, you know, get the people that I like hanging out with involved in those shows. And that was what I tested with Mogul Money. I was like, how about I mix and match these people and then bring them in Mogul Money and then see how they work together. And it's been great. It's been like, I've been super happy with it. And I don't know why I seem to get along with all these people. I think a bit of it, I think, when you hang out with a new group, you can kind of like feel out the vibe. Be like, okay, this group's like a little less raunchy. Like this group's limits are here. I'm pretty quick at picking that up, which sometimes I get roasted for. Cause I remember I would do like a bunch of OTV Among Us and then it'd be like, oh, soft Ludwig, cause it'd be softer. And by soft, it's mostly like saying pussy on Saikuno stream and then farming a lol W. But I was like, I like making everyone comfortable in a group. And I think that's like my main power as a human.
Got it. What would you say is the difference between our group and other streamers then? Like, how do you change your behavior when you hang out with like OTV?
Yeah, I think it's like there's a bigger reaction anytime I say dumb shit. So if I just walk around saying like Yvonne, like sug my balls, or like Saikuno, I'm singing the Pussy Pussy Marijuana song, I get a way bigger reaction than if I were to do that on XQC stream and then they're like, oh, Pepper Pains. So it's like, it's just kind of like feeling out what audiences like. And part of it is also just accepting that you're not main character in the group, but you can be like a sick, supportive character. Because like when I'm with OTV, I'm usually not main character, but I'm just like funny side character, and same thing with like Austin group. And it's just figuring out how you fit there.
Do you want to be a main character?
It sucks. I think, do you think you're funnier in other people's stream than your own?
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure when it's on your stream because it's your viewers. And also you kind of I feel a little stressed knowing there's so much of my friends being here on my stream for me, that I feel the pressure of I need to be really funny. But when it's on someone else's stream, it's like I can just be myself. It doesn't matter how funny I am. It's not my stream, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I like being on other people's stream. I don't like when I have to worry about, okay, what are the viewers at? Is everyone having a good time who's in this? Are the viewers having a good time? Is the show running according to plan? Is this going to end early enough? And instead I'm like, I'm just going to fuck around and have fun. And that's all I have to do. That's my only job, so I can focus on it more. So I'm fine with that.
Do you look at your viewers when you stream, viewer count?
Yeah, constantly.
You have it like open?
Yeah, I have it wide open.
What?
Do you not?
No, that's going to stress you out and make you second guess everything.
I agree, but I also think it's a good barometer, because how else am I supposed to know if people are liking something or not liking something? Like if 5,000 people leave my stream, it's not an accident.
Right.
So I want to know what I did right before that so I can see why that happened. Did I switch games? Did I stop doing a certain thing? Did I start doing something? So I think it's like good info. Sometimes I will say if I'm like fucking shitting the bed in viewers, then I'll hide it. But most of the time I'm like, I'll rock it.
Got it. Like I'm sure it feels like exciting when that number is going up, but when I was streaming and that number is going down, I just get less and less motivated because I feel like, oh, I'm not on and I'm like having anxiety. Like I need to be funnier. Maybe that's the problem. I just need to be funnier. But I hide my viewer count. And the number one trigger for me is when I'm hiding it and someone comments on it. It's like, hey, why do you only have X amount of viewers? And it's like, wow, that defeats the whole purpose of me hiding the viewer count if you're going to just say it out loud.
Yeah.
And usually when they say it out loud, it's either really high or really low. And when it's really low, you just feel terrible.
Yeah, that is a feels bad, man.
Yeah. So I'm really surprised you have it open.
Yeah, I think it helps me. Like, I played Super Auto Pets today, and viewership was like pretty plateaued, and like, but I like a good number at like 20K. So I'm like, oh, people like this game. And if I had booted up like Fortnite and then played that, and I didn't have it open, I'm sure it would tank to like 15, 14K. And I would like to know that, because then I would stop. That's like what would make me stop playing the game.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to play a game that people aren't trying to watch. I don't play games for fun on stream usually.
You just play for content.
Yeah, almost always.
Like Crab Game today.
Like Crab Game. And they could also be fun. Like, I think having fun is content. But, you know, if it was up to me, I might be playing the entire story of Final Fantasy X, because I love that game. But like, damn, would that bleed? That's a tough one.
But some streamers are okay with that nowadays. Ninja, I think, is a great example of someone who just streams his Final Fantasy MMO to
Not even. He played Final Fantasy X for a day, 1,500 viewers, didn't pick it up again. And I was like, bummer, because I always watch people when they play that game because I love it. And he quit on it. But yeah, he does most of the time just play whatever he wants. I think he's been trending a little bit more towards trying to uptick his momentum. I don't know if you saw his big YouTube change.
I heard he's trying to get back into Fortnite.
He's getting back into Fortnite Live, and then he's also been doing IRL videos on YouTube that are like produced by some group, and it's like a film, like, hey, we're trying 20 burgers. You know?
Oh, like YouTube content.
Like YouTube content, rather than just pull it from the stream and it's whatever he's playing.
Huh. YouTube content with Ninja. How do you think that will do?
I don't think he'll do well. I think his ships just sailed a bit. I don't know. I don't think he captured the momentum. But like, I don't know. I don't know what his goals are. He's super rich, so it's like whatever makes him happy, I think, at this point. And that's probably a win for him.
Do you think he's... I'm someone who's kind of like been through the ups and downs, but Ninja has been through like the really highs. And he came back to Twitch, just said, fuck it, I'm going to stream what I want. Stream League of Legends for like a good while as well. And I'm sure all his audience like, where's Fortnite? Where's Fortnite? Where's Fortnite? Give us Fortnite. But now he's getting back into Fortnite. And it makes me think, like, is he trying to, you know, chase that high again, get that drive, or did he just really miss Fortnite?
I'm sure there's a little both. I don't think he like despises it. I don't think he'd do it to himself, because it's probably just not worth it. But I'm sure there's also like, hey, let's do well. Or I don't know, maybe he signed a 2-year contract when Mixer ended and wants to make the numbers be higher for another one. Yeah, there's like a bunch of possibilities what it could be. But I'm just shocked he didn't pivot into something that's not him as a personality and an influencer. You know?
Yeah.
I think like pivoting into something where you don't have to personally be successful, but you have like a different business that can be successful is like the smarter move, because like fame and live streaming and YouTube's like very fickle.
Right.
So it's like, you know, like a Poke management company. I'm working on a bidet. I'm trying to be the bidet guy.
Yeah, you were talking about this 6 months ago.
It's a long process. And let me tell you, do you know about the ports, Toast?
I do not know about
Let me tell you about the ports. They're backed up right now, my good sir.
Oh.
Yeah, incoming from China, not very good. All right. Takes like a few months, all right, for them boats to get unloaded. So my bidets are slowed down. I probably won't get them until Q1, Q2 maybe. But I've been working on that.
Is there anything special about your bidets?
There's okay. So I have one that's going to be $50, and then I have one that's going to be $500. And that one's, I mean, it's like, it does everything that a bidet could do to you.
Will I hear your voice when I use it?
I could program that, but I won't for your sake. Because I don't want it to be like, it'll be my bidet, but it's not going to be like the Ludwig bidet. I want to be like the My Pillow guy without the racism for bidets.
So is there any part of your branding on it? Or is it just like a completely, almost a separate project from your...
Totally separate. You don't have to like, because then I would imagine it's like, okay, you have a guest over. There's shit in your toilet.
Right.
You're like, oh my God, you should try the bidet when you're in there. If you've never tried one. They're like, okay, dope. And it's like Ludwig's bidet, and it's my face, and they're like, what it? And then you have to explain like, okay, so like, do you know Twitch? Okay, so Ninja, and then you have to go through the whole process and explain who I am first. It's like, no, it's the bidet. This is what you should use to wash your butthole, is my thought, and that's bigger than me.
Yeah, so bidet.
Do you use a bidet?
No, I don't.
I'm gonna change your life, bro.
I'm always worried that the pressure would be so high that it splashes the particles everywhere.
So there's a gauge on it. The gauge is like, it's like a faulty sink where even like the lowest is like an absolute ass blaster. But I'll get you the $500 one, and that has a soft setting.
Got it.
And it's heated water.
I also have hemorrhoids, so I'm very sensitive down there.
You can do heated, low sensitive water.
Okay.
It's like the dream.
And that will clean it perfectly.
I think it's the hemorrhoid dream, honestly.
I'll give it a
Like I
shot.
recommended for hemorrhoid Andes.
Going back to, we were talking about Ninja.
Switching
and,
off
like,
hemorrhoids already.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Jeez. Thought that was a segment. It's written down by Broden here.
The hemorrhoid segment.
Yeah. We'll move on.
Where are you in your career? Do you feel like you're just starting your grind, your climb, or do you feel like you're kind of plateauing, chilling?
I think I'm just started. I think like mogul money as a concept is a great idea. And I think I can do more live streams like that, like a lot more. Like I want to do something like mogul money weekly or bi-weekly. And that, you know, that always does well, like viewership live. And then also like on VOD, it always gets 1 million views. So like that's my end goal. I think I had like a huge peak with like subathon,
Right.
but that's its like own thing. And like, I feel fine about that. And I don't think about like, I don't consider that very real in terms of like, this was my viewership, because it's like a one-time thing.
Yeah.
That's not replicable. And I also don't think my content was good during the subathon. Like there was no day in the subathon I'd be like, dude, day 26, you gotta rewatch that. It's like what, me shitting for 5 minutes, then sleeping for 8 hours with my mods talking, and then playing Mario. So it's like, I'm not particularly proud of any of that. And I just want to make things that I'm proud of. And I don't think I'm done doing that.
How was your mental health during the subathon to stream 30 days straight without a break?
Yeah, it was chill. I've actually had a couple streamers reach out interested in doing subathons or in the middle of them and be like, man, how'd you do it? And I don't know if my brain's wired wrong, but I had a blast. Like I think I could have done it for 2 months if it wouldn't ruin my relationship forever. You know, but like I missed like hanging out with friends and miss hanging out with my girlfriend, but it's like, I don't know. It was just fun. I always described it like I lived East Coast. There'd be power outages from ice storms for like a week. And you'd all go to like a friend's house who has a generator for like 6, 7, 8 days. So you could use running water and stuff. And I would love waking up at the friend's house for that whole week and like playing like, you know, Batman Arkham Asylum or Smash or whatever. And that's exactly what it was like, except it was just waking up with like Twitch chat, like all excited that I woke up. So it was fun. It was really fun. I don't think I could do it if I didn't have an end point. Like that's the weird part, is the ambiguity of how long it'll go.
Right.
So once I said a month, I was like, no, a month is easy.
I'm curious, what's your like, how big is Team Ludwig?
So we're hiring a bunch. We have like 3 new people, but I have 2 companies at the moment. It's like my main company, Mogul Moves, which is all like the stream stuff, the YouTube stuff. And that's like 5, 6 people. And then I have like the merch company where it's like I do my merch and my friend's merch. And that's like probably another 5, 6. So it's probably like 10 people total across both. Yeah.
Wow. 10 people on your team?
Yeah. For like the merch company to run and then everything else. Yeah.
That's crazy. Most streamers just have a personal assistant at most.
And like an editor.
And an editor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the overhead of most people is crazy. I was talking to a couple YouTubers and they're like, yeah, I'm just sitting on a few million. And I'm like, that's insane. Like I spend already this year, I've spent $1 million on overhead. And that's just like employee salaries and stuff like that. And it'll probably double in a year or 2. And that's not including like spending $16,000 on a wax figure of Jackie Chan, which is what I have to do for stream. So But I don't know. That's what I like, you know, because I feel like I'm fine.
Do you ever have to explain anything to your accountant?
No, because Slime deals with all that. But I have to explain it to Slime. And sometimes he'd be like, come on, dude. But most of the time he's like, yeah, that's fine. The Pokemon, that got out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
He
How
was
much
like,
did you spend on Pokemon?
it's like 100K. And he was like, dude, like, it's cards. And I was like, I like the cards. So that I went a little overboard there. But I think Pokemon Week was cool, so I'm happy with it.
Did you think you got 100K worth of returns on that?
Not from the cards directly. Absolutely not. I'm still waiting to make a video because I unboxed a $20,000 first edition fossil set.
Okay.
And then I got every single card in it graded.
Okay.
And then I want to try to sell them all.
Got it.
Still getting graded. It's been 8 months. It'll happen soon. But when I sell all those, I'll be able to see. I think the actual return will be 5K for the $20,000 box. The return in content probably equals it out. Close. I mean, that's what I say in my head. It's probably not, but
Yeah, I always wonder how Mr. Beast does it, because the amount he spends in his videos is millions. Like, he can spend up to $1 million.
oh, he loses money on most videos.
Really?
He loses money, but very proudly, like he'll be like, "Man, I spent $2 million to make that," and he'll say that like jovially, like because he's like, "That's cool. I made something happen by like swinging money around, and it was a cool project." And he recoups the money through like gaming and React channel, which are much lower overhead,
right.
and then similar profits because they're able to upload at a higher rate.
Yeah, it's insane. When you look at his gaming and React videos, the numbers on it is like 15, 16 million. And his main channel is like 30 million, so about half. Except in his gaming channel, he's playing Minecraft with his 3 buddies and like just yelling at everything, like very like Minecraft YouTube content. It's not really highbrow, high effort, but he can do like 10 of those and not even break a sweat. Whereas like going out, buying an island, filming it with a whole crew, like months of planning would yield just slightly more returns on that.
Yeah. And I think you should view those as basically like a marketing effort because the gaming videos don't get 15 mil if the island video is not getting 50 mil. And so like you need the island video for the gaming channel to be able to be as big as it is and for people to care about Mr. Beast. And you know, the gaming channel, I will say like the React channel's just reacting, but the gaming channel, like he'll do $45,000 Squid Game in Minecraft.
Right.
So he'll like still put money up, but he'll make it all back because it gets so many views.
What's your opinion on platform deals?
Platform deals.
Yeah, with streamers.
In what sense?
Like
Are
between because recently, what was it? Nick Merckx re-signed with Twitch.
Nick Merckx resigned with Twitch.
Dr.
Tim
just-
left for YouTube.
Yeah, Tim left.
Lupo left for YouTube.
Anyone else?
Doc got forced out. Nick A30 switched back from YouTube,
To Twitch.
which I think is the first person to do that, to be like a YouTube streamer, then go to Twitch. But I think it's good. I think it's like every time there's a sick deal, I'm like, that makes it better for every other streamer. And it, like there was a period right after Mixer got the big guys and they didn't grow much.
Right.
The quarterly numbers came back and it's like they were up barely anything. And it's like, oh, they blew 100 mil easy. That I was like, oh, like these deals are going to suck. And they did for a while. And that's like, you know, every streamer's already a millionaire, but I'd like to see them still thrive. And you know, like there's nothing better than getting a deal from a multi-billion-dollar corp. So I don't know. I think the 2 platforms like YouTube and Twitch have been like getting more into it recently.
Are you forgetting about someone?
And who could forget about Facebook gaming? Facebook, you want to speak to that?
Well, Facebook is Facebook. They've been picking up a lot of GTA streamers. I think like 3 of them left Twitch to stream on Facebook now. So I think their strategy is trying to capture like that GTA RP audience.
Yeah.
Focus on that.
Which isn't a bad strat if you can get everyone, or if you could just get like the server somehow. I don't know if that's possible. But I think the one thing I don't like about platform deals is I feel like some people take the deal to coast. And it's kind of like what happens in tech companies where they're just resting, investing. Basically, like they'll say, Microsoft, if you work here 2 years, you get, 1,000 Microsoft stock.
Right.
So then they just are chilling until that date and then they'll quit. Happens all the time. And I feel like platform deals can be the same way, where it's like, okay, hey, we paid you out. You just have to stream these amount of hours. And then they're like, all right, clocking in a work. And they don't put much effort and creativity into making cool things. And then that makes me sad, because I'd like for people to do better and make better stuff, so that can like elevate the platform, and also like me to like make cooler stuff.
Do you think anyone has left Twitch yet that like went to stream on YouTube, that went to stream on Facebook, that would have done it if YouTube or Facebook didn't offer them a big contract? Because Charlie, Moist Critical, recently tweeted like YouTube is on the up and up. Twitch doesn't have the monopoly it thinks it does, which is kind of true. But I think until a big streamer chooses to stream on either YouTube or Facebook without like a pile of money, that's when like people will take notice. But so far, it seems like the only times people have left is a very nice competing offer.
You're right, maybe, but it's also that's a righteous play, because you can only switch if your deal ends. Like if you switch to YouTube, you can only do that if your deal with Twitch ended.
Right.
But if your deal with Twitch ended, why not just get the contract? Like if you're planning on going to YouTube, they would pay you probably if you're like a big streamer. So you would only be doing it out of like self-righteousness, which I think is just probably dumb. Just get the deal and then use the capital to make cool stuff. And I also think Charlie's wrong about that. I think that we'll see where things shake up. I think Twitch is kind of lazy with the products they release. It seems like every product's just sucking the life out of viewers for more and more money.
Yeah, did you see that, what was it, paid boost to promote your channel?
Paid boosts. Yeah, it's just part of their whole strategy to like be more profitable and get more money from the current viewer base. And the only reason they've like tripled in size in the past 18 months, 24 months is because of COVID. COVID doesn't hit, like I think they're struggling much more, but they banked it with COVID, and then all of their products, bits, gifted, leaderboards, hype trains, boost streams, is all just getting more money from the viewers rather than getting smaller streamers noticed or getting more viewers onto the website as a whole. Because like the best strategy for growing on Twitch is still growing on YouTube, TikTok, or another platform.
Right. It's weird when streamers think, hey, if I want to be a Twitch streamer, I got to start on Twitch. I got to fire up. I got to sign up, make a Twitch channel, make a name for myself. When it's literally the worst option to become a Twitch streamer is to stream on Twitch first. You have to do something else where you have to become famous first. I think it's pretty, not like easy, but like on TikTok and YouTube, the algorithm is so much better. Like if you make half decent content, it will be noticed, because there's a lot of bad content out there. So that when someone does make something good, a lot of people will pick up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
No, so I had this theory that for YouTube, everyone asks like, what would you do if you started over? Is it luck based is really what it comes down to. And I am of the opinion that like there is a luck aspect, but I think it's also largely skill in creating good content and like marketing it well with good titles and thumbnails. I called Mr. Beast. He said the same thing. So I gave myself like a challenge. I made a new YouTube channel, 0 subs, none of my face on it. I'm not allowed to use my face or my voice. I use like a Fiverr guy, and I had a whole video made, and like I just kind of whipped it together. And my goal was just to get a couple thousand views, and I got I think like 3,000 in less than a day.
wow.
Which is like, you're not going to live off that. But if you're getting 3,000 views in your first video and 100 plus subscribers, you release a few more of those, like the ball starts rolling,
Right.
And that doesn't happen on Twitch. No shot. You could make like a $50,000 last person leaves a circle. Probably no one would find it. I mean, maybe if they scroll far enough on just chatting and then like it picks up a bit, but there's no shot it would get the attention that it deserves and that it would get on YouTube or TikTok.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Like if you have no following, because people physically can't find what you're doing. Like it's all ordered by viewer size, so they have to scroll all the way down. And this unfortunately creates this atmosphere of some people call it clout chasing, networking, whatever you want to call it. But one strategy is just meeting the right people, playing with the right people. Another one is just farming LSF, which LSF, for those listening, is a subreddit, which is essentially the hub of all Twitch streamers. Anything a Twitch streamer does that's interesting goes on there. But the problem with the subreddit is that a lot of Twitch streamers kind of treat it as their own personal subreddit, and they read it on stream, and they will kind of, you can't outright say, hey, go upvote my clips. But when you're reacting to a clip and you're laughing or you're like angry at it, and all your viewers get angry because, you know, they're your fans and they go and talk shit or like upvote it, downvote it, whatever, it just creates this echo chamber of, if you looked at LSF, you think there's only 10 Twitch streamers.
Yeah. No, it's 100% just like TMZ of Twitch. And they're very, it feels like more than ever, like younger and larger. And like recently I love Mizzy. It's like super focused on like who he's talking to, who he might be having sex with. It's like, damn, they're like theory crafting. And I don't think it's all of LSF. Like I think most people are like, hey, I finished work. What happened on Twitch today?
Yeah.
But now what they're getting served is like, here's the tea on your streamer. And it's like, damn, this is just like baby drama alert.
Right.
And so, you know, I profit from it vastly. I think in the past year, there was some stat and I was like the 6th most posted streamer, and I am not the 6th biggest streamer. So, you know, I've farmed that, and I got some viewers from it from PogChamps, but it's definitely not the greatest growth mechanism. And it's crazy that that is a growth mechanism, and that's not like LSS fault. That's more Twitch's fault for not having other ones.
Yeah. I saw yesterday the #1 post was a Twitter picture by Soda Poppin'. Like he flooded his bathtub.
Yeah.
And that was #1.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a funny Twitter video,
Yeah.
but what the hell does that have to do with live streaming? And, you know, how are you supposed to get on LSF if you're not an Austin streamer or, you know, select few LA streamers?
Yeah. It's very hard to break into Twitch streaming and like get into the right crowd.
The stat that was messed up was the leak. You know, the leak came out.
Yeah, the money earnings leak.
Yeah, it was like how much every streamer made over the past 2 years. And it was like, I can't remember the exact number, but the amount of people who were making over like minimum wage was in, I don't know, I don't remember if it was hundreds or thousands. It was either like 500 or like 2,000, something like that. But it's astronomically low for how many people stream.
Right.
Because there's like 4 million people who will try streaming every month. And you're talking like 0.01% of people who can make a living off of it, which is crazy. That's crazy low.
Yeah.
And I used to think that Twitch was like a great platform to try to do content creation full time because you'll get more money for your size. But I don't know if that's the case anymore, because I feel like there's way more people who are able to make minimum wage percentage wise, even on like YouTube. But I don't know. I don't know how the numbers shake up.
Have you ever gone to those directories and just keep scrolling down and down and down, seeing what kind of people are streaming to 1 or 0 viewers?
Yeah. I'll go nuts on Russian just chatting, and I'll watch some, like, they just watch Naruto. Have you ever heard of Russian dubs?
No.
They're terrible. They have it so bad in Russia. So it'll be the Japanese version. You know, it'll be Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. And then loudly over it will be a Russian guy going, Suka blyet Sasuke. And it's just both audios. They can't isolate it because they don't get that. And they'll just watch it freely on Twitch. And that's probably my most guilty pleasure content.
And they don't get in trouble, do they?
No, because Twitch doesn't have YouTube's content awareness. So it'd be like a human doing it. And then it's like they could be wrong. So they never, ever file copyright claims unless they are specifically told to do so. So you can get away. I mean, like, I used to tell my friend, I won't say who, but huge in anime. He was like a 100 viewer Andy. I was like, just watch anime on stream. Just do it. You probably won't get banned because these companies are not keeping track. They don't care. There's way bigger problems of their content getting stolen. So just watch it on stream, react to it live instead of doing like watch parties. You'll get way more viewers and you'll grow. And if you do get banned, you'll already have grown and the ban will go away in a few days.
And I always think getting banned on Twitch is great marketing, great PR, because it gets
100%.
everyone talking about it.
If it's for good reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like if you're stomping out a cat and you get banned, then
Yeah.
that's pretty bad. But I always like welcome being banned for something stupid, because it's just, if
Yeah.
you have the high ground and you get banned, everyone would sympathize with you. And, you know, when you come back, you get even more viewers.
No one respects copyright holders. No one cares. No one cares about sexual content. All right. Unless it's a woman profiting off of it. You're good, baby.
Future plans. We were talking about this in the living room upstairs. You mentioned wanting to buy some houses.
I'm shopping a couple. I like where I currently am at, but it's speculative at the moment, but I like the idea of like living near my friends and being able to hang out with my friends. But it's also weird to be 30 and then still having roommates.
Right.
So, how do you solve that? And it's like living close by them. So that's my goal. We'll see. It's very speculative at the moment because I did buy my house. So I'm locked to that for at least a little bit. But I'd like to at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. And I like that because I also want to buy like houses and a cul-de-sac essentially. And it's just a neighborhood of streamers. You know how like those Vine people, they had like a Vine street and they all lived there?
Yeah.
But like a streamer street. And
Yeah.
we all take up a house essentially.
It's hard to do here in LA because just how much capital you need. They're doing it already in Austin. Like Mizkiff lives next to S-Van, and I think he has another house that's going to take God knows how long to make because the housing crisis. But eventually they'll have like a decent enough amount of houses that they'll have a few streamers living there. And it would be sick to do that in LA because I think the main problem is like there's a lot of streamers in LA. They don't collab offline that much because it's like a 30, 45 minute trek going anywhere.
Yep.
So having a street would be cool with all the problems that would surely come from it. But the drama would only add views.
Yeah, drama. We've shied away from drama for the most part. But I remember when I first started streaming and I had like a shipping era where people shipped me with the girls I've interacted with because I'm coming to America,
Yeah.
This kid from Canada only plays Hearthstone all day, nerd, didn't know how to talk to girls.
The Hearthstone bad boy I used to call you.
Exactly. And I come to California and now there's, cute girls that I'm interacting with. So people started shipping and it didn't really hit me at the time, but back then I think I was peaking 30K viewers during this era, but I didn't think that much of it. Now when I think, oh my God, a 30K viewer stream, that's a poppin' stream.
30K back then was like what XQC is now.
Yeah.
Like that was the top.
But when I was going through it, it's just like, oh, this is kind of cool. People paying attention, and the views were nice, and it's like a rush. But after it happened, it's just, I don't know. It was a weird feeling because I felt like I was on a reality TV show almost.
Yeah, I remember that because I was mostly a viewer. I was not like interacting with any big streamers at all. But I remember a lot of people had the feeling like who weren't OTV viewers, but knew of OTV. People who hang out in an LSF crowd be like, all they do is ship. They're like ship baiting, relationship baiting, all that. And I think there was like a period of that and it ended pretty hard. I think the final nail in it was, I guess the redacted.
Which one?
True. But are you happy that's kind of over now? Because it doesn't feel like that happens much. And for what it's worth, that still happens. Like that shipping stuff, it's happening with like Mizkiff and Austin people now.
Right.
Interestingly enough.
But LSF is okay with that because it's their favorite streamers doing it.
I know. You know what? I think it's just LSF's younger. I think back in the day, it was like an older crowd of people because like Reddit's generally older. And then now it's like there's 1+ million people on that Reddit. Like there's a bunch of Zoomers. It's like high schoolers mostly. Like I think OTV's audience, because OTV's old in like internet years, they're like getting older. You know what I mean? Like there's still a large young audience, but I don't know. I don't know if that's something I guess you deal with maybe in like your subreddits, like OTV subreddits. Are they like still shipping? Is that something that still happens frequently? Or?
No, they kind of did a 180 after everyone kind of shut it down to a point where any implication just gets you instantly downvoted.
Right.
Even if it's just actually like a pretty reasonable discussion or they're picking up on something. If you mention anything like that, people kind of jump on you for it.
They'll be like, that's against their boundaries, guys.
Yeah,
And
like
then
they
they'll
would
shut 'em.
speak for us.
Which is a better thing than the opposite, I imagine. Although maybe worse for viewership and marketing.
Yeah, I like, it's good content, like stuff like, it's like reality TV, will they, won't they kind of stuff.
I love dating shows. I used to watch this one called Are You the One? It was like where they all filled out a quiz and it would show your soulmate. Be like 10 boys and 10 girls. And they had to pair with their soulmate. And then every episode, it would be like, that's your soulmate or no. And by the end of it, they all needed to find it after like 10 episodes and they'd get like $1 million. And it was sick. But, you know, it's weirder when it's also your real life forever in your job.
I think that's what makes it so intriguing to watch.
Because it's very real.
It's like, this is real. It's not a TV show. Like when Maya and Ms. Kiv was being shipped together. And it's like, it actually happened. And everyone was like really invested in their relationship as viewers.
Yeah.
Or when I went through mine, it's like, it was a real thing. We dated for 2 years. So I think that's what makes it so appealing when you see a streamer go through it. It's like, wow, these random people that I watch on the internet can actually get together, be in a relationship, and I'm watching it all from the sidelines. It's, I probably would never go through that again.
You do secret relationship?
Yeah. Sometimes I do things like, what's the craziest thing you can do? And my thought was, you get a house and fill it up with 4 girls, and you live in that house, and they're all single.
They're all single.
They all
And they're
stream,
cute.
and they're cute. And then it's just this constant like, oh, what's going on? Like, who is he gonna choose?
You know what this is? This is called Playboy, actually, Toast.
Really?
Hugh Hefner did this for quite a while. It ends with you being 85 and having sex with young women. So it's not a bad path.
But I think that with that one, there's this implication of, you know, why do the girls sleep with Hugh Hefner?
I think Hugh Daddy just treated him right. And also probably it set them for life in some way, I imagine.
Yeah. Well, the viewers won't like that because the viewers want like genuine relationships.
Yeah, so you do that, and then every month you have a different guy come over, and he lives at the house. You know, so it's like Hassan month. It's like, ooh, what happens when Hassan enters the arena?
Got it.
You know, and then you do that.
That's the title right there, The Arena.
The arena, and then you know, and you're fighting with love.
Are the girls the same? Am I competing with
You
Hassan?
rotate every season, but you change the guys every month. Oh, just basically your house is The Bachelor, but with 2 guys. Or it's just you and it's The Bachelor, and you just have different girls. And then like chat votes off the girls.
But at the same time, what kind of girl would want to go on a show like that?
One who's looking for maybe 2,000 viewers. You know, the same guys that would go on the opposite version. Pokey in a house. 5 guys.
Right.
I can tell you 5 guys off the top of my head who would jump in that house, take the viewer boost, and then try to betroth Pokey Maine.
Got it.
So, you know, there's people out there, man. All right. We're not above it. Us laymen. Okay. We're just trying to get somewhere in the world.
I think a show like that, well, not a show, but like a setup like that would be really popular on Twitch.
It would be wildly popular. I think the optics around treating humans that poorly is kind of weird. And so you would have to deal with a lot of backlash of that. And I imagine the people who don't have the thing in their head to say like, oh, maybe this is a bad idea, are also good at making content. I imagine they're bad. So I don't think you'll ever get the right mixture of like that little bit of psychopath, but then also like funny and good at content to make it actually happen. But maybe you do. Maybe you do.
Oh, I mean, it's something that you can only do when you're young.
Yeah.
Like when you're old and you put together a house and fill it up with female streamers and you live with it, that's kind of creepy.
Yeah, there's a cutoff. It's probably 35, you know? But at the end of the day, you can also just keep increasing the age of the people you invite. And then it's, you know, you could be 55, bringing 45-year-old honeys to the crib. Call it the MILF arena. All right. Big dog fighting these mamas.
Would these MILFs be streaming? Because part of the appeal is that they're streamers.
Are you streaming at 455, at 45? You go live?
No, probably 35 is where
You cut off?
Yeah.
Hard, cold turkey. 36, you don't go live.
I like to think I would have found something more fulfilling than streaming by 35.
But you're not like, we'll do this for the month, like one a month, like the, you know, Rainn Wilson type beat.
Streaming is, it's like, it's a grind. Like you gotta keep up. I can't imagine like streaming whenever just so because you feel like it. You're either a streamer.
Yeah, that's true.
Or you don't stream.
You're either all in or not at all.
Yeah.
Or Tommy in it. The three. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I don't think I'm streaming that late either. I'm already getting roasted. I have this new YouTube channel where I do advice stuff. I get like emails from viewers. One of the guys, it wasn't even advice. I read the whole fucking thing out of pocket. He was like, yo, watch you all the time, man. So glad I can talk to you here. Now, my sister always calls me cringe for watching you. And I had this exact conversation. He has quotes and stuff. He's like, so I said, hey, why don't you watch Ludwig? And then she replied, he just feels like an old boomer trying to fit in with young kids. And it's weird and cringe. And then he was like, fair enough. And then that was the end of the email. I was like, what is my takeaway here? So I'm 26 and already getting that flack. 36.
Yeah, 26 is considered boomer in this day and age because of, I feel like it's a lot of the Minecraft viewers and they're like super young, and 26 is boomer to them. Whereas like when we were growing up, we were the ones calling the older generation boomers, but now we're getting called boomers. And it's only been, I sort of got 3 years since that was happening.
Yeah, literally 3 to 5 years, and that's it. And it's switched.
Yeah.
It's at the end of the day, all Tommy Edit's fault.
Yeah. Speaking of viewer questions, we also do a viewer segment here.
A little viewer segment, all right.
And since you're such an expert on advice giving, maybe you can help this guy out.
Hit me with it.
From White Lotus, these are from our subreddit thread. What's something you want to talk about / get nerdy about, but feel like you can't because it's off-brand or not good content for you?
I think, I don't know if you feel the same. As a streamer, you talk so much, 120, 60, 70 hours a month. You don't really hold back on something you're super passionate about. And I also got a podcast. So it's like, if there's something I wouldn't talk about on stream, I also am trying constantly to find stuff on the podcast to talk about. So I don't know if I have something super nerdy that I don't feel like talking about, but maybe something off brand is my hobby of popping an edible and then watching anime. And, I would love to get into all the anime I've watched, but it's like 1, spoilers, 2, weebs get out, and 3, like such a tired thing to talk about. So probably that.
Anime?
Yeah.
Do you remember the things you watch when you take an edible?
So, okay. So if I like the show, I will never get high ever and watch it. But sometimes like I had this thought, and this is why I started taking edibles, and it's like not that frequently. It's like, a couple times a month or something. But I'll watch I watched Spirited Away. I watched the rest of the Ghibli movies after, but I watched Spirited Away first.
Right.
Watched it when I was young. And I was like, damn, all these other Ghibli movies blow compared to Spirited Away. Because they all feel like a random part of a story that is incomplete in some fashion. Few exceptions, Princess Mononoke, others. But like Kiki's Delivery Service, that girl didn't do shit. She delivered 3 packages. And then I was like, I did it. And I was like, fuck you do. All right. So I was so sad feeling that I had already watched the best thing the studio will make. So now if there's like a really good movie, sometimes I'll pop an edible, I'll watch it, and then occasionally I'll be like, I don't remember fuck all that happened. And I get to rewatch it, which is one of the great things that people always think is like, oh, if you could rewatch one movie once, what would it be? And that's the secret to do it.
Okay.
Do drugs is what I'm trying to tell you, White Lotus. Thanks for asking.
For me, things nerdy about. I feel it's hard for me to talk about things that are a little older. Like when I talk about
Investments.
yeah, investments, pop culture from like the 90s. Like even talk about like stuff like Dave Chappelle, Eddie Murphy. Nowadays, I swear, my audience, half of them won't get it anymore.
Yeah. It'd actually be a great stream though if you hop on and you just watch the stand-up sets, you know? But maybe then some don't age well, then it's like, oh, this is cringe.
Right.
So yeah, that is hard. I agree. And then investing stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a pocket of people who would love to hear that. And I think that goes with like everything. There's always a pocket of people who would love to hear that. And then there's other people who's like, you know, shut up, millionaire. We don't care. So it's like a 50-50.
Yeah, I like talking about like things I'm really familiar with or grew up with, but because the audience is so wide and young, I kind of just default to talking about like very general stuff. Even like comic book stuff, Marvel movies, for example. Like I would only stick with like the Avengers. I won't talk about the comic book characters because I feel like people just don't understand, and there's just that okay, streamer, whatever you say, you know, go react to some content essentially. So I find it hard to share my passions with the internet because at the end of the day, not a lot of people care that much specifically about like certain things. So it's just better to play video games, react to YouTube videos, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think to an extent you're right. So in your heart, you're like Ren and Stimpy, but out your mouth, you're like Squid Game. Hey, that's crazy.
Yeah, Squid
Fall
Game.
Guys is like Squid Game.
Like specific SpongeBob episodes that like if you understand, he's fucking hilarious. He's saying like I vibe with that, but that's gonna be such a small segment of the audience that it's not worth it.
It's always actually good to throw those out there if you have maybe like a drive-by reference rather than like hey, let's sit down and chat about that episode. But if you do like a drive-by, my roommate Slime loves doing this. He'll do the most obscure references because some people will pick up on it and then they'll love you forever because they're like, I also love that somewhat obscure thing.
Right.
So you can connect if you do that, you know? Like if you say like hybrid animals, like 15 people will get what that means, but they'll be like, okay, now I'm with this guy.
What's hybrid animal?
Bad for the earth. That's what I'll tell you. We'll get into it off. Okay. It's not a podcast conference. This is going to get deep.
Okay. Next question. Second question. Kira Queen, how do you make friends in your adult years and maintain friendships? As I grew older, my friends and I grew apart. I've met new friends, but it's hard to recapture the closeness I felt with my old friends. Do you make new friends?
I think I do. It depends what you define as friendship. I think they're definitely not as deep as older friendships because a lot of them are like based around streaming, and that's like fickle in its own right. If I stopped streaming, like would I still talk to a lot of people? You talked about this. And I don't know what that answer is. So I don't know if I like trust that as much. And a lot of it is like mutual admiration. You know, like I like the guys at Trash Taste and, you know, they like me, but is that friendship? Will it be friendship if we hang out? I don't know.
Right.
But the one thing I always have is Super Smash Brothers Melee, which is like, it's like a worldwide community. And even without my like platform, audience or whatever, I felt comfortable 4 years ago that I could be in any city, like major city in the world, and I'd like know somebody there that likes this game and I could like be friends with them. So that's what I have. So that's what I do is like be in some community and then that's where you gain friendships. I don't know about you.
Have you made any friends in the last couple of years that wasn't because of streaming or streaming related? Like just some random person you met at like a
Yeah, this week.
Oh.
I went rock climbing a few days ago. I've been going pretty often, just doing bouldering. And I met this guy named Jacob, who's just like a monkey on the wall. He's just like swimming through air. And we just shot the shit a bit. And I don't think he knows who the fuck I was, because I can usually tell. And then he was like, yo, we're going outdoor climbing if you want to come. And I was like, yeah. And it's like, it's a very casual thing, but.
You just agree to go climbing with this person you met?
Yeah, because he's a really good climber.
Wow.
You can't, like, if you're gonna be like a creepy guy who's gonna hurt you and you spend 6 months, 4 years getting that good at climbing, you've earned it. Like, kidnap me, please. And then show me how to do a V7. But that's like, not that much though, I will say. Most of it's like through streaming, mutual admiration, and those types of things. Have you made friends?
Yeah, but all of that was through streaming, like being a content creator. Like everyone here are my friends, but I've only met them because I was a streamer. Can't remember the last time I became friends with anyone that wasn't related in the streaming space.
Go rock climbing.
I don't want to make friends with rock climbers.
They're good people.
I will.
A bit smelly, admittedly, like smashers, but they get it by.
I think my thing is I would want them to kind of know who I am, is the thing.
Why?
Because I have insecurities. And by knowing that they know who I am, I feel more confident in myself.
You can be toast.
Yeah.
Not disguised.
Yes, exactly. Like,
Write that down, Broden.
they will have at least some level of like, this guy's not weird, or like this guy's cool because he's famous or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that can make some sense. I like striking up conversation if I feel like there's a tension to create conversation. Like I'll break that quickly. So like I've come into situations much more frequently recently through rock climbing. Before it was melee, where I will be next to someone who I don't know. And like occasionally I'll strike a conversation and they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm the fucking weirdo. I'm like, all right, whatever. Right. But I can see that. I can get that. To answer your question though, Kira, I would say a community like rock climbing, like melee, or like being a fan of something. Like, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a bunch of people who have created what I will think is lifelong friendships from my community as a viewer. Like they're both viewers. They watch me. They started talking in pre-chat. They hang out a bunch. They get on Discord calls. They play games together. They're like friends now. They're like real friends. And like they won't be friends with my bitch ass, but they'll be friends with each other, and that's tight too. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's definitely hard to make friends especially if you're someone who don't go out or who don't say yes to a lot of things. Like a lot of people ask me to do stuff, and one thing I notice is my default answer is always no. It's like, hey,
Really?
Yeah. Do you want to go drinking?
I'm lucky then. You're asking you something. You're like, for you, Ludwig, anything.
Yeah, for you, Ludwig.
And I read that and I'm like, I don't know if that guy says that to everything. Does he say no to a lot of people?
Yes.
I'm special?
Yeah, you're special.
Let's go. I'm gonna ask you to do hey, want to go rock climbing this week?
No.
Okay, we'll work on it. Maybe next year.
If it's content, I'll do it. That's kind of how like I see social interactions.
Sure.
For some reason.
No, I think that's fair. I don't hang out with streamers offline fully a lot. Like shit camp, obviously, but that's because there was the online aspect.
Right.
If they're like, hey, let's do a weekend getaway, no streams, I still might do it because that sounds kind of fucking fun. But most of the time, like Hassan will be like, dude, let's go out. And it's like, I don't do that. What do you want from me? Okay, I stay inside, relax.
Right.
Okay, I get you think I'm good looking. I'm going to play video games. So I'm with you in that aspect.
Yeah. Streamers don't really hang out just to hang out for the most part. Unless they are like already really close friends or live together, but I don't hit up like anyone outside of the bubble. It's like, hey, do you want to chill? And it sounds nice, but I always feel like it almost feels weird that you're hanging out without any purpose.
Yeah, I think there's like, I like it in a sense because it's like, hey, what's this dude like offline? Like I had a coincidental lunch with Michael. We had both been booked for the same time slot for a podcast because they just screwed it up.
Right.
And I was like, let's just get lunch together. And like, they had had a third guy, and it's like, I'll let him do the 2-hour podcast. We'll get lunch. So we hung out for a couple hours, unplanned. And it was super nice. And it's like, I don't think I would know who Michael is without that. If we had only ever done like stream together, and it was just him going like dig, build, in like whatever Minecraft server we're on.
Right. Yeah. Like Michael's very different from his online persona. Like in person, he's very like articulate, but you would have never known that if you didn't randomly run into him.
Yeah.
So.
And he just says he's allergic to stuff. He just says that.
Yeah.
Like haphazardly. It's not true. He just said like, can't be allergic to the door, Michael. You just ask me to open it if you want.
So yeah, really hard to make friends. Listen to Ludwig. Find some common ground. Or
Community.
Community.
Okay. Otherwise known as tribes. Tribes theory. Look it up. Find your tribe.
And remember that we'll be answering viewer questions every week. Leave your questions in the subreddit thread.
We gotta hit this.
Of course, we can never
Can't miss that, dude.
This is if there's one thing we must hit on every podcast.
Can I leak this? I'm looking at this paper and it says Shang-Chi segment. Okay, I don't go to a lot of Actually, I do go on a lot of podcasts. I go on a podcast every week, sometimes like 5 times, 6 times a month. Never had a Shang-Chi segment,
Right.
so I'm excited. Hit me with it. What's the Shang-Chi segment?
The Shang-Chi segment is.
It's Shang-Chi time, everybody.
Oh yeah, Roden, we're getting a jingle for that, right? The Shang-Chi segment. It's essentially a weekly update about my goal to being Shang-Chi 2.
Oh, okay. Talk to me. What's happened?
Nothing at all.
Okay, why does it say updates then? Can we?
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's not what an update
nothing
is.
happening is also an update in itself.
I wouldn't say that.
It's like, oh, did you start on that project? No. It's like, well, now I know you didn't start on the project yet.
But like, if you had a package you were waiting for, and then FedEx sent you an update, and it's like, we haven't done anything, would you be like, okay, thanks FedEx? You'd be
Well,
like,
you'd be like, you wouldn't have that expectation. That
sure,
something was
okay, yeah, no, it's a good point. Nothing's happened yet.
You've been acting. You've been practicing some acting. We had some
Can you hit me with a line? What role do you see yourself as?
Well, realistically, just an
Shang-Chi
extra.
himself.
No. Well, I knew he needs to be canceled.
Sure.
For that to happen.
Okay.
Which Simu Liu, I'm a big supporter. But if he gets canceled, I'm gunning for his.
Are there
job.
baristas in it? Could you be a barista?
Okay. So what kind of role would you want to play? Because would you want to be like, let's say you got offered a role in a Marvel movie.
You're talking to Bellboy. Okay, you should know. Okay, goddamn, I love a small talking role. I may open a door efficiently. Have a good day, Shang. I call him that. We're close. That'd be like my line. Let's just I'll be Shang-Chi. You'll be a barista. Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Okay. You know what? I'm not sold necessarily. If I was at Starbucks and they said yeah, I'd be like what do you? But we're close. We're getting there. Update of the day. Toast acting skills +1.
We've been doing some skits for our offline TV videos. But that's about all the acting I've done. And we've been trying to get Aquafina on the podcast. She's in Shang-Chi too.
She is in Shang-Chi.
So
I like her.
Last week we said we made contact. And this week the update is they haven't replied yet. And probably won't until 2022.
Well, they replied and said more like 2022.
Oh, okay, perfect.
That's a good update then.
That means they read the message.
That's not a no. Have you tried reaching out to her directly? Does she follow any streamer? I'm going to look if...
I feel like she's too famous for that now, right?
No, she's just a human, all right? Humans like stuff. They don't have to be that, I'm going to check. Does Aquafina follow me? Okay, maybe she likes my
Yeah, let's
subathon.
check out her following list.
Does she have a...
Okay, she's following 950 people.
That's not that much,
The last time she used that account was 2019.
Okay, that's the problem. She's
Yeah,
not. She's an Instagram Andy.
Yeah, is she active on Instagram?
She's just an actress now and not. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, she's big on Insta. 2 milli follows 1,300 people. Yo,
1300. That's a bad sign.
wanna hang out? sometime. Oh, that's a weird. I don't know how to intro this. I'll just say yo. Keep it breezy. All right, I'm gonna try my best, man. I said yo. That's the update of the week. Ludwig involved on the chase to get Toast and Shang-Chi.
Do you have any dreams of being in a movie?
I think so, but my aspirations would be like, let's make a movie. Then, you make a movie, let me tell you, Toast, you're in it.
Okay.
Because you made it.
Would you be like the main character? Because have you seen influencer movies?
Oh, yeah, baby. Logan Paul on that plane.
Right.
Shh, nothing better than that. I would say that's not my goal. And if I felt like I was not capable of fulfilling a role, I would not try to fulfill it. And I'm comfortable not being the main guy, like we talked about. So, but I can still be in it.
Right.
Serving up some coffees or whatever.
You did a good job acting in that Coinbase commercial. I thought that was really well done.
Coinbase?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been fun. We have a few more of those coming. Probably going to do sketches more often 2022 that are all sponsored. So, build a little resume, a little here, a little there. Maybe slight myself or spot myself in a little movie. We'll see. Figure it out. If Among Us came out a year earlier, I'm in Free Guy. That's all I'm saying. All right.
And if you ever make a movie, can I be in it?
100%.
Thank you.
We need a barista. Only one guy for the job.
You're going to give me the barista role.
Well, bellboy's taken.
All right. That wraps it up. Thank you so much, Lud, for coming on this podcast. I really appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
I know you live really far away. And I know that because when you asked me to do, what was it, Mogul Money? And I was like, oh, you told me. This guy told me, oh, yeah, it's in LA. I'm like, oh, I live in LA.
LA County.
Yeah. And I look at the time to travel, it was 1 hour. I'm like, that's...
You want to get someone to do something? You say yo first. They have to reply to yo. Then you tell them what you want. Then they'll reply because they're already there. Then you tell them after they said yes where it is. Okay? It's the 3-step Ludwig plan. Bit of scams here and there. Still worked out great. Great app.
Yeah, it worked.
2.6 mil on YouTube. Can't get mad at that.
Yeah, I can't be mad because you also come that far when we do our shoots. I'm like, look, if he's traveling this far to do our shoots, I can travel the same distance.
We're selfless lovers. So I'd be so good in the MILF house together.
No, I'm going to be the only guy in the MILF house. He can't
Just
be there.
consider.
No. There's only room for one dude. All right. Thank you all so much for watching. Please check out Ludwig's content. You guys can find him on YouTube, Ludwig. Twitch, Ludwig. It's all Ludwigs, right?
Just Ludwig, yeah.
Just Ludwig.
There's not that many Ludwigs to compete with.
Not at all. Beethoven Ludwig?
He dropped a new track recently, so that's kind of biting my flow.
Yeah,
but
it's going to hurt that SEO, huh?
it hurts it a bit, but I'm vibing out here.
Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next week. Bye, everyone. This is probably going to torpedo any chance of Taylor Swift ever coming on the podcast. I'm really sorry. If we're ever friends with her in the future, for sure a fan's going to link it to her on Twitter and say, hey,
You ruined my chances of meeting Taylor Swift, I swear to God.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 6th episode of the Offline TV podcast. I am your host, Disguised Toast. And I keep saying that I'm the host. I'm not sure if that's the case. Maybe one day someone else will be the host. But for now, I'm the host, and it rhymes with toast. Okay, Yvonne, welcome. The very lovely Yvonne, house manager of Offline TV, content creator, vlogger extraordinaire. How are you?
Okay. I'm good. Thank you. Isn't there a part after that?
No, this is the part where I ask how you are, and you give me a response that's more than just good.
I'm great.
Okay, moving on then. Today's podcast, first ever sponsor for our podcast.
Ooh, let's go.
Today's podcast is sponsored by Notion. Woo! Thank you, Notion, for being our first podcast sponsor. This is how you know we made it to the big times. Is when we have a podcast sponsor. It never happened before, so thank you very much. I will explain what it is later, but for now, just keep that brand in mind. Thank you. So Yvonne, let's talk about you because you're a streamer, you're a vlogger, but your journey to becoming this is a little different from everyone else's, right?
Oh yeah, I guess so. It just started with joining OTV, I guess. That started out. Oh well.
Let's go even further,
Even further back, I
behind that.
guess,
Okay,
yeah.
when did you first learn about? You got in through League of Legends, right? When did that? How did that start?
Me and my friends were at like a random. Well, me and my friends were visiting Vancouver. A bunch of them wanted to do outdoor, real life stuff, crazy, right? They wanted to go on this boating thing or whatever. I didn't really want to go. Surprise as well. With two of my other friends, and then we decided to go to this place called eSpot. It's like this net cafe in Richmond or something like that. And then that was where my friends already played League, but I never played, and it was already installed on the computer. So I was like, you know what, I'll try it. And I remember it was a bot game. I was Annie, and I fed my ass off to the Cho'Gath bot, and he just like annihilated my entire team. And yeah, that was my first League of Legends game. And then I went back and then I downloaded it and then got super addicted.
So how many years was that?
That was season 2.
Season 2. League of Legends been around 11 years now? So
12 or 13, isn't
12.
it?
Oh, wow. So that's like 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's a decade ago.
10 years ago, that's 2010. It sounds crazy because when you hear 2010, you're like, oh, that's not that far ago.
Yeah,
2010, yeah, that was just a couple of years ago. And then you realize that was more than a decade ago.
Yeah.
So you started playing around 19 years old then, 10 years ago, trying out League of Legends. You got into it, started playing at home. Did you play with your friends?
Yeah, I played with my friends. We had like LAN parties at my house all the time. Everyone would bring over the laptops and just at my dining room table, we just played all night. And then we just eat food and do whatever. But they were like my badminton group. So I played badminton for like 7 years, I think. And then, yeah, so we just had a group of friends that did stuff together.
And in League of Legends, there's 5 roles. And one role is called the support, where you support the rest of the 4 players. Is that the role you played?
My first early champions were like Caitlyn and MF, I think. And then afterwards, I didn't know the game that well. I think my friends were trying to be like, hey, like learn a last hit and stuff like that. And I was like, I only played like MapleStory and Neopets prior to this, or like Gunbound. So I was really bad. And then so I started learning Sona, and they're like, okay, cool. Like you could be somewhat useful as Sona. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll play support. I play support to like learn the game. And then when I got to learn the game better, it's just like from then on, you kind of decide like what you want to play. So
They forced you to play support essentially.
Well, I felt bad. I was more like, oh, I don't want to drag you guys down. Like, I think support is like less impactful. Sorry to support means nothing. But like that at the time, you know, that was old League, and I was like, you know, so I just mashed my fingers into the keyboard and I could play sick.
Please don't hit the table.
Oh.
It shakes the mic.
Oh.
Do you find that a lot of girls, when they first start out, are relegated to the support role?
Yeah, I think a lot of girls, first off, and now it's probably different, but they weren't really introduced to gaming. I remember like growing up, I never got a console or anything. I had to beg for my consoles, but I got dolls like really easily. My parents just got me like Barbies, Sailor Moon dolls, whatever the heck. I had to beg my parents for a PS1 because I wanted to play DDR, and I told them I would exercise every day, and I did not. I did for like the beginning, and then afterwards, like, you know, you just step on it. My mom's like, hey, jump. And I was like, okay, I'll jump when I played it. But that was it. And back then, we only talked about like burning CDs.
Yeah, burning CDs.
Yeah,
You're
so-
really showing your age with that one.
Hey!
All the Zoomer kids listening, like, you guys burn CDs?
Yeah, we just light them on fire. No, but so my parents were also really cheap, and they didn't want to buy me any games. So then, like, our family friend had all the games because his parents bought it for them. So he would burn me like Rampage, Dragon Ball Z, and stuff for me to use on my PS1. So that's how I got some of my games. But see, you're not really given games. I feel me or my cousins who are girls as well, like, didn't really get games. So now I feel like it's going to be different. There's going to be girls growing up cracked at games because they've been like playing it since they're little. But yeah, so I think that's kind of where kind of like you might be years behind. But and also support is kind of like a nurturing role at times, which is kind of
Kind of what? No, go ahead.
Okay.
Supports a nurturing role,
It's
which
like
is kind of.
Oh, it's just like something that I feel like some girls just naturally have. You know, you just want to like nurture and support and like have other people shine, and you know.
Yes, it's okay for you. If I said that, I'd be in trouble. But it's
Oh,
okay
yeah.
for you to say. It. So you playing League? What happened? You know, how did you get to this point? Who did you meet someone?
yeah.
Did you like start getting like cued into certain people? What was the next step there?
So I played League a lot. Ended up playing against these people in normals who basically tried to farm girls in League. They would see someone with like a girl name, sort of username, and they would add them after the game. And somehow me and Celine got like recruited in this group of boys who just did that. We didn't know at the time, okay? This is hindsight. But like at the time I was like, oh, they're pretty nice. They're inviting us to games. Like, oh, we're friends. No. So
it was like a group of e-boys, as they say?
basically, yes.
And what were they hoping to get farming these girls who play League? Like
I
a
would think a
girlfriend?
girlfriend, but I honestly don't know. I think they just were having fun with it, boys being boys or whatever it is. And yeah, so me and Celine actually met off of that. And then we became, like, we weren't super close, but we were fairly good friends, like, throughout. Always, like, kind of check in with each other here and there, play games again with each other here and there, depending on, like, friend groups and stuff. And I think I was just streaming and trying to see maybe where it would go. And I was still spamming League, playing games, doing whatever. And then Celine was like, oh, so Iman, like Pokey's looking for an assistant if you want to maybe see if it could go anywhere and stuff like that. And then so I talked to Iman, started working with her for a while, actually. I want to say maybe it was like a year and a half or so, and joined OTV probably like 6 months after I started working with her to house manage and everything. And yeah, I guess the timeline from there is, oh my God, it feels like we're gonna have to go all the way back, but I feel like that's the starting of where like people probably started to see me around more and stuff.
Got it. And when did you start working for Pokey? How many years ago was that? 5, 6?
Ooh, that was 28, sometime in 2017, I started working for her. And then I want to say maybe around 2019, I stopped. So it was probably like a year and a half, like somewhere around that time.
Well, you're aware of what OTV was when you started working with her?
Sort of, but not really. So I knew her because I was working with her, obviously.
Right.
I knew you through Hearthstone, but not that much. I didn't watch your stuff really.
Wait, so you've heard of me first through Hearthstone, not through like OTV?
Yeah, not through OTV. I didn't really know, I think, what OTV was.
So what did you hear when you heard the name Disguised Toast? Like, where did you even hear that?
I don't even remember, I'll be honest.
You just, okay.
I watched one I watched one YouTube video that I thought was hilarious. It was you and Lily playing Hearthstone together. And I remember this one specific part always. I think I told you this before, but it was like when you told her to hit face with something and then she accidentally hit her face with like ice bolt or something like that. And you're like, sorry, I should have clarified. I meant their face. And then, yeah, so I really like that video. But that was it. And then I saw like Lily's stuff sprinkled throughout like the years from League things or maybe her YouTube videos here and there, like her little comics, animation drawings. Skara is Skara. And I think that was about it, right?
Yeah.
Who joined first, Toast or Yvonne?
Who joined first? Toast.
Yeah. You should know that, Broden.
I did not know that.
Wait, so you didn't know how much did Broden know about OTV before he joined? How about that
Yeah,
one?
Broden. When did we first meet?
The time that I remember most is that like BlizzCon thing.
The very first?
I feel like we probably met before that though.
Yeah, because I remember Travis came over to the first. Were you there when he came over and interviewed us at our house?
For the Christmas thing? Yeah.
Oh, okay. We probably met there, but I didn't.
Maybe we met there, yeah.
I didn't like acknowledge you because you were just the help. But yeah, I met Broden at BlizzCon. That was That was a while ago.
BlizzCon. I remember Toast telling us to go to BlizzCon and how sick it would be. Oh my God, guys, we're going to get a hotel room. It's going to be so fun. All 8 of us together in a hotel room. How about that, huh? Oh, and we have to delegate who sleeps on the floor and everything. Yeah, it was sick. It was sick. And
Look,
BlizzCon.
getting to BlizzCon and the hotel was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
The event itself was terrible.
Yeah, it was so sad because my entire life, like when I first started playing games too, it was like I played StarCraft 2, played Diablo, played Hearthstone. I was like, I want to go to BlizzCon one day. I was so excited when Toast was like, you want to go BlizzCon? I was like, yeah, I want to go BlizzCon. And we get there and I was like, this is it?
Yeah, Blizzard has really fallen off. I kind of lost the privilege of organizing events after that. And recently I lost the privilege of picking movies. Because what movie did we watch, Yvonne?
I don't remember. I repressed it. It's like, I don't want to remember it ever again. I remember this one specific scene.
Was this because of me? Was this that one?
It was that one specific scene that we all know what it is. Fuck, what movie was it?
Broden, what movie am I talking about?
The Green Knight.
And why did I recommend it to the entire house?
Because I asked Toast if he wanted to see it, but then I never saw it.
You! So it was you!
Look.
You let us frame Toast?
It had an 88% on Rotten Tomatoes from the critics. And then I look at the audience score and it was like 50%.
I'm surprised it wasn't 20.
So there's one scene that you remember from that entire movie. Everything else is just boring.
Yeah.
One scene. What scene is that?
Can I just say it?
You can say it.
But we have a sponsor on this video, right? Does it matter?
Look, I'm sure a sponsor would be okay with it.
So you see, I don't think I've ever seen this in a movie, but they actually showed this guy like his cum on. And I cannot believe, I was just like, I'm sorry, what is that?
It's a very gratuitous shot. And he's not even having sex or like, masturbating.
Yeah.
He just got, I think, excited or something. And then he jizzed all over his hand. And normally, in most movies, in all the movies I've watched, they imply it's like the guy just goes, oh, and then you get the idea. But this director, genius that he is, said he's going to do something different and just shows the whole thing, all of it on his hand. And it looks so realistic, too.
Yeah, they did a good job.
Yeah, they did a great job. I looked at that and was like, yep, that's cum.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
sick movies.
yeah, I won't be picking any movies anytime soon, but I would like to make it known that Broden was the one who baited me into picking that.
Yeah.
You can scapegoat me for that.
And you got blamed for it.
But so you started working with Pokemon, and then you joined offline TV, and now you stream, you vlog. What's that transition been like?
It's before it was very chill. It was just like, oh, whenever I have so much downtime to do other things too, then I'll stream or do other things. I guess now it's starting to become more of like an actual job for me. So it's very different, like how you think in terms of. Okay, it sometimes makes my brain boom because I don't really want to think about how to do content and things like that, etc. I kind of just want to play games, and I like vlogging, and that's like the two things that I currently like. So vlogging has been really nice because it's been something that's not gaming, but allows me to express myself kind of creatively in my own way, and it's also so nice that it's like documenting really good memories or times with friends. Like I always look back at the vlogs just to see like the times that like we had, and I just laugh to myself in front of my computer and everything. But it's really cute, and I like it. So yeah.
So you've been Offline TV's house manager for three years now.
Since
3 years.
2018.
Yeah.
So yeah.
3 years.
Yeah.
So, what is it like managing a house of streamers? A house of streamers that do their own thing, don't really answer any messages, just focus on streaming, and you're trying to like organize things, clean things up. What's that experience been like?
it's like chasing people every day. That's a, I don't know how else to kind of describe it, except I tried to put things on 3 different platforms. So I used to have a whiteboard where I would write stuff on too. And then we have our Google Calendar, and then we have Discord. But somehow, some people manage to dodge all 3 things, even when it's in our living room, online, and in person sometimes. So like, hey, actually the easiest way is just to catch them in person and be like, by the way, this is happening. But yeah, it's been mostly pretty much like that, I'd say. I don't know how else to put it. But I remember Scar telling me he was talking to his brother, and then his brother was asking like, how do you manage or keep up with things? And then Scar was kind of like, well, it's mainly just Yvonne. Like, she just tells me everything like that. I don't have a calendar or anything really that I use. I'm like, yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, does it get tiring chasing everyone down?
Sometimes it's not. I don't know if it's tiring. It's more of like, I think I just know maybe after being with everyone for so long how things are. Maybe it will get more tiring later, but I feel right now it's not anything too crazy yet.
All right. Well, about future aspirations. So right now you're vlogging. Your vlogs do really well. Everyone loves watching your vlogs. Is that something you want to lean more into?
I don't know about leaning more into. I feel like it's just something that I actually didn't think about what I want to do with my vlogs except for make them comfy or how to make them comfier. That's what I've been thinking about lately.
And what have you come up with? How do you make your vlogs comfier, Yvonne?
I don't know. I watch like old YouTubers that I used to watch back then, how they vlog and stuff. But theirs is on the whole other spectrum of calm, comfortable, like cozy. They have shots of them just vacuuming, and that's their shot. They're vacuuming, they're washing dishes, they're doing complete daily living, whatever stuff. And I'm out here like kind of a bit more chaotic, but at times I also do like the simple, just sitting and chatting or just having a very short bit where it just feels more chill. So I kind of been thinking about doing stuff like that, adding stuff like that more lately. But
speaking of old YouTubers, I think out of everyone in the house, you probably watch the most of the old YouTubers.
yeah.
I know this because when we first got linked with Mr. Ryan Higa, YouTube legend extraordinaire, you were a huge fan and you were fangirling.
I hate you.
You were fangirling.
Stop! I was not.
And kind of embarrassing.
You're embarrassing me right now.
I did not make you fangirl over Ryan Higa.
I was not fangirling. I was just saying, oh my God, it's Ryan Scar. You have to play Valorant with him. That's all I said.
That's really
And maybe if there's room, you can invite me.
You know the phrase "act like you belong"? You were not acting like you belong. You acted like someone who didn't belong with the elites of Ryan Higa.
Yeah, but now it's like, it's Ryan, you can't see them the same way. I mean, not like that, but it's just like.
Yeah, when you first interacted with him, were you like, oh wow, this is Ryan Higa? Like, this is really cool.
I thought it was cool and everything, but it's kind of weird. I can't really put people on that high of a pedestal anymore, just because knowing how people can be different or behind the scenes, like not really what they come forth, is something that even if I were to meet Taylor Swift, I think I'd be really freaking excited, but I wouldn't expect her to be this perfect human being. So my expectations of people have definitely gone down, even if I like their craft.
How many guys have Taylor Swift dated? You're a huge Swiftie, right?
I don't know. I don't want to count.
I had this discussion with a friend the other day, and we were going through. It was because it was a new Marvel movie, The Eternals, and Harry Styles. Is it Harry Styles?
He's in it.
He's in Eternals.
Harry Styles?
Pull it up, Broden. Marvel Eternals, Harry Styles. I'm pretty sure he's in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
He has a cameo.
He has a cameo. And this came up because people were tweeting about how Taylor Swift can't really watch Marvel movies.
Yeah.
Because it has Harry Styles, who she dated, Jake Gyllenhaal in Spider-Man, which she dated, and Tom Hiddleston,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
which she dated. So I think that's 3. There might be one more. And then I looked at her history of dating out of curiosity, and each of her relationship lasts. This is probably going to torpedo any chance of Taylor Swift ever coming on the podcast. I'm really sorry. If we're ever friends with her in the future, for sure a fan's gonna link it to her on Twitter and say, hey, you know.
You ruined my chances of meeting Taylor Swift. I swear to God.
But there's nothing wrong with dating people.
Yeah.
For the record. Guys do it
also-
a lot, you know?
I think celebrity dating is can be very fickle or very I don't know what it is. But yeah, a lot of her relationships weren't very long. They're all like 3 months ish or kind of.
Yeah, but I'm always
Yeah.
curious like how these relationships
Yeah.
happen, because with most celebrities, they generally keep it pretty low key.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of celebrities dated even more people than Taylor Swift. We just
Yeah.
don't know about it.
Yeah.
But because it's all so publicized,
Mm-hmm.
it makes you think like, how does it happen so often?
Yeah, I don't know. She's.
Do you think the guys are hitting her up is like, yo, Taylor, heard you're single, you want to date and like be public
I'm
about
sure
it?
there are. Like, okay.
You
there's-
think, okay, so this is my thing. This is Jake Gyllenhaal, like Tom Hiddleston.
Yeah, but she's
Harry
also
Styles.
Taylor Swift.
And she is Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
But is the common thread here all the guys, or is the common thread Taylor Swift?
Let me tell you, Tessin, a girl is single, okay? There's something that opens. It's called the window of opportunity. And this window is open for a very limited period of time until the next guy comes and he's like, oh, sick, open window. I'm going to try to hop
But
in.
but this is like Jake Gyllenhaal. Do you think Jake Gyllenhaal
I don't.
is like, oh my God, Taylor Swift is single? Let me get in there.
I mean, I'm sure there's like events and stuff that people meet through, and DM or anything like that is like that. But I'm just saying, like, a lot of girls will surprisingly have a lot of people go after them when people find out that they're single. It's just like, just this window. It's like so short. You gotta just seize the opportunity or the time.
Do most girls have a table of exes though?
Okay, that is different, for sure. But just it's pretty common.
Do you think Taylor's the one initiating the majority of these relationships, or do you think it's the guys initiating?
I don't know. I'm not the
You're a huge Taylor Swift fan. I had this long ass discussion.
I am, but I'm not gonna know who initiated what. I don't know Jake Gyllenhaal or Taylor
Joe
Swift.
Jonas, Taylor Lautner, John
Yeah.
Mayer.
Okay,
Jake
well, Taylor
Gyllenhaal,
Lautner
Harry
and
Styles.
her were in a movie together,
And they met.
and they met on set.
Do you
like, the
think he
movies.
started flirting with her, or she started flirting with him?
I don't know, but sources say he was like super in love with her, but she was kind of not feeling it as much, and then so yeah, she wrote the song "Back to December."
But
About
but
it.
she's the one who wasn't feeling it so much, right?
Yeah, but she kind of like regretted it later because she was saying, or in the song, she describes how good he was to her. What? Why are you stunned? What is this?
Do you think she initiates most of these breakups, or is the guy? Because it's like, oh, you're dating Taylor Swift. You're not gonna just break up with her.
I mean, I think some people do. Like Joe Jonas.
All these
broke up
guys,
with
all
her.
these super famous guys. Oh God, I sound like an incel. I'm a huge Taylor Swift fan, but I'm just very curious about how like her celebrity dating life occur.
I think it's very on and off. Probably just like, oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's break up. And it's like, oh well, okay, well, how are you doing and stuff? And then get back together, break up.
But she
back
don't
together.
get back with people. She has a
She writes a song about it.
she writes a
Yeah.
song about it and then goes out, like has a new guy like in 3 months.
Yeah, she talks about how like Tom Hiddleston thing is actually like a rebound off Calvin Harris.
Wait, she said that?
She wrote a song called Getaway Car, and it's clearly about Tom Hiddleston and how he was the rebound.
Do you think she gets in relationships for inspiration for her songs?
I don't think she does it for inspo, but because she's in a fair amount, she definitely has inspiration from it, which is fine.
Do you
Sick
think that-
bangers.
Are there Swiftie stands? Are they a thing?
Yeah, for sure. There's people
Fuck.
who love her.
No. Look, I love Taylor Swift. I love You Belong With Me. I will recite the entire lyrics to prove that I love Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I get curious about her dating life.
Yes, yes. Well, she's been dating this guy now for the past like 3-4 years now.
Wow.
So it might just have been just
A
bunch of
a string of bad guys,
Yeah.
who didn't appreciate her for.
I mean, she started when she was super young, like 16
true.
in the industry. so
Getting
it's
into
like-
that celebrity life, and Joe Jonas hits you up, hey, Taylor Swift,
Yeah.
you want a date? You're gonna be like, yeah,
God.
and then turns out he's not such a great guy, huh?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe who knows. What if Joe Jonas one day comes to our
How do we get on
podcast
to
every
Taylor
day?
Swift?
Can we get Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
I'm sorry we talked about your dating life, but I'm a huge fan.
Well, maybe she can come and clarify.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Taylor Swift. I am very curious, and I love her song "The Man" because of the gender role reversal, where she does a lot of things as a woman, and everyone's calling her a bitch, but at the end it's revealed, oh, she's actually no, she does a lot of things as a man. Everyone was calling her, oh, what a boss.
Yeah.
But then it's revealed it's a woman. It's like everyone's, oh, that's kind of a bitchy thing to do. And she was showcasing how, sexism is very rampant. And I support that message.
Yeah. And everything.
Speaking of Taylor Swift, which means we talked about Harry Styles, which means he was in Eternals, which is a Marvel movie. And what else is a Marvel movie? Our favorite segment of the podcast, the Shang-Chi update. Welcome. I'm Disguised Toast, and this is the Shang-Chi update of the week,
What is the Shang-Chi update?
where I talk about my dream of being in Shang-Chi 2 and any updates since last week.
Hasn't it? It's just been like a couple weeks, You got
Yeah.
progress. You went to auditions. You talked.
Well, we know a person who knows a person who got in contact with the publicist of
Oh.
Aquafina. And they said, we'll let you know. Look, it's getting there, all right?
Oh my God.
But Yvonne, you actually know a lot of these older Asian YouTubers. Not
Yeah.
like Ryan Higa, I would say it's more like international appeal. Like he's not really leaning that far into the Asian stuff.
Yeah.
But you watch like Wong Fu, right? And who else did you watch when you were growing up?
Watch Wong Fu, Whaley. I don't know. I can't recall, but just people
Kev
in that
Jumba?
sphere, kind of. I actually
Oh.
didn't watch that much Kev Jumba. Oh, but I did watch like his videos that popped off. Yeah.
He started
Smosh.
streaming on Twitch.
Oh, I saw he plays like Valorant and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just watched whatever came up on my feed basically back then. But I did like Wong Fu a lot, Ryan, and Whaley the most, I think, out of all those.
That's good because some of them knows the people in Shang-Chi. And you're the person in the house that's always trying to get us to go and meet new people.
Yes, I would love to meet new people. I feel like we're so in our bubble sometimes, and sometimes it's just nice to just, meet people from YouTube or just something different to kind of inspire things.
Do you feel like you're this generation's Wong Fu?
You kept saying that before. You're like, we're like modern Wong Fu or something
Okay,
like
see,
that.
now that you said that, they're gonna see this podcast and gonna think I'm talking shit. I'm not talking shit.
He's not. Because Wong Fu back then was like, it was inspirational for a lot of Asian Americans and stuff like that. It's just like, wow, the skits are so funny. You just enjoy them and you just want to support them and everything like that. And I think a lot of people probably feel the same towards us. Like, you just watch us play games, like, oh, they're funny, and you want to just like watching their content. But yeah, so I think it is similar in that sense, like maybe in the gaming space or Twitch, kind of more Zoomer type of era, I guess.
Do you want to meet these old Asian YouTubers? By old, I mean like older. Do you have any? Because you're always talking about like, let's go, to their bubble tea store or like
I did go. It was great.
Did you meet anyone from that YouTube channel?
No.
They just own the store.
Yeah. Like, I just went to the cafe. We
Okay.
were just in 626 area for that day, and I was like, I want to try out their food because I see that it's just on social media and stuff. So then it was really good. Their popcorn chicken, super good.
Have
But yes.
you met anyone from Wong Fu yet?
No, not from one specifically. Oh, but I have met one of their employees. Yeah.
That's not the same thing.
Oh, well, she's like in their content and stuff sometimes.
Do you
so.
think they know who we are?
I have no idea.
Okay, now's the perfect time for you to shout out how big of a fan you are and how you would love to do stuff with them.
Toast, why are you putting me on the spot
I'm
like
not
this?
putting you on the spot.
You're putting me on the
You're always
spot.
talking about like hanging out with new people, and
yes,
you mentioned.
Yes, I love hanging out with new people.
Okay, well, if you're listening or watching Wang Fu People, Yvonne of OTV is a huge fan. She talks about you guys nonstop, and if
I
you
do
guys want to
not.
hang out,
Not
you
in
know,
a bad
eat some
way. But
popcorn
it's
chicken.
not weird or anything. That is not. Why are you doing this to me?
This is what you did with Ryan, okay?
It's not what I did with
you
Ryan.
guys are best friends now.
It's not what I did with
I'm
any
sorry,
of these people,
we
actually.
need
You were
to
quite
do the
exaggerating
sponsor
it all.
read. Yvonne, please calm yourself.
I hate him.
So now a quick word from our first ever sponsor, Notion. Thank you for the introduction of the Toast. Hi everyone, this is Disguised Toast, here to tell you all about our sponsor, Notion today. Notion is an all-in-one organizational tool that we use here at Offline TV to keep track of all the cool stuff we're doing. If you want to keep track of anything, and I mean anything, you want to keep track of your work, your homework, your calories, your payroll, anything you want to keep track of, Notion is the tool for you. It's good for people like me who don't have my life together. It is actually falling apart, and this is a cry for help. But thanks to Notion, I'm able to keep everything together. So I know when I have games coming up. Among Us Lobby tomorrow at 7 p.m., it's on my Notion. Meeting with cute girl, never, it's on my Notion. So, if you want to keep your life together and keep track of everything going on, then download Notion today. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that little ad read and show them support for, taking a chance on a small fledgling podcast like ours. Any support we can get, we really appreciate. So thank you, Notion. So hang on. On the channel line goes on. We're talking about that. Who's editing? Max editing? Max cut all that out. Apparently, people don't like it when I hard transition, so I need to do a soft transition now.
What the hell is that? We should put that in. And then this is the soft transition because you're letting people know you're transitioning.
No, the thing with podcast listening, you can leave this part in. People don't like it when it feels like the person leading the pack doesn't know what they're doing. So I don't know what I'm doing, but I can't let them know I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm kind of just winging it.
Yeah.
But if I clearly say, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, they're going to be like, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing. I'm going to start questioning his competency. It's like if you're in a plane, a pilot's like, I guess we might be landing soon.
Yeah. But this is a podcast.
It's the same thing. We are on a plane of entertainment.
Okay.
And the audience are all passengers, and I'm the
Yes.
pilot, and you're my co-pilot.
I'd be the worst pilot ever.
Well, that's bad because your pilot is incompetent, and he's just winging it, and he needs his co-pilot.
Yeah, and I'm just right there winging it with you. Just like the random, where are these thoughts coming from? Yeah, that's gonna be this. Sorry, I'm not making it easier, huh? See, this is what I mean. We're not gonna be able to steer the plane. Actually, well, he can, but
All right, speaking of steering, one thing we have in common is that neither of us drive.
that
that true?
is.
I've never seen you driven once in my entire life.
I drove when I first moved down here, and then I realized it was impossible because LA traffic and everything driving
What
sucks.
did you drive?
I drove Sean's like old Passat that had peeling paint on the top of the car. It was sick. Yeah, but that was I drove that for maybe like 2 months and then I gave up. And also, I don't know who wrote Toast and Yvonne both don't drive. I do drive. I have my license. I've been driving since I was 18.
Can you say you drive when you haven't driven in the last 6 years?
Well, I drove a car the other day.
Where? Wait, do you have a valid license?
I do. I have a California license. I passed the test.
When did you get it?
Like a year or two ago.
It's like a full driver's license?
Do you want to see it? You want to see it?
I believe you.
I have it. Well, you keep asking when I said I had it already.
So recently, I've been looking into like getting driver's license, and I realized it's almost too easy.
Oh yeah, if you see the people on the road, you wonder how they have their licenses.
Like, what I hear is that what people would do to pass their driver's license is they would take an Uber to like a very small town that has zero traffic, do the driving test there, pass, and then now they have the right to drive this 1-ton vehicle on the road.
Yeah. Just know when I took my license, it was in the heart of LA, not a small town, right there where tons of traffic was. Actual skill.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So it amazes me that anyone could just essentially cheat the system.
Yeah.
And be like, well, here you go. Here's your man killer.
They could also just take the test multiple times, fail every time, and just be like, okay, well, I passed like the third or fourth time.
Yeah.
Because it's the same, they just need to learn the route. And if they fail at something, then they change it for the next time, and that's it. And
That's
just do it
scary
over.
because I don't drive because I fear like I don't think I'm competent enough to drive.
No, trust me. If my mom can drive, you can drive.
But that is very scary to know that there are people out there driving. Because when you look out, it's like the majority of the population drives.
yeah.
And I would say I'm a pretty like competent person in most fields of
Yes.
my life. And even I don't feel confident enough to like operate a moving vehicle. It's like, cause you ever had those intrusive thoughts? It's like, what if I just slam on the gas? I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
But like, what if I just slam on the gas? I could literally kill
Yes,
people.
you could. Everyone has the machine that is capable
Yeah.
of killing
Anyone
someone.
could be like, 90-degree turn, 10 deaths.
Yeah.
No one would ever do it, but there's nothing keeping you from doing that. You
Yes.
could just do that, right?
Okay, let's not give people the ideas here.
It's like, yeah, I heard this guy talking on the podcast and he gave me some real good ideas.
People
Yeah,
are literally
but-
driving, listening to this right now.
Do it, man. Don't. That's called an intrusive thought.
Yes,
Podcast
yes.
listener driving their man killer cars right now. Just stay on the road.
Just know there are tons of people who are worse, way worse at driving than you will be out there. And also, it depends on where you drive. I think driving in LA gives me slight anxiety. I wasn't used to it because driving in Canada, there's way less people. Like California has the population of all of Canada. So when I'm on the freeway here, I get kind of scared because there's a lot of cars and you have to like change lanes. And
Oh,
cut
the idea
people.
of like a highway is so scary because it's like
Yeah.
everyone's driving at 80 miles per hour. You can't stop
Yeah.
because the car behind you is driving 80 miles per hour.
He's
The
going-
car in front of you,
are
you
driving
have.
on the highway.
Oh God! And the listeners like, oh God, he's right. I do have to drive at this speed.
Yeah. So LA, not fun at all. There's so many left turns or awkward turns. We have to wait for two sides of traffic to go through, and you're just like, it's impossible. But other places, a lot easier to drive. So you could totally drive. It's not hard. Driving is not the hard part.
God, it's so much responsibility. One thing I also hate is a lot of the signs like no left turn, but underneath is like except between 5 a.m. and Sunday 9 p.m. and like 1 a.m. on a Tuesday maybe sometimes if
That's
the
it.
weather's nice. And like there's so much signs like this and you're supposed to like be able to read them. And you're trying to turn left and then there's a sign that says, yeah, you can turn left except not on this. So you have to do fucking math in your head.
Yeah.
Check your phone. Is it 5 p.m.? Can I turn left right now?
They have that for parking too. So parking, sometimes they have free parking, and then underneath it's like 4 different signs under, and then you have to kind of solve like a millennium puzzle
Yeah,
to see
it's
if
like-
you could park during that time.
It's like a logic puzzle where it's like you can park this but not here, but only when this.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you just
It's so complicated.
say fuck it. Just say fuck it. Just 5 minutes, fine. I'll just park there 5 minutes. I got a lot of parking tickets when I was in university because I never wanted to walk super far to the lot, and I always tried to park where the teachers or other places parked. And my ex-boyfriend would yell at me, and I would cry every time I got a parking ticket.
You would cry because of the parking ticket, or did your boyfriend yell at
And my
you?
boyfriend yelled at me.
He yelled
I don't
at
know
you?
why. He yelled at me a lot for certain things. Like I took a shot at a party once, and he yelled at me because I didn't normally drink. But like,
Was
you
it
know,
in front of people?
It was just with our friends. It was like a New Year's thing, and it was just like, I don't normally drink. I didn't even swear back then. I just took a shot, and he's like, what are you gonna do now? Are you gonna party all the time? You gonna do blah blah blah? And I was like, no, this is just one drink with friends.
That sounds like emotional abuse.
Now that I think back to it, maybe I don't know what entirely specifies that, but he definitely got mad for getting a parking ticket and other random things, I guess. He's kind of like, why are you parking there when you know you shouldn't be, and like all this kind of stuff. And then it made me scared to do things, or like walking around eggshells, you know?
Oh yeah, I get that comment a lot sometimes.
Eh.
Like, oh, I feel like I have to walk on eggshells around you. But maybe if people weren't so, Anyway.
You don't think it's a self-reflective thing, maybe, versus like maybe if other people didn't do X, Y, Z.
Oh, that brings up a good point, because whenever I see recently there's something involving like content creators, and his ex-girlfriend came out and said like he was a terrible boyfriend and did some really shitty things. Relationship drama as content creator is always very interesting to see, because I think everyone has been in shitty relationships, right?
Yeah.
Have you been in one?
Yeah. For 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah.
And what was the straw that broke the camel's back?
Gosh, I think it was at the end. I think I remember having dinner with him, and we were sort of talking, but not really. And I realized I didn't really have that much in common with him, or I didn't know how. We weren't conversating. We were just eating our dinner, and I was thinking, is this someone that I'm going to spend the rest of my life with? We're just going to have to do a lot of these dinners where we just eat in like semi-silence, occasionally talk about like what league or cars or something. He's really into cars. And also I felt like he wasn't someone who's really open to things. Like I would think I wanted to go to Japan or visit other things, and he's like, I hate traveling. And so he wasn't very open to a lot of things, and it made me think in life for later on, would I want that? And I guess I thought no, but the way we ended was very abrupt. It was very, I actually broke up with him, and then a month later we got back together.
Classic.
Yeah, I was or it was because like we broke up, and then I went clubbing with my friends and stuff, and there were so many shitty guys that I encountered during that time that I was traumatized. And I was thinking like, wow, maybe he's actually a really good guy. No, I was just traumatized by shittier guys. But anyway, I called him or messaged him one night. I just said like I missed him, and then we'd start talking, and then we got back together. Biggest mistake ever. Do not do that if you broke up for a reason, because when you get back together, you remember why you guys broke up in the first place.
How long did that last?
Maybe like 1 or 2, maybe I want to say 1 to 3 months. I don't remember. It's all a blur back then, because I was like probably 6-7 years ago. But yeah, the last straw was kind of, I don't even know if there was. It was kind of weird that we had nothing sparking it. I was just in the car. We were on our way to dinner, and I just said, I think like I want to break up. And then we got to the dinner place, and he parked his car, and he's like, okay, you want to go back then? I was like, yeah. We drove back to his house.
Wow.
And I drove home. And that was it. I don't even know if he knows why we broke up, but that was literally the last time we talked.
You couldn't wait until after dinner?
I was in the car. I was thinking, I'm not going to sit through the whole dinner. I mean, I don't know.
You can't sit through.
Maybe.
This is pretty good pasta. And then after you get home,
I don't know why I thought that. It was very random, but...
How was the drive back?
I think we were just in silence.
Oh, wow.
I can't remember, but honestly, it was okay. I think I liked him for so long, and I did so many things revolving around him. I went to every hockey game that he played at. I picked him up all the time. I tried to hang out with him all the time. And when I kind of got into league, actually, and other things, I kind of stopped doing that. And I was like, I kind of like doing my own thing. Because before, I felt like I was always the one who was like, hey, let's hang out. Let's do something. It always felt like I was the one who was wanting to do those things. So then finally it felt like I didn't have to bother him all the time. I had my own thing going on. And then he was like, well, I missed when you used to come to my hockey games. You don't come anymore. You used to hang out with my family all the time and everything like that. I was so close to his family. I hung out with them even when he wasn't there. And so I stopped doing a lot of those things because I started doing my own stuff, and I was fine with that. And then I guess I realized I kind of fell out of it because I wanted him for so long, but it didn't feel like he wanted me back the same way. And so maybe that's how it kind of fell out.
It's really sad.
Yeah, but honestly, it's for the better because
It's for the
we
best.
were.
Not compatible.
It was our first relationship, both of our first relationships, and when we were high school sweethearts and everything. So we really wanted to make it work. And I think you just don't know how to break up, or you just stay in a relationship for so long because it's your first and you want to work so badly. But yeah, it just we definitely, after I think our 4th or 5th year, we should have just broken up. But it lasted. It got dragged
7
on, like,
years.
7
Wow.
years.
A long time to spend with someone.
Yes, the prime years of my life that I just wasted away. God damn it. I wish we just cut it at 4 or 5. It would have been better. Perfect. Just do that.
I hope he doesn't watch this podcast.
I remember for a period of time I was kind of bitter. And I was like, you know what? I hope I show up on your YouTube recommended because he blocked me on things. And I was like, yeah. Well, I hope he plays League or like other things.
I mean, he definitely knows what you're doing now. Don't give him a
yeah,
shout
I
out.
think he knows. No.
You want to flex on him a little bit now?
No, but I think he's in a better place now. He probably is nicer, hopefully, and understands
Probably,
some things.
understand what he did wrong.
Yeah, maybe.
But it was a thought that came up, and I was talking about it with Lily and Michael in the car, where as especially streamers / YouTubers, where so much of your character and personality is what the people watch for, that your behavior in your very private relationship is like essentially a fair target for people to go after.
Yeah.
Like if you're a shitty boyfriend or if you're a shitty girlfriend and people found out about it, like that is reason enough for people to like really go after you. And of course, if you're a shitty human being, you're a shitty human being. But it's always it's interesting, right? Because traditional celebrities go through a lot of shitty, like they a lot of them probably are shitty boyfriends, shitty girlfriends, especially with like how much temptation there is and the industry nature. But you don't hear about that. The only time I think I really heard about anything was like the Chris Brown Rihanna, which is,
That
I
was
mean, if you guys like, he hit her and it's like really fucking bad to a point where, you can't really hide it.
bad. Yeah.
And the other one was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, where I think Johnny Depp lost his job as like Jack Sparrow or something. But there's this huge like litigation back and forth. But it only got to that point because it's like domestic abuse. He hit me, she hit me. But all the other private stuff you never hear about, right? And I'm sure those big celebrities go through way more stuff than internet content creators. But when it comes to internet content creators, it's so common for someone to come and say, yeah, this person was a terrible boyfriend. He did like all these shitty things. And like to make it public, which is, the person's right to do so.
Yeah.
And then in that case, then like the fans kind of turn against, wow, I thought you were a chill dude. Now I realize you're a really shitty person, so I'm not gonna watch your content. And it's like this extra thing that content creators have to be aware of. Because I always think like, I'm not the best boyfriend. I would say in most of the relationships I've been in, like I would say I'm well below average. I don't think I've ever done anything that will like be really like, oh my God, this guy's toast did this. He's a fucking monster. But at the same time, I don't think a lot of the guys or girls who were shitty boyfriends or girlfriends did so thinking like, yeah, I'm a really terrible person, so I'm going to do this. They probably
Just didn't even know that they were
being shitty, right?
I think a lot of the times people do these, I don't know, twit longers or whatever it is. It's not usually about being a shitty boyfriend, or I haven't yet to see it, I guess, but I have seen more so the ones that actually are like sexual abuse or like harassment or like so things that tie more to a person's probably actual. I don't even know if it would be necessarily relationship wise, but it ties to you as a person even because I think those things are like morals, human morals. So which is why that's relevant in a way.
Yeah, but it's always so we talk about this every podcast. Being a internet celebrity is just there's so little things to compare to, right?
So new.
Even with the older YouTubers, they grew up in a generation where the majority of the audience got internet and technology at like 18 or 20, right? A more mature audience. But nowadays, you're dealing with like so much attention and like people are so involved in your life. And like as streamers, you just talk about your life every single day for 5 hours and everyone gets emotionally invested in you. So when they find out that you're a shitty boyfriend or a shitty girlfriend, it's like, wow, I can't support you anymore there, buddy.
I mean, that's fair if
That's fair.
they just have, if they can relate to, and they're just like, well, this is kind of what I went through. I can't really support someone who treated their SO like that, then, you know, that's fair. It's just, I realize how hard it is to be in a relationship while showing all of your everything online or to kind of even, not necessarily hide it, but even to want to keep it private. That's also hard because they're going to be so involved in everything that you do and like gatherings or events or everything that how can you avoid it? But yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, that's the job.
Yeah.
All right, time for weekly viewer questions. Ding, ding, ding. We should have like
Some sort of jingle.
yeah some jingle. Welcome to the viewer question. We can ask Lily about it.
Okay.
But before we do that, we need a jingle for the Shang-Chi section. There's 2 sections to the podcast: viewer questions and Shang-Chi, and we need to get a jingle for both.
We also have, I haven't showed you yet, but I think I showed Lily and someone else, but we have a jingle from a like known artist that made something for us.
Okay.
I'll show it to you.
Ooh, is it gonna be used like for the podcast?
Yeah, like intro.
Oh, damn.
All right, question. And remember, these are pulled from our subreddit r/offline TV. And I'll prove it by saying their username out loud so that you can look at the thread and see, wow, this dude really did ask a question and Disguised Toast really did answer it. Kai the A asked, what's your most memorable fan interaction? We get these questions pretty often, but do you have one?
I have one recently. I don't remember a lot of the ones prior to this. I remember them being very
Yeah, your memory
sweet.
doesn't extend past a couple of months.
Well, there's one at the 626 night market, the one that we went to actually.
The one that
and-
has a lot of Asians.
Yes. But someone came up to me and he was just, it's kind of weird. I feel like I've heard it before, but the way he was heard something along the lines of that before. But when he was saying it to me in person and giving the whole spiel, it was very, I thought I was going to cry, like right there on the spot. It's just basically saying how we helped him a lot during quarantine and how he was going through like a really rough time and everything like that. Which is what we do here and there, right? But it was just very touching. So
Wow.
that was
It's
one.
very sweet. Now you're telling the world what a big impact you made on this person's life.
He said us, okay? He said us. It's not me, all right? Just,
Check that ego, you.
you should be saying that to yourself. You have the biggest ego of everyone here. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, jeez, man. I was just asking a question.
Tone it down.
Oh, God. But yeah, that's nice. Like, yeah, during quarantine, a lot of people were cooped up and they like watching on content. And Yvonne has been a very great, comfy spot for people because you're not like, game content, game collabs. It's just like, I'm going to play Valor with my friends and vlog my life. Right? That was it. Like, it's a very...
That's so mellow.
Yeah, it's a very stable, like, core part of our, OTV life, which is just like, it's not always about the big Among Us lobby. Sometimes it's just, hey, I'm going to play games with my friends, and that's it.
Yeah.
Most memorable fan interaction. I've had, I'll talk about bad ones, because Yvonne talked about a good one. I've had a lot of hoverers, we
God,
call
love
them.
'em.
Where they're a fan, and most fans, they just say, hey, I love your content. Can we get a picture? Getting a picture is probably the most common one. Let's get a picture. Nobody asks for autographs these days.
Yeah.
It's just, hey, can we get a picture? But some fans, they just want to stand near you, especially at conventions and gaming events where you're kind of like out in the public for hours. They just want to stand near you. They just follow you around.
Yeah.
And just,
I mean, there's clearly people who I saw this at EDC as well, where they would recognize us and stuff, and they would just stand there, kind of just. I wish sometimes they would just like get a picture and just be like, "Oh, that's nice. Oh, can I get our picture?" Blah blah blah, and then like they go on with and have fun with their day. But there's some who just stand there and kind of just like pointing, looking at us, obviously, and kind of it's almost like bird watching, but it's like us.
yeah.
And it's like, we're just trying to have fun. Like, if you could just not watch us like the whole time.
Yeah, come take a picture, come say hi. That's
Yeah,
great. But like
that's
10
really
minutes,
fun.
just like, hey, offline TV, what
Yeah,
are they doing?
in the corner.
It's like so EDC is like a dance festival, and everyone's
Yeah.
trying to have fun. It's really hard knowing in the back
Yeah.
of your head there's like 5 kids watching you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Broden, do you get recognized?
I mean, only recently.
Oh, what was that like?
The first time was do you guys know Sautel? You know
Yeah.
Sautel.
Yeah, lots
I-
of food.
Yeah. It was over quarantine. I had full mask on and everything, and I was in my car, which is like not like you wouldn't think like anyone's driving it. 2004 Honda Civic. But I pulled up to like this valet spot, and I was like gonna get food, and I saw that like the restaurant was closed or something. So I was like, oh, that's weird. Like, can I still park here if I'm like whatever? And the guy's like, oh, you're Broden. What? Yeah. Like, yeah, you can't park here.
I was gonna be like, well, normally you can't, but
You didn't even try to give you special
Yeah.
I
treatment.
was like, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Just drove away.
How did that make you feel?
Weird. I feel like I had like lost my anonymity.
Oh,
I feel like you're so easily recognizable. Like your height and everything. Like people would for sure out of the crowd when they see you, they're like, oh, and then they see the rest of everyone too, because of you.
yeah, he's a good marker. So if you guys ever see a tall, long-haired Asian white guy,
Yeah.
just look around, you might find this. Yeah. So yeah, that was our fan stories. Do you have any bad ones?
Yeah, I do actually.
Oh,
It was a long time ago though.
What
It
happened?
was at Anime Expo, and then one of the viewers, he was like, "Hey, Yvonne, picture," and he was like this. He's like snapped his fingers at me, like, like telling me to come over, and I was kind of like, I think that was the first time. I typically try to just be like, okay, like or anything, try not to make things weird for people that I don't really know, but I was so shocked by what he did.
he was
I was
snapping his finger at you.
yeah, and I said, "Hey, can you not do that next time?" I'll
Oh,
still take the
that's
picture.
very bold.
Yeah, and you know me, I'm not.
Yeah, you're not very confrontational.
Yeah, but I didn't want him to think that was okay
Mhm.
to do to other people, so I said at that time. But that was it.
That was good. You're
Yeah.
teaching him a good social cue. You don't snap at like people you want to take hey dog, picture now. Well, what was it? It was just like Yvonne, picture.
Yes, he actually said it. Like
He didn't even
with
go like,
that
hey
energy.
man. Oh,
It was
wow.
that energy.
You did the right thing.
Yeah, yeah. Cannot let that.
Teaching him something his parents should have.
Yeah, you can't
Don't
be walking
snap at
around
people.
doing that to people.
And just a reminder, we will be answering viewer questions every week. And you guys can leave your questions in the Reddit thread at r/offline TV. So thank you so much for joining me on this day, Yvonne. I had a
Yep.
great time talking to you.
Mhm.
You're one of my favorite people to talk to. And I'm glad you're on.
Same.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'm doing the outro, so if you could not interrupt me.
Oh, okay, sure.
Thank you.
Whatever.
And once again, big shout out to Notion for sponsoring today's podcast. And hopefully this keeps up so that we can pay our rent. And other than that, thank you all for watching. Good luck on your drive. All that stuff I said about driving and intrusive thoughts, please don't act on those. Those are just things you randomly think about. And I take no responsibility for anything that might happen. And I'll see you guys all next week. Bye-bye.
we should not check the news that day that the podcast releases.
So, as an expert in K-pop, how do people get into K-pop? Hypothetically,
You mean like into the industry?
yeah.
Not
As
even
someone
joking.
who's done it,
I mean, look at
Welcome to the Offline TV podcast.
That's my job.
S3E3. What does that mean? Season 3, episode 3?
Broden said we don't know when this. Wait, we can't even say that. Ruins immersion. Welcome to season 3, episode
5.
Today you have Disguised Toast, Lily Pichu, and our special guest, Alexa.
Ooh,
Welcome.
hi.
So,
Hello.
do you prefer Alexa, Alex, Alexandra?
Y'all can call me everything but
Sandra.
my full name. Everything but my full name, I accept.
What's your full name?
Alexandra.
Oh, I thought you were joking. Because, like, you know, it's like Lillian, like, you know, like, it doesn't have to have a full thing.
So everything but Alexandra.
Yeah, just Alex, Alexa,
Alexandra.
whatever.
That's so noble.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
It's a very fancy name.
My mom wanted to be fancy, but no one calls me Alexandra. It's just Alex.
You know,
Ally,
Alexa's
whatever.
pretty short, simple.
To the point.
So what's your background like? Why like that name?
That's because my dad is white. my dad is.
That would explain it.
That
That
would
would explain a
explain
lot
it.
of things, yeah.
My dad's American and my mom's from Korea. That's how this happens.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you were born in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yes.
That I did not expect that.
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
Really?
I don't really know many. She's the only one I know from Oklahoma now, but
I'm honored. Oh my god. But
Yeah.
yeah, Oklahoma, middle of nowhere.
So how do you get from Tulsa, Oklahoma
K-pop.
to K-pop
Yeah,
star? Like
actually.
that's a big jump.
It is quite the jump, honestly. To condense my story, because it's a very long and confusing one. So I liked K-pop ever since like 2008. That's like around when SHINee debuted. I don't. Okay, so you know. Okay, we trust Lily. Lily, we trust.
I know.
Oh, and you know. Love that for you.
very
Okay.
cool, Broden.
Thank you, Lily.
Very cool.
So back in 2008, I got into K-pop, and then in middle school, my current best friend of like over 13 years at this point, we were assigned to do a project over Chinese pop culture, and she was like, "Oh my God, let's do one over Henry from Super Junior," and I was like, "Who from what?" And so she brought me over, introduced me to Super Junior, which is one of the really bigger older groups, and that was kind of my gateway to K-pop. And then later on down the line, I learned like dance covers and everything, put those on social media, entered some contests, and that's how I won a trip to Korea originally back
That
in.
is so cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like the steps to like just
Yeah,
get
that's
to that
very
point.
self-made
Yeah.
almost.
Thank
like
you.
didn't just go through like just straight up auditioning. You made content, put it out there, and then got noticed.
It was definitely a long journey, but the payoff has been very nice so far. So
Now you're K-pop.
now I am K-pop.
Alexa from Oklahoma.
I am K-pop now.
It's K-pop.
I am.
Very cool. Very cool. Very cool.
Did you like really had a dream of being a K-pop star when you first got into it, or was it more like a hobby on the side?
I mean, like ever since I was a kid, I really wanted to be a performer of sorts, and so I did theater and musical theater and like dance in my high school and in college, and then this opportunity came up, and I was like, well, this seems like a great opportunity, so why not just take the bull by the horns and yeehaw, Yeah.
Yeah.
Very Oklahoma.
Very Oklahoma way of saying it. I was gonna say. Yeehaw.
I'm sorry.
No, it's great. It's very cute.
So you started with dance covers and you uploaded them on like YouTube, Twitter.
Instagram actually was my main platform for things when I started. Yeah.
Cool. You should upload dance covers.
We did dance covers like
Come
5 years
How come
ago.
you're not K-pop?
Oh, Mr. Man does some dancing. You dance?
We
Dancing is a very loose term for what we do.
we just copied the action. Oh, it was Orange Caramel.
Oh,
we were
like
trying to
Catalina?
learn, like, what song was it?
They made circles. I remember circles.
Yeah, the thing that-
But
Magic something.
Oh, it's in my head, but now I won't.
Yes.
Yes.
Harry Potter, magic.
But I
magic
know what you're
something,
talking
magic
about.
something. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What was it like growing up as a Asian American in Oklahoma?
It was interesting. I mean, Oklahoma is definitely not the first place you think of when you think of racially diverse places in America.
I think of cows.
Yeah,
And the
I'm.
burger belt.
You're not wrong. You're not
Their
wrong.
burgers are great. very good.
There are some good places in Oklahoma, not gonna lie. But I mean, yeah, my dad is from New York, of Caucasian descent, but you know, even though I'm mixed Korean and everything, I was always seen as and treated as an Asian person growing up. So you know, I faced racism here and there in schools and in jobs. But there's this one specific story my dad told me that has stuck with me. So I guess he was like in Walmart or something shopping. I was a baby. He had me in the baby part of the cart, as one does. And this really sweet looking older lady approaches him and is like, "Oh, is that your child?" And he was like, "Well, yes, it is."
Oh gosh.
And then she says, "Well, don't you know it's a sin to mix the races?"
Oh,
And I'm just
God.
No.
Like, I've told this story so many times, and it's just like, that's just what it was like. I mean, granted, I'm sure Oklahoma is great now. The world itself is becoming so much more ethically diverse and like
There are
accepting.
still people who do.
But that's the thing, you know, that was like, if anyone asked what my experience was growing up in Oklahoma, that's my story. That's it.
I love the way you voice acted the lady.
Oh, thank you.
Mix the right. Like I can totally
you.
envision this. Wow.
Yeah, like I
That's
feel
rough.
like even
That's
back
fair.
then they don't know what they're saying is kind of.
Yeah,
It's just like
weird.
Exactly.
it sounds like she said it with such like niceness and confidence.
But it was so backhanded. So
Yeah.
backhanded. But I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
What
nowadays.
do you even say to that? Like,
I was baby, so I was like, a
Thank
goo.
you.
Goodbye. Goodbye. But nowadays, there's so much more Asian representation in the media.
yes,
I mean,
I noticed.
I know it was unintentional, like we said earlier before the podcast, but what y'all are doing, it's also pretty great for representation. So
Yeah, there's definitely like a lot of Asian content out there right now that's like taking North America
Yeah.
interest, like Shang-Chi and
yes,
Squid Game.
Squid Game.
Yeah, have you seen it?
I love Squid Game. The
Did-
Squidly games. I love.
Did you finish the whole thing?
I did.
Yeah, it was very well made and
It was solid.
It
was a
was.
very solid show, and I like it. I think I love Korean shows. I think they're so creative sometimes in the directing. It's amazing. I'm glad that more people are like starting to notice it, especially with Netflix
Yeah.
constantly pumping out K-dramas, like, shows, etc.
There's so many good ones, but I know that Squid Game's like literally taking Netflix by storm. It's like
It's
the
like
first ranked
one
one.
of
yeah,
their-
number
yeah,
one
it's like number
ranked
one
and
ranked.
Yeah.
everything. All the
I
TikToks
bought a
I've seen.
tracksuit.
Yes. Ugh. If
And
you
the
haven't watched
little
Squid Game, watch
candy.
Squid Game.
Yeah.
Okay, but like we're not trying to hype it up too much. It's a solid show, but like,
No, it's an amazing
I
show.
like it a lot,
It's a
so-
great show.
I don't want them to be like, oh, my expectations are like through the roof. You know what happens? It's like introducing people to In-N-Out, saying like, it's like the best burger on earth, but then they tried it. It's like not. It's like okay.
I've been victim to that so
That's what I mean. I don't want
many
people-
people from California like, oh my god, try In-N-Out. And I'm like, I did.
They don't have much.
And how was it?
It's a burger.
So
Oh. Oh, for translation, it's like whatever.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
it wasn't bad, but like
It was like
It's a
okay.
burger.
Five
It's a burger.
Guys is better in my opinion,
But
but
Five Guys is so expensive.
true. That's why it's like a special treat.
It's so much. They just dump fries in the bag.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah.
The
do.
entire
Kinda
thing is just
thing.
fries.
Yeah,
I know
they
it's like
do.
intentional, but it's so many fries. Like, how am I supposed to eat this?
What was your parents' reaction when you said, "I want to be K-pop star"?
Well, I figure we can all relate, but my mom wanted me to be a doctor.
Oh my
Mhm,
God.
Of course.
Okay.
She wanted me to go into the forensic pathology field, actually. And
That's
I actually,
really specific.
the thing is, that's because I had interest in that, like in high school and
Okay.
everything. I actually wouldn't have minded going to a forensic school. I actually applied for a few colleges for their forensic programs, but you know, I told them, hey, I want to be a performer, and they're like, okay, so
Don't
you-
know these songs, right? Where's the paycheck?
like,
They're always wondering about that.
it's like, okay, how about you major in something practical, and then your minor can be like your hobby thing, and it's like. No. So, I mean, you know, I had great grades in school and everything, and I have pretty decent work ethic, but, you know, they really didn't support my dream of becoming an idol or a performer really until 2017 when I first went to Korea and, like, shot this mini reality series. This was before my company scouted me to be, like, a trainee and everything, but after that whole series was released and everything, that's when my parents really saw, like, oh, okay, so this is something that she could actually do, so how about we just let her go? Let her go, and I'm glad they did.
I'm glad they did too. Now you're flourishing. Now you're like a mappa. Like, look at me.
Hi, Mom and Dad. Aren't you glad I'm not a doctor now?
I had such low grades. My parents didn't even want me to be a doctor.
No,
Like,
really?
Their expectations were so low. So like,
How did it feel now?
Oh no, they changed their mind when they're like, you can make money from this? Well, by all means. Continue on, daughter.
Yeah, for a lot of Asian parents, it's that
They
first
want to
paycheck.
see that you're like taken care of, you know? Because
Yeah.
like when you say you want to be a performer or anything related to arts, it's hard to make money
It
when
is.
it's music, art, singer. Not many people make it. So yeah, the fact that you made it from Oklahoma.
Thank you,
I'm
Libby.
sorry, nothing wrong with Oklahoma. I'm just like,
No,
it's
but like
such a
nobody comes from
interesting-
Oklahoma.
I never like
Yeah.
expected you to be from
Because
Oklahoma.
all we have is like Carrie
Cows.
Underwood, Reba McEntire, Garth Brooks, and that's all the country singers.
Great food though.
Great food, yes, great food. And I miss downtown Tulsa though, but I mean, yeah. K-pop's not really an Oklahoma thing.
Yeah. You mentioned your label scouting you as a trainee. So who are you with?
Okay. So this is also a little bit of a complicated story. I feel like everything in my life is complicated to explain. But so my company is ZB Label. The ZB stands for Zany Bros. So the music label portion is like the subsidiary label of this giant music video production company. I honestly think they're the biggest company in Asia. Like, not trying to be like, my company's amazing. But like, I think we really are the biggest music video production company in Asia.
Got it.
That's awesome.
And so they've been running for about 20 years at this point. And then when they found me, they always wanted to make like a music label. Oh, would you look at that? Would you look
Thanks,
at that?
Broden.
Thank you, bro.
Zablabble. It's
Zibalabble.
me.
Oh, wait, that's you?
Yeah.
Green hair?
Yeah, I had.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
You
that
look
picture.
so cool.
Thank you. Why does it say I'm 4'12"?
Alexa.
Is that not just 5 feet? But I'm not even. I'm 4'11", y'all. I'm 4'11". That's a lie. That's a lie. If I know 4'12" is 5 feet.
Really funny.
I'm 149 centimeters. That's a lie.
Wow, you look so cool. You look like
Thank you.
I'm telling you, like an MMORPG character where you're like, oh, I want this
Thank
hairstyle
you.
and this like Maple Story stuff.
My overall concept for my stuff is AI and like multiverse. So if y'all ever take a look at my music videos, we have a lot of really cool special effects and
That's
everything.
cool.
I literally did like combat training for one of my music videos. Like,
Wow, that's
fun
really
stuff.
cool.
Fun stuff. Oh my gosh, a
Wow.
little about me. Shall I read this?
Sagittarius, yes, I see.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Tulsa Community College. ENFD. They even I'm sorry, they have your MBTI?
Yes.
That is so funny.
It says you speak Russian as well.
No, that is a lie.
When you get that,
who's
when you get that
gathering this
website
information?
updated.
Who's gathering? I don't speak Russian. Who's gathering? I speak more Spanish than that. What is K-popping right?
Oh, fun! There's a section, fun facts about Alexa.
Fun facts about me.
She loves watching RuPaul's Drag Race. Is that correct?
I do love Drag Race.
Specialities: ballet, dancing, acrobatics.
That's cool.
Oh, okay. This part seems pretty accurate.
Let's see. Yes. Yeah, that's actually all correct. Where did the Russian come from?
I think they just assume because
Oh, because my
Yeah,
dad's
dad's
Russian, I
Russian.
speak Russian. I see how it is.
Yeah, I can see how they would make that connection, yeah.
But my dad doesn't even speak Russian. He's like the fourth lineage Russian or
Oh,
whatever. Like
in that case,
he only speaks
better at that.
English. And New York, because New York is a
Wow.
language of its own.
that's really cool.
Thank you.
Super, super cool.
Thank you. Oh, there's more.
Oh wow.
Oh me, oh my.
Oh, look, if given the opportunity and the time is right, she would like to go on another Korean survival show.
Yes.
Participate in Squid Game.
Squid Game.
Speaking of friends, we
Korean.
both know
Senor J.
of day 6.
Yeah.
That's funny. Like the fact that he started playing games well, because of you, right? And then we got introduced to him, and then like these connections. Cute.
Small world.
Is there anything we should look out for? Because we're gonna see him in 1 month for his concert.
Yeah.
88
88 Rising's happening for Jay. Let's go.
You don't have tickets?
What are we supposed to get?
We
You
could
don't have a
probably
ticket?
get tickets. Right?
I
Get
do.
tickets.
Well, you don't have a ticket, but like I got a ticket.
Okay, thanks, Broden. Very cool, Broden. God, this guy.
I'm sure Jay can. Yeah, I'm sure Jay can get you in.
Oh yes, totally.
Yeah,
I will go with the little fans, you know.
Yeah.
Go Jay.
Go Jay, go.
So you recently sang at the Dodger
I
Stadium.
did.
That must have
I
been
did.
nerve-wracking.
I was shaking in my boots. I was shaking
Could
in
you
my
describe
boots.
that experience? Like, I'm curious. Like, how did it?
So, I mean, here in America, clearly the pandemic is definitely a little different than in Korea.
Yeah.
In Korea, we've been in like serious lockdown for the past 2 years.
Don't understand what that means in America.
Like, I mean, right now in Korea, there's a rule. Like, after 6 p.m., typically no more than 2 people can like sit at a table eating in public or like even like
Wow,
gather
that's
together.
strict.
Unless like, they're both vaccinated, then 4 people can. And if they're like vaccinated, then 6 people can. But it's just very strict rules like gathering and everything. So when I promote at music shows in Korea, they don't let fans in anymore. There's no audience. It's just the camera crew and like the
Wow.
PDs that are there. And
yeah.
so I went from performing in front of nobody to
To,
stepping
like,
into the
all these
stadium,
people.
46,000 people, and I'm like, I have to sing now. Very, very scary. Very, very honored to have
Yeah.
been given that opportunity, but it was scary.
That sounds exciting. Like, you
It
got to
was.
sing the anthem in front of the Dodgers. That's crazy.
Sports.
We love sports here.
Sports ball.
Esports.
But yeah, that was crazy for me.
So, do you play any games in your spare time?
Or
Do you even get you?
Do
Do you have
watch
spare
games
time?
or play
So
games?
here's the thing. My brother really likes games, and he's a good gamer. Me, I have interest in it, but do I go through with that interest? No. I watch
Understandable.
playthroughs. Like, hello?
Do you have like a favorite game
I mean, the newer Resident Evil that came out, I watched a lot of
Oh.
playthroughs of that.
with the big mommy?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, with the
That's
big
how I know
mommy.
the name Resident Evil.
Yeah. That one, and then I know my brother plays, I think, Monster Hunters, and he showed me, he's like streamed it for on Discord for me, so I've seen him play that, but
Oh, you use Discord.
I do use Discord.
Okay,
yeah.
She already know most. A lot of
Discord
people.
is, like,
Discord is
the thing for
the thing
gamers.
gamers.
Youngins
Yeah,
won't
yeah.
know the days of Skype, MSN, trillion pigeon, everything.
Skype MSN, I
Now
see
it's
you.
Discord. I remember when
It's
Discord
Discord.
was like just starting out too. Like, I got one of the beta invites, and I'm like, I was like, oh, is this gonna be big? It's gonna be big.
And there we go.
It's huge.
So, as an expert in K-pop, how do people get into K-pop? Hypothetically,
You mean like into the industry?
yeah. Let's
How
say
would a 29-year-old Taiwanese
29-year-old Korean girl get into K-pop who's really into singing
I'm not.
and wants to do
I have
music
no
videos.
interest.
Okay.
Okay, first of all,
well,
I'm like 10 years too old. Second of all,
You know, as someone who's done it,
I mean, look at I see.
I have no interest.
It's totally not either one of you you're speaking about. I don't know who you're talking about. But I mean, so
I think generally,
Generally.
like, people. How do people start in K-pop?
well, there's a few different methods. The most common is typically just like online auditions. I mean, while in-person ones are a thing in Korea, and I know that certain companies have bases like in New York and in California, the most common method is definitely online auditions. And most companies will ask for you like to do a minute or a minute and a half of your submission material. So you can include like one dance video, a rap video, a singing video, maybe even like a monologue if you want to do acting as well. They're most likely going to ask if you speak Korean or have any experience, like, as a performer. I'm trying to remember things that were on resumes when I applied to companies,
Wow.
but, at the end of the day, not everybody's gonna, want to take you,
it
but
must-
just keep trying.
Yeah,
I guess.
I'd imagine it's like so competitive because everyone
Very.
wants to be like a K-pop star. That's like it's so popular
Nowadays, like there are new groups coming out left and right. Like I'm having a hard time keeping up. I'm like, who are the new ones nowadays? There's so many of you.
Same. I just know they're all really pretty and they make really nice music videos. Their songs are always so catchy.
Yup.
It's like
Keep up.
keep at it, Toast. You got this.
So how do you stay in shape? Because being a K-pop artist is a lot of dancing.
Yeah, I saw your weight there. I need a good calorie.
Is it a lot of dieting? Is it like a lot of cardio? Do you just get enough exercise, dance, practicing?
I bet it's dieting
So
too.
for me, I honestly do not diet. When for my first comeback last February, last February, I had a diet for a small point in time, but we realized quickly that did not work. I was just eating salads, and that didn't really help me build muscle or bulk anything because you need protein. But for me, honestly, I mean, I'm dancing like every day, hours on end. I
Wow.
mean, I don't indulge in a lot of greasy food a lot. I like burgers, I like ice cream and stuff, but I don't like eat it all the time.
I bet like dancing every day, like that's a lot of cardio. Like
It
it's
is.
hard.
It really is.
I tried dancing and I'm like not a God-given gift, but like it's a lot of exercise.
It's okay. You can still try and you can still get there. I believe in you.
No, I don't
화이팅. 화이팅.
싫어.
응원하겠습니다. But I mean, I also work out at home, and staying hydrated is definitely a big part of it. But yeah, I don't diet, so I like food too much.
So your label is known for music videos.
Yes.
Yeah, and I saw one. I think it was Bomb, and
Oh.
it looked really.
That was her debut, 2019.
It looked really like a lot of work to set everything up. The shots, the like.
I bet.
Action?
Like,
So me and Lily were in someone else's music video,
we were like small cameos.
like tiny cameos.
Oh, really?
5 seconds.
But we had to be there for 12 hours. It was insane. But the production value that went behind it was like there was someone for every little thing. Like light 1, light 2,
Yup.
camera, like
Yeah.
everything.
Yup.
So we were there for 12 hours for a 5-second shot.
There was a
And you,
Oh, wow.
and this is this is you and Bomb.
Yeah. So fun fact, one of our producers, PDs at the company, he's the one carrying me right now.
So
The fire is real. None of that was CGI. A lot of people when the music video came out, they're like, "Oh my god, the fire looks so real." It's like because it was real, and it was
Oh,
like
your
2 in the
makeup.
morning, and the gas smells were very strong. And my backup dancers, half of them had these full face masks on, so that plus the gas fumes, I felt so bad for them. But
this looks amazing. Like
Thank
the
you.
effects.
thank you.
I watched this last night, and the first thing I noticed was that's real fire.
Yeah, yeah. The cars were actually on fire. and-
Broden would know because he's a film guy himself.
Yes, okay. Fun fact, the braids with the rings in my hair, when we were dancing, they would keep hitting me in my teeth. It hurt. It did not feel fun.
This is so cool. You look so cool.
Thank you.
Was this all shot in one day?
No, so my music videos, most of them take 3 to 4 days to film. And this one we filmed, I believe, starting at, I don't remember. We started sometime in the AMs, earlier than 6, and then we ended the next day like 6 a.m.
Jesus.
So,
Wow.
and then we took a break, and then the next day we started filming again.
You look so
So-
cool.
Thank you.
I can't get over how cool you look.
Thank you.
So
in all reality.
멋있어.
I
Badass. Wow.
But if anything, I think, my debut music video is my debut music video. I love it to pieces. But my favorite music video and favorite song is actually Revolution. That's a music video where there's like combat. I ran past explosions that actually hit me.
Wow.
It was very fun.
I love seeing like the creative aspects of like music videos, the production that goes into it, like all the work that goes into just making a 3-minute
Exactly.
music video is like crazy.
And the thing is, with my concept of my music videos in general, there's a storyline.
Yeah.
So if you watch things in chronological order, the story comes together. And this one has not been continued upon yet because this was the end of the first trilogy we did.
So cool. I love the hair too. It's like
Thank you. I loved
So
that
cool.
hair so much.
wow.
I miss it. It was a good color.
You're so cool.
Thank you.
So are you part of the creative process? Like they come to you and say, "Hey Alexa, how do you feel about
Do you
this?"
have like input on like what
I
you
do
wanna
have input because my company knows I really love sci-fi and I really love cyberpunk things.
Yeah.
And so, that's why we went with this whole concept on Abude. And,
The influence is definitely there. Like a lot of sci-fi stuff.
they built that whole car just for the music video.
Wow.
And the fire was very hot that
Dude, your
night.
hair is so cool there. The
Thank
light
you.
blue.
Thank you. I think
That's really cool.
in certain places in the outfits where my arms are out, you can see the bruise.
Oh,
When I got hit
adds
with
to the
cork
music
board.
video, I guess.
Here's the combat.
Wow.
Very fun times. And then I also had to do wire work with this because it's this
It's
next
like a
scene.
mini movie. Really.
Yeah.
It's a movie.
We like it to be very cinematic with what we do. And that
The
deep diving
water
thing was
thing.
very fun as well.
Wow.
It was like 5 in the morning during that. Very cold. Very, very
Super
cold.
cool. Turned out amazing.
Thank you.
Do you do your choreography practice with people, or do you do it by yourself and you guys show up and do it together?
So basically, whenever I have a comeback, I will get the what's the English word for this? The reference, I guess. And so I'll start learning that myself, maybe like a day or two in advance before I meet with the choreographers and the team. And then typically we'll have a group lesson and everything. But the thing is, the preparation time changes every comeback. When I first debuted, I had about a month to prepare. And then as the comebacks went on, I think it got less and less. Like with this music video, I had about just a few days to prepare with the choreography. And then with the latest one I had extra, I had about 2 weeks, 3 weeks or so. But it just differs every time
Wow.
if time constraints happen.
I'm just so impressed by the production.
Thank
It's
you.
really cool.
I mean, that's Zany Bros for you. Zany
Zany
Bros.
Bros.
Shout out to Zany Bros.
Blibbles.
The blebbles. But yeah, this was a really fun music video to shoot.
Yeah.
7 a.m. in that tunnel. Whew.
Dude, this is like motivating me. Every time I see K-pop videos, I'm always like, I gotta work out, dude. It's so motivating, you know? Like seeing like, oh my god, they're so fit. They move like so much faster.
Well, thank you for some motivation. I mean, I'm glad that we can provide that. And this is where the next storyline would come in, because it's a multiverse.
Wow.
Oh
That's
my
really cool
God.
that you make your own like multiverse with your own music video concepts.
We love the creative team at
Oh.
Zablabble. That armor
Cool.
was like 100 pounds. It hurt so bad.
Wow.
It was 5 a.m. I was
I do
shivering.
like the different outfits that you have to
Thank
wear.
you.
Too.
Oh,
Very
so
cool.
That's
But-
like the lead in into the next music video
Mhm.
concept.
Mm-hmm.
So cool.
Gosh,
So cool.
that hurt so bad. Oof.
Okay.
But y'all seeing it.
Oh, you're actually just getting pummeled by it.
Ooh, hurt.
That actually looks painful.
It was painful, but you know.
Anything for the art.
Were you supposed to run past them, or is it part of the story to be
So
hit
I was
by
supposed
them?
to run past it, and like I guess because it was manual, we didn't have automatic. We had a manual, and the things, the very first run we did through, great, no problems. I was like, okay, I can run past
And then you
explosions.
just got bruises everywhere.
Yeah, and then the next time it was fine until the very last one. The fourth one hit me, and I was like, wait,
Oh.
wait, what? That was not correct. And then like, do you want to take a break? Do you want to keep going? I'm like, just keep going, I guess. Like, so I kept going, and it kept hitting me, but
Oh, what was it? The destination guy going to? Was he like just?
it was
really
a little too
jumping?
early. Yeah.
Unfortunate.
But I mean, we had a cool music video that came out of it. So I mean,
Yeah.
anything for the art.
So, you do a lot of AI things.
Yes,
And it
yes.
says here your fandom name is actually like AI Troopers.
Yes, AI Troopers. That is what my
That's
fans
cute.
are called. Thank you.
cute.
Thank you.
It's because you lean into like the sci-fi AI stuff.
Yes,
huh?
sir.
Was it? Did you get into sci-fi because of any particular piece of work?
I mean, I just remember like when I was a kid, like my parents showed me Star Wars, Star Trek. You know, like Blade was another thing I really liked too, and The Matrix. So yeah, I've kind of just always really been an avid fan of sci-fi, futuristic stuff.
That's cool. I
Yeah.
like that common theme. It's like a little common storyline.
Oh yeah, except for the new music video, it's totally different.
Oh,
Totally different. It's like a 2000s throwback kind of vibe, and my hair is bright pink, as you can see in that little icon over there.
So cool. Do you like dye your hair every time, or is it like sometimes? Or, oh my gosh.
She's like,
you
"Wait, wait."
bleach every time?
So, I mean, right now my hair's kind of in resting state. We just dyed it dark before we came to the States, but it was like blonde before we got back because the pink had faded and we just bleached it all out. Like when I debuted, we bleached my hair and got it to like silver, but then we went dark blue for the video. For Do or Die, we went purple. For after that, we went like, what do we do? We did bright orange
Oh my
for my song
gosh.
Kitty Run. Like that little Among Us dude, it was like that orange. And then we went back to like a light purple for my next song, and then we went blonde again. And then we had another thing.
Kind of exhausting dyeing your hair over and over and over again.
My scalp is screaming.
Rest,
It is
rest.
screaming.
Bleach.
But we do hair treatments and everything. We take care of it. But the pink was definitely the most vibrant I think we had.
Very nice.
Thank you.
So you're here in America.
Yes.
What are you doing here?
What am I
Yeah,
doing
what are you doing?
here?
What are you doing back?
I mean, I sang at the sports ball thing.
Uh-huh.
And then I've been having meetings with like my American label over here. I've been doing contents. I had fan meetings actually the last 3 days.
Okay,
I
how'd those
have-
go?
They were incredible. I haven't been able to directly meet my fans in 2 years. So being able to see them face to face, like actually hear their voices and not just like read comments on a screen, like it was just so heartwarming for me.
That's
so
cool.
it was fun.
Cool.
Sunmangdan and K-Town, great 갈비찜 place.
Note taken. We were talking about that before, but note taken.
Oh, yeah, have
All
you had
right.
a chance to go out and eat and do American stuff?
I mean, I got some Italian food with my parents not too long ago, and then my mom. They live in like Dallas, Texas. There's a big Korean community. There's a lot of Korean restaurants, but you know, coming to LA, it's like, oh yeah, let's get some pizza, let's get some burgers. But the last meal my mom wanted before they went back to Texas was like, oh, let's get Korean barbecue. I'm like, I live in Korea, Mom. Can I get some pizza?
There's really good Korean food in LA though.
There
Like,
is.
It's phenomenal.
It's good. The places we went, very good. But I kind of just want like a burger, you know? Like,
Do you have
other aspirations? Like you're a singer, dancer, ever think about acting?
Actually, there is something coming out, not sure when, but so last year my company in cohorts with another like production company called Megabox released this series called Quedam. It was on Netflix and actually got pretty big. I don't know if y'all know
I've
about
never-
Quedam.
No.
Because it was like in the top 10 ranking things on Netflix last year. But basically, it's just about Korean urban legends, and it's like a horror short story miniseries, basically.
Okay.
And so they saw the success of it last year and wanted to incorporate K-pop idols into the casting this year to make it a bit more globalized and grab more fans. So I'm actually involved in this season. I filmed my episode. I can't really speak much about it because it's still not released yet, but it's public information. It's a escape room theme for my episode.
Oh.
Very fun.
Have you ever done escape rooms?
I have, and I am claustrophobic, so they scare me. So it was kind of stressful. I was like, oh no, I'm actually scared right
That's
now.
really cool.
But it was a lot of fun. So I'm trying to branch out into acting, but hopefully more opportunities present themselves.
Cool.
Thanks.
Very accomplished.
Yeah.
Does it make you feel bad about yourself?
No.
I'm joking. We're bantering. We're friends here. We're friends. Chingu.
That was,
Tingu.
Chingu.
but yeah, I was surprised and honored because we just play games. And it's like, wow, K-pop star wants to come talk to us.
We play games. Yeah.
Yeah, we play games.
Play
But
games.
you do it good. You play the games good.
Yeah, you ever heard of Among Us?
Yeah, she recognized when she
did.
recognized she knows what Among Us is.
Jay's the one that got me into Among Us.
Oh, did you play?
Yeah, for a little bit, yeah.
Toast loves Among Us.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic.
No, he loves. He
Oh,
was
really?
like his entire
I
content
played it
thing.
for a year straight.
Woo.
He was good at it.
Okay.
It's like a mafia game. So
How was your Among Us experience?
I mean, when I played it with some friends, it was always fun because it's just like, okay, we always try to make it seem like we were the imposter, but you can kind of tell who's good at lying and who's bad at lying.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think
it
the more
was
you
fun.
play with your friends, you start to know them. I think
Notice
that
the
became
patterns.
a problem with our friend group sometimes. You just know them.
Yeah,
You know when they're
learn how they
lying.
lie.
And I'm get so tilted. Sometimes he lets me live, cause even though he
He
knows
lets
I'm
you
the
live.
imposter, because he feels bad.
Were you a good imposter?
No.
No.
No, I'm not a good imposter. I'm just better
It's
as a
really
crewmate.
hard. I like being crewmate way more. Imposter is like so much stress.
Exactly. Running
lie?
away from things is
Oh my
much
gosh.
more fun than running
So
to
much.
things.
To
you know?
them, to kill them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Did you just play with like Jay and like regular friends, or do you play with like other K-pop people?
I'm pretty sure that one day when we were at like our podcast thing, I'm pretty sure we all sat down during a break and just played one round or something. But I've also played with just another group of friends I have, like, and we'll go on Discord together so we can actually communicate. But yeah, I died a lot. And I was not good at killing, but it was fun, and that's what matters.
It's cool.
That's fun. Yeah.
It's cool like talking to an actual K-pop person.
And me?
Because we always like watch the videos at home. We put on music videos and stuff. So it's like, really interesting to hear like your process, your bruises, like, your experiences. Very cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a different experience.
Completely different
when
world.
we think K-pop, we think like, oh, these are girls in Korea for like years and years, and they get trained from babies and raised as these like K-pop, like
In labs?
yeah.
Not
Your
in
purpose is to
labs,
be a
no.
K-pop star. But talking to you is just like you
I
or
do-
someone in Tulsa got into K-pop.
Yeah, you're in America. Like that's.
Yeah.
I always hear about people starting K-pop when they're like so young.
See, that's the thing.
young.
I mean, every artist has a different background. There's some like established artists nowadays that were trainees for like 10 years. In my case, it was just also a few months before I debuted as well.
sounds
But
like so much pressure, like especially because everyone wants to do it, right? And if you don't get picked, it's like I would feel so like, am I not good enough? Like I have to keep trying. How long can I keep trying for? Because there is a limit, obviously.
I mean, I assume you know Twice, right? I mean, Jihyo, she trained for 10 years and she never gave
That
up.
is
so
insane. And
look at her now,
Twice is, like-
Twice. Like,
Dude, that's
Twice.
crazy.
uh,
You never know. So you chase your dreams.
you
Toast.
chase your dreams.
I will be there with the little fans with toasts on them.
I'll come to your fan signing.
Well, my plan is to become an actor first.
Oh my
and
god, can you please tell
then
her
be-
about your Shang-Chi
Wait,
dreams?
Yeah.
hold on.
talk
Let's,
about
let's
this?
explicate on this.
No, my dream is to be in Shang-Chi too. Because Shang-Chi 1 just came out, right?
Huh?
And it did really well.
We're very encouraging in this household.
Okay.
So they're going to need more actors for Shang-Chi 2. But, there's not a lot of Asian American guy actors.
So
that's
I
super
ask
well
of
known.
you,
Uh-huh.
where's your acting experience?
Do you act, my guy? Like,
No, but I am Asian and I
Yes.
speak
That's not
Chinese.
enough.
you speak Mandarin,
I speak
Canto?
Mandarin. Yeah.
Okay.
And they speak Mandarin in the movies.
Yes.
So that's
You
that's,
know,
2 plus 2
another plus.
equals 4.
Yeah.
You chase your dreams. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. I want to be the Aquafina.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it. We got the casting right here.
Yeah.
But like,
Marvel.
I feel like the
Bring
lack
us
of
up.
acting kind of plays into it a little bit, don't you think? Just a little bit. I
Oh,
will
you
sign up for acting classes with you. It's not that. It's fun.
Y'all live in
can
law.
practice. I'll direct you around. Yeah,
Yeah. Thank you for very cool, Brandon.
we'll get you ready. Yeah.
For Shang-Chi too.
Yeah.
I want to be
Shang-Chi
the
too.
main villain.
Oh my
Main
god.
villain.
Listen, we're very encouraging. You know, yeah, you go for it.
You're doing great, sweetie.
You guys don't think I can be Shang-Chi too?
Do you know martial arts?
No. But that's why they have stunt doubles.
True, but nowadays in Hollywood, if
They
you
do
if you
their
do
own
your own
thing. A
stunts,
lot
that's definitely like
step
looked
up.
well upon.
Yes.
It's not too late to start.
Tom Holland was Spider-Man because he was a gymnast before.
Tom Holland's pretty cool.
Really cool.
So acting classes, martial arts lessons. We'll get you on those singing lessons too while we're at it. I've heard you sing. You have potential. I believe in you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's Tom Holland. Flips and Tricks compilation. Oh,
But-
Wow.
wild. I love little Spider Boy.
So he was a gymnast before he
heck?
became Spider-Man?
Yeah, and he was also like a ballet dancer, I think.
That's actually insane. That definitely helped him.
Mm-hmm.
And now
so cool.
it's amazing how one's like trajectory in life. Like now he's a
And now
superstar.
he's
Oh my
Spider-Man.
gosh.
That's insane.
Do your little flips, little
Yeah.
boy.
Just like how Alexa, when she was young, she saw Super Junior. It's like, hey, I want to be that, right? And she did it.
And
Yeah.
this is your Shang-Chi.
Yeah, this
like.
is what it's like for me. And then 5 years from now, we'll look back on this podcast and we're like, hey, Toast was talking about being Shang-Chi too. And look at him being
he
the
was
main
a Shang-Chi
villain.
too. You
Yeah.
know?
Chase your dreams. Chase your dreams, but make concrete steps to achieve that dream too.
Ooh.
Well,
Oh, that's good.
Lily, you have a dream too. Is to shoot your own music video.
I do want to make it a music video one day. That's why I'm so impressed by your like what they do is like insane.
Thank you.
Like a little indie music video. That
Yeah.
sounds fun.
I mean, if you ever find yourself in Korea visiting family or anything, hit us up.
Let us know. I got us.
Yeah, do you have any advice for Lily when it comes to music videos?
She has a company though. Like,
Yeah, but she's on set. She
I
sees
need to
things.
crowdfund mine. Okay.
I mean,
Pause a little bit.
y'all said you were like waiting on set for like 12 hours, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean-
that was a long time.
Because I know that labor laws in America are different, but like just saying, in Korea, when you shoot music videos, it's typically like 24 plus hours at a time, sometimes 48, sometimes 72.
Ooh.
So-
I can see that. You like devote this chunk of time and then you're done.
Yup.
You make a video and then they do the rest.
But you do have meals in between, and depending if they're building the set or moving location, you have like a little
Like
bit
a
time
little
to
bit
sleep.
of downtime.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But it's intense.
Wow. Yeah, this entire industry seems intense.
Very intense, but it's a fun job to have. So
When I was in Korea, we told the crew, oh, only 12-hour days, and they're like, what? Really?
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Very cool, Broden.
Yeah,
Thanks,
You're
Lee.
so cool.
But wait, what were you doing in Korea?
That's a separate thing. Yeah.
Oh, it's a separate
Oh,
thing.
wait, were you filming something? That's
Yeah, I worked on a short film in Korea.
Oh, word.
It's
He
like-
does, yeah.
You do the filmy thing.
He does the filmy things. He has a camera.
Ooh.
A couple.
Couple, yeah, like 3, 4.
is that thing released?
Yeah, that was back when I was in school.
Oh, okay.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Here you can't shoot for a long time without someone shutting you down.
I've heard.
They
so
will sue you.
That's exciting. If I ever shoot anything here, I don't have to do 24 hours.
I mean, that 12 hours just for the small cameo was like insane to me too, because we had a personal stylist for even like someone who was showing up for 1 second.
huh.
He dressed us head to toe with like everything. I've never dressed in so many fancy things, and I'm like, I'm only gonna be in this for a second, but wow, I got some nice Instagram pictures though.
At the end of the day, it's all for the gram.
Yeah. Do you do your own social media?
I do, yeah. I have like an Instagram. We have a Twitter, YouTube. I have a TikTok.
Has it been all very like a pleasant experience for you, like social media?
I mean, there's always gonna be trolls and negative comments, but just it's
In
whatever.
general,
I'm having fun. My
Okay.
fans are very supportive and very loving, so that outnumbers anything else. So
True.
Do you read the comments yourself?
I
Like,
do, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, especially whenever like new releases come out for me, I always check the fan reactions because
That's fun.
it's important to monitor that stuff. You know, is the dog barking? Is it okay?
He's
I
a
think it's
chicken.
I hear him go wah
You
wah wah.
Just grab him.
He
That's
sounds
what
like
I'm
a chicken,
hearing.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, when you hear it, it's like, is that a dog or a chicken?
His bark is so unique. We love Nabi.
His name is Nabi.
Nabi.
Aw.
Yes.
Cute.
Do you have any pets?
Back home we have a dog. His name is River.
River.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of dog? Let me guess.
What would an Oklahomian dog?
Sorry, I
look
like a lot of Koreans have Maltese.
Yeah, but we did not have Maltese. I think I have a picture
Uh,
of my boy. Let me find him. Scroll. ¿Dónde está usted? I know I saved the picture.
Oh, hablas español.
Ah, sí, sí.
Ooh.
Mayhaps I don't. I thought I'm a bad dog mother.
Oh, it's okay.
But he's half Yorkie, half Dachshund.
Oh, Yorkie. Yorkie's a dog.
So he's a little boy.
Aw, how old?
Great question. We don't really know because my mom actually found him
Oh.
by the river.
That's why
that's
he's
why it's called
River.
That's cute.
But hello, little angry chicken dog.
Oh, he's so nice.
He ran.
I'm
It's
not meow.
Angry chicken dog. Oh, hello. But yeah, I don't know how old he is, but he's young still. He's young still.
Yeah, sure. So what's next for you?
Yeah,
What's
what's in the
Yeah.
pipeline? It's that from
I'm sure you have a lot of things lined up.
acting show, more
There's
music videos.
we're filming something while we're out here. It's not exactly NDA, but I'm just not going to speak on it just
You
in
know
case.
what? To be safe,
Mhm.
NDAs are no joke.
There's that. And then we just got a lot of contents that we filmed while we were here, so those will come out later. And then hopefully a comeback in the next few months, but nothing set in stone yet. But yeah.
That's exciting. Seems
Thank
like you have a very like bright future. It's
Thank
like
you.
uphill. Seeing your music video like quality and everything.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say like we knew her. Like, on this
Before she
podcast.
was like super.
Before she's like twice level famous.
No.
You never know. You
True.
literally never know.
You never know.
You never know.
Just like how we never know if you're gonna be in a show.
Shang-Chi too.
We know.
I like the
Manifesting.
Yeah,
confidence.
manifest
Manifesting.
destiny.
I feel like there's like a thin line between like confidence and like delusion, but we toe it. We toe it. I'm joking.
Just one toenail over the line.
Yeah,
Just
keep that confidence. I think that's really nice.
So, anything you want to say to your fandom while
AI
you're here?
troopers.
AI
Yeah.
troopers.
I'm gonna look directly into this camera. Hello, fancy meeting you here if you happen to be stumbling across this. But while I've been in LA, I've had the wonderful opportunity to meet so many of you, and I'm so grateful for that. Thank you for the undying love and support, and I hope that I can continue to become an artist and a person that y'all support and hydrate as you do.
Sorry.
But yeah, grateful to be here, and I hope you guys enjoy the content that's been coming out. And if you're not subscribed to Offline TV and you're somehow watching this, then subscribe.
She's so,
Yeah.
she's so,
That's so
idol-like.
wow.
She's such an idol.
You can tell she
I want to
hosted
be an
a
AI
podcast.
trooper. I understand. It was so like, wow. That was very smooth.
Very well
Very
done.
not-
Thank you.
Usually
Thank
people
you.
take a few takes, but that's like,
And I think that's gonna do it for us. Thank you all so much for watching. A big thank you to our guest
Alexa from Oklahoma.
Thank you.
coming all this way. Go check out her content. If you haven't listened to her music and watch her music video, it's very good. Go watch the one where she gets injured.
Yeah.
So you can see what we're talking about.
anyone from Hollywood out there who wants to cast him in Shang-Chi, please.
We can't. Well, I did said this on the last podcast.
shit,
We
really?
can't keep saying
Am I
this.
allowed to curse? I'm allowed to curse.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you
Sorry.
curse as a K-pop idol?
I mean,
You try not to?
I try not to.
Yeah,
I try
that's what I
not to.
figured.
I can, but I try not to.
Honestly, I need to stop cursing. It's such a bad. When I was younger, I watched South Park.
Oh no, no,
And-
no.
Yeah, every time they're like, "God damn it, Cartman!" I thought that was so funny, and I'm like, "God damn it, Cartman!" I wanted to like copy it, so that's how I started cursing. But
Oh no.
trying not to, generally good.
Mm.
Yeah.
Good.
Gotta set an example for the kids.
But you're right.
All right. Thank you all so much for watching, and see you guys next week.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth ever offline TV podcast. I'm your host, This Guy's Toast. Actually, I don't know if I'm not the host. I'm just here very consistently. It's presumptuous of me to say I'm the host. I'm joined by Skara.
You're the host.
Welcome, Skara.
Welcome.
Big Daddy,
Well, don't call me that.
creator of offline TV.
A little bit, yeah.
How long in the pro life? 8 years? 9?
It's been a while. It's been, I've been all around the block. I literally was gonna write down everything I've ever done in my life, and I realized my titles just keep extending. Which, not to brag, but I've just done a lot of things.
So you were a pro player during the Wild West.
Yes.
Where there are no laws,
Yes.
no regulations.
Yes.
What's the most fucked up thing you saw? Like, whether it's like financial abuse,
Here's the best
verbal
one.
abuse.
Here's the best one. Okay. I left the dig house, okay?
Dignitas.
Yes,
yeah.
Dignitas house. And before I left, I was like, here's all the numbers you have to call. Take me off of your like the utilities, because I was the one paying utilities, because they didn't pay rent.
So the players paid for.
It was only 2 teams had players pay rent. We were one of them. I think Dig was the last team to not pay rent. Okay. So first of all, that's kind of fucked. But let's move a little bit past that. I left, and as I'm looking for a new apartment to live at, okay, I had to sleep at High's apartment for a little bit. And I'm going to apartment complexes, and I'm like doing applications. They're like, sorry, sir, we can't accept you. They just pushed me away. I'm like, what's up? He's like, your credit score is too low. I'm like, that's impossible. And I go and check. My credit score is down almost 80 or 90 points because they never took me off the utility bill. So what ended up happening was they accrued a $500 bill, closed the account, and restarted another account in their name. So my account never got paid off. And I was just like, what the fuck happened? And it sucked because I was trying to find an apartment then. I only found one because at the time, I knew someone who knew someone whose mom was the person managing the real estate. And I was like, please vouch for me. I have the money. I just need my credits. I promise I'll pay I think I had to pay 3 or 4 months up front just to get the spot.
So when you moved out that Dignitas, was it an apartment or a house?
It was a house, a full house. The rent was paid through my bank account, I think.
Why is it not paid through the organization?
Because
So they made you, an individual player on their team, pay for rent directly, and they pay through you.
The best part is, on top of that, they also used our place as an Airbnb. So when big events like E3 was happening or any of that, they wouldn't pay for hotels for their staff. They would just house them at our house. Doesn't fucking matter if we're playing LCS that week, which we were, or any of that shit. They would just stay at our house. And I'd be like, what the fuck is this? Like,
but the players are paying for the rent.
Yes. But the team is also using it as oh, it's free Airbnb. We have a house, so they'll just sleep on the floor there. So we'd have 2 or 3 people in the living room. I remember we had 2 people in the living room, and one of them snored really loud. Good times, good fucking times.
So what's the team paying? Your salary?
The team is paying the LCS salary plus $1,000.
1,000?
Yes, but realistic, our rent is the 2,000 or 3,000 a month for living in the house. So I left Dignitas almost broke. I streamed 29 days out of 30 because I was under $1,000 in my bank account the day I left Dig, or the month I left Dig.
And when you left, you still your name was still on the utilities bill.
Yeah, good times, good times.
Did they use the house after you left?
Yeah, it was for their next team. They used the same house.
Oh, it's the same house, but your name was on there for a while.
Yeah, on the utilities. One utility for a while. They got me off everything but the electricity, I think.
Got it. Yeah, life back then must have been pretty crazy because there's no rules on what you can do and how you can treat players, right?
You know the craziest thing? I think it's okay to say this now because I've told you this.
I love it when someone says, I think I can say this.
I've told you this in secret. I don't know if this is actually true. So I was told by people who were staff at Dignitas that they allegedly were secretively watching us or listening to us overseas. So they would be in a Discord call group. I think at the time it was called TeamSpeak. they would use TeamSpeak and have their private channel and listen or watch us. As I think they installed TeamViewer on our living room PC. I don't know if how accurate this is, but I was told under good faith that this was something that actually happened while I was at Dig.
At Dignitas.
Yes.
Wow, you can. I'm surprised you're comfortable saying it because they're trying to make a comeback in the league scene, right? Do they have an LCS team
Oh, I'm sure they do. Yeah, they do.
right now?
But like I don't like this management. Like their management
Completely different.
Yeah, their management's completely different.
Got it.
You know, so it's like
Has Dignitas ever tried to reach out and say, "Hey, sorry, back then we were kind of cringe."
I don't think they thought it was a problem. Like a lot of it, they were just like, "Oh, it just happens. It's like part of the process." I actually think Dignitas was like was the weirdest, strangest org I've ever been a part of. I think a lot of their upper management were not paid. They're paying the promise that when they sell, they would get money. But like, imagine like your structure if like you have to pay interns in mouse pads, realistically mouse pads or hoodies, and then move on to like kind of a paid position later, but still maybe unpaid. And then their upper management wasn't getting paid. So it was just like, I think they were just really good at managing sponsor relationships. OD in particular, the managed like Alienware, all these relationships for such a long time that they fooled, I think, the people who ever bought them, the 76ers, into like they got the sale. Once they got the sale, I was like, fuck, it worked out for them. They're fucking geniuses. But beforehand, I was like, this company seems a little weird.
Yeah, that's the Overwatch League strategy where they approach big investors and give them numbers that are definitely not accurate, get paid millions of dollars, and when these big investors pull off esports for life because of how shitty it was, it's like, oh, what'd you expect? You kind of got snake oiled.
I think their big thing was like they had 56 teams in 50 different countries. Like they always say that, but it's like they have like a Trackmania team in Europe, or like a team in like I don't know, Africa doing like one FPS game, or like a team over here. It's like technically that's true, but it sounds way more grand.
Yeah, and these investors, they're not gonna do their research. It's like, what do you mean exactly? They're like, oh, 56 teams, 50 countries. These guys are
Crazy,
international.
right? Yeah.
They're worldwide. And then they put money in and they don't get the return they expect.
To be fair, I think that like Dig wasn't the only team this was like true for in the terms of like they would hype up their teams. Every team does this, right?
Yeah.
But behind the scenes, like there were a lot of bad things that happened for all the teams. Like there's not a single team I can think of where like they did well. It was just problem after problem after problem after problem after. It was the Wild West.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of very bad instances from a lot of teams. Some things that I can't even say because we know. Oh, do you ever run into this situation where someone does something not so smart, someone you know, and normally you would flame the shit out of them on social media, but because your acquaintances or like your friends who are friends with them, you have to hold your tongue?
Oh, all the time.
How does it feel? Because like,
I should say I don't hold my tongue. I just say, look, like this happened. I may not agree with it, but they're still my friend. You know, stuff like that. Like,
do you say that?
Yeah, I'm more than comfortable saying that. But like, this is more recently. I think like earlier, like even as early as like 3 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to do that just because I think at some point, like either you have to stop, like limit yourself, or like for other people, or you don't, and you have to make that decision, right? Like where the line is. For me, the line is like, if I fucking have to talk about it because it's a big deal, I'll talk about it, you know, and in the best way that I can, you know. I still will stand up for my friends when I can. I think they'll understand.
Yeah, I see like people in our friend group go through, as content creators, go through public things, and sometimes I just imagine, because I come from Hearthstone, right? But I ended up hating 90% of the Hearthstone people.
True.
And I think it's weird that I don't really hate anyone in our friend group because I think if I was a League of Legends streamer, for example, there's a good chance I would have hated you. Purely because you were a League of Legends streamer. But because you weren't, and like no one in our friend group are Hearthstone streamers, I was able to become friends with you guys. But then it becomes weird when like people would do things that I don't agree with. And if they were Hearthstone streamers, I'd be on Twitter like flaming the shit out of them. But because, I know this person, now I can't do that. Now I have to hold back. I wonder how different my social life would be if I was free to just flame the shit out of people when they do something wrong instead of saying, oh, wait, but I know this guy now. I have to, I'll just stay quiet. Because that's what I do right now. When someone does something that is not smart, when they have a public oopsie, I just don't say anything.
Yeah.
Whereas other people might be free to say, hey, this is kind of weird, this is kind of cringe. But our friend group, it's very frowned upon to be critical of each other on social media.
I think it's because how close we are that we understand, like, if you do have a problem with it, it should be done in private. Mm-hmm. So, like, I've been the way, I've learned that, like, you hold your tongue sometimes because, you know, and also, like, I find that over time, most of the things that they did that were bad, they've realized bad is subjective, but like maybe the objectively bad ones or the poor decisions, like they understand. Like even if they still do it, or like over time they're like, oh yeah, maybe that wasn't that great, or at least they'll understand that like why I don't think it's great, you know. And I think that like because over time it all works out that way, I just choose to believe in the people, you know, and I hold my tongue because I'm sure it all ends up working out. If it doesn't, then I fucking talk to them. I'm like, hey, I didn't like this.
Mm-hmm. During a league career, did you ever hate anyone?
I remember I strongly disliked Reginald.
TSM Reginald,
he's
founder of TSM.
Yeah, he's a very stubborn person, I'd say.
Yeah.
Like the thing is, I'm very stubborn too. I think you also know that. Like, I'll change my opinion if like you can force me to change it using like objective facts. But like, I'm very stubborn up until that point. Where I feel like he's also like a very stubborn person, but his opinion's always right. And so like, I think that we just clashed. I don't think I ever hated anyone, but I remember I just didn't like a lot of how he did stuff. And but I couldn't, like, he was very good, so I couldn't say shit. Or I should say, my personal like opinion of him didn't matter when it came to like, because we ended up just fighting against each other on the Rift a lot of times.
Mm-hmm. But did you like dislike him because of like his business or like thinking style, or was it more because you were both mid laners and there was some kind of rivalry on that front?
I didn't dislike him because of the mid lane. I don't give a shit about that. Like, if I ever lose to him, I'm always like, I wasn't good enough, or like he played really well. You know, it's never just a shit thing like fuck this guy. You know, don't get me wrong. Like when I'm playing the game, I'm like, I'm fucking gonna destroy this. This guy's a piece of shit. Like, you gotta get yourself into that like you hate him, but just for that game kind of deal. That's what I do. Like, I fucking hate this. I am way better than this guy. Like, and then like afterwards, like, okay, you know, he played pretty well. Like, man, just got me today, you know. But yeah, I don't think I hate anyone. I think I'm just too logical to really, really hate someone. Like, if you did me wrong, I won't even hate you. But if you did my friends or my family wrong, all right, that's the only time. I think I can only hate like one or two people. I've only hated like 2 people in the last 10 years, maybe 3. And that's a real, like, that's stretching it.
Are any of them like content creators?
No. Maybe one.
Yeah, but you hate that person more because of what they did to your friends.
Yes, or my family, as opposed to me.
But not to you.
It's like, if you wrong me, you call me bad words, I don't give a shit, dude. It's like, I don't need to compare myself to them, because for me, like, at least for what I do, I'm very confident in that.
Yeah. So you don't really like get in conflict with your competitors, huh? Because I'm the opposite. I hate my competitors.
I know. I know. Trust me. We've talked about that. I know. I think I don't have that much of a competitive atmosphere anymore. I think you still do when it comes to content creation. So that's why you hate the people who do what you do. But for me, like, I gave up my competitive edge, maybe for most things, when I decided to focus more on OTV, because like it shows in everything that I do. Like, I don't push for like solo queue ladder rank. I don't look to grind games a lot by myself unless like necessary. I spent a lot of my time looking for like what would the group like. When I recently went to go like play something, play a game, play test a game, and like I could tell that all my critique was based on new player experience and gameplay. And for me, it's like I don't really care about new player experience that much, but I know I care because my friends care, and they would never pick up a game where the new player experience sucks. So like my interests have just changed so much. I think people like don't even remember that I used to be like a pro player, and I think my mindset back then was much different than it is now. Like, I wanted to be the best. If I couldn't be the best, then it sucked. Like, every day was just I wake up, if I'm playing bad, there's periods of time where I was playing terribly. I literally wake up and be like, I'm fucking shit. Let's go. Like, it's practice. Like, we gotta just keep practicing, stuff like that. I don't wake up that depressed anymore. I like my quality of gameplay on a daily basis doesn't affect my mental mood anymore. But I think that losing that competitive drive does have tangible downsides.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of new players don't really know about your past life, but I noticed that whenever we do go to Vegas, you probably get recognized probably the most out of everyone, because I think it's because the Vegas crowd is a little older, because I remember we went to a restaurant and two of the chefs at that place recognized who you were. It's like, oh my God, Scar from... like, I think he called himself a Dignitas fan.
Yeah.
And wheeled out like a platter of seafood for you.
Oh, that was good. That was funny. I think I've just been in the scene a long time. Like, I was player, coach, interviewer.
Hello?
Did I flip to
anyone
like
here?
streamer?
Hello? Oh, we are unmuted.
YouTuber?
We are unmuted.
Like,
Hi, everyone.
I did casting in between
Hi.
that, just for fun. Like, so I've done like a lot of random jobs. I've done analysis work. I've done desk job. So I used to be on the LCS as well. So it's just like I've done almost everything.
Hi, guys.
Hi, everyone. I hope you guys are having a
that I
great
kind of
night
wanted to.
and that
And
you're
after all of
enjoying
that, I was
the
like, I prefer to
OTV
be a streamer.
videos.
If I can't play professionally, I want to stream.
How's everyone
And I did.
doing?
And then now it's
Can
like,
we share the chair,
well,
please?
I'm streaming professionally,
Sorry.
but like, what's the next
like
thing?
to sit.
You know?
Is
And
Edison
so I think
dead?
right now,
Edison is still out right now.
because right now if the game sucks,
He's
Wait, I think I'm gonna
my stream sucks, or like I suck.
Okay.
I think my quality is
Edison
depending a lot about how I
is,
enjoy games, which
Can you make it look
is
nice?
terrible. I should be able to make anything.
Oh, thank
good
you
if
so
I'm good enough.
much.
So
Hey, Potter, I know you've been
I
here
wonder what the
every
next step
night,
is.
and you've
I'm
been
kind of working on it.
Potter, you've been
You're
doing
not
in the
really,
work.
you've
big
been
trash
actually.
talker.
I know you know every single
stuff,
word
are
in
you?
this
No,
game now.
dude,
like I'm
I
pretty
feel
sure
like-
it's not even like
I feel
It's-
like I don't need to
there's like
shit on you
thousands
out
of
the
words,
game
but I
to
know
shit
you
on
know all
in
of them
game.
actually.
Like
This guy's actually
after
cheating.
the
Every time I
game,
come in
like,
here, he's just like,
I could.
oh,
I'll just like.
the answer.
Like, it doesn't matter how much they shit talk.
I have a question,
because I'm
Potter.
like,
How long have
I know
you
the
been
people's
Edison's
the opinions
mod?
of people I care about,
You can see his
and
stuff.
I know that
No,
like
but then it,
42 months.
I know when I'm better than them.
that's
Like,
a
it's
real
just-
one.
He's been following since
I have a
2019. That's when I
very
was born.
strong opinion of like if I'm better
Oh
or
my-
worse than someone
shut up.
at any game.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, I don't ever say to people
Only when he started.
Why not?
Oh wait, actually, oh my gosh. You've
because
been such
I
a good
don't.
mod.
It's not cool to be like I'm definitely better. Than
How much are you
this
paid?
game. You know, it doesn't matter
Are you
that you
getting
beat me
paid,
here,
Potter?
but I'm better. It's like
At
that's
least, like,
fucking cringe.
Like
That's
a
omega
dollar per
cringe.
That's
day.
what I do all the time.
You
Also,
make it funny
For
though.
sure.
You know, I think you need.
Excuse my Asian
for
glow, by the
you,
way. I'm
Your
allergic
shit
to
talking
alcohol,
build
but
is also how you
Yes.
build your
Mod's getting
confidence in
paid.
yourself.
Omega
And I
low.
think that that's
paid to
something
get
that is
W. But I hope you guys are
good
doing well.
for you.
I hope you guys are
I
having a
don't.
great night.
I build
We just want to
confidence in
stop by the
different
stream
ways
because
in
we don't
terms
do
of, like,
that much
I would
because
say like I'm
we're
supremely
either
confident
dead or
in
streaming.
like
So
in certain
is true.
types
yeah, or
of,
playing games.
like
oh,
ways I
let's
do
do the Wordle.
content.
I'm okay.
But and
look at
like
this.
I don't need anything to
Edison?
stand for that. But in other
No,
ways
no,
where
it's
I do
Edison.
need to build
No,
confidence,
it-
No, it's
I
a good
can't
word
build it
because it
up like
has
that.
three
Look at
vowels.
this. It's not
is,
enough.
Bad thing, good thing.
Yeah, I
Wait,
feel
wait,
like
wait.
if you were
1,
to say
2,
something like,
3,
yeah,
4,
I'm
5,
better,
6,
you're
7.
being
Look at this.
factual,
Yes.
A,
and the other
B,
person would be
C,
just
D,
offended.
E,
Like, why are you
F.
being such a dick, bro?
Yeah, like, oh
Does that-
man.
All right, we both play team
Alright,
fight
if you do
tactics,
that-
right?
Yeah.
Does
Then
it
Who do you
work?
think's the better
I
player?
think it'll work.
Oh,
And you can be honest.
without
Right.
any amount of time put in, I think you are
you have to have,
fucking
like,
smarter.
a
I think I
real
need to
word.
put in a
Oh,
lot of
wait.
time
It
to
has to be
reach
turned on.
Oh wait, how
a
do you turn
certain
it on?
amount
I
of
don't know.
understanding that you naturally get when you play
Oh wait, no,
games.
no, no! It's not even showing on the
I
screen.
liken
what
it
I'm saying, like, I
to,
don't
you know
know.
how in Mario Kart, there are
It's okay, I
stats
don't
where
wanna
it's
mess
like
with it, you know?
acceleration and then top speed.
Yes.
Your top speed is higher than mine.
Yeah, yeah.
But my acceleration is fast,
Oh,
like,
yeah, yeah.
faster than yours.
Wordle?
Because like at the beginning,
Does
when
he
we
have a
play a
Wordle
new
scene?
set, I always feel like I win more. But by
It's
like
okay.
the first month's mark, I notice I definitely
Okay,
lose a lot more
okay,
compared
Chad.
to you.
Copy.
It's because it's
I'll
all
see
because
you
I
guys
just I watch
in the
so many
future.
streams. Like, if I care about
Subscribe to
TFT,
Twitch
like
Prime.
you'll see me walking down the stairs. I'll
What are you
have
looking
like
at?
someone stream on Soju, stream
Stream.
Emily. It doesn't matter. Watching
Wow,
TFT
you being
streams,
nosy?
watching TFT streams when I sleep, stuff like
Oh,
that.
you
Like
need-
it's just
you need
something
to
that
mute that,
happens over
babe.
time. It was the same in League.
Babe.
I never was
Yeah,
good
yeah, yeah.
because I was naturally good. I played.
You put in the time.
I
Okay,
put
we're
in
gonna go to
so
sleep
much
now.
time.
I'm going to bed.
Like, because people didn't know.
Good
Like,
night,
Hi
guys.
everyone.
this is always the funniest stat. I
Good
spent like
Say goodnight.
I played 100 Oriana
Say
games
goodnight
one
back.
season off stream.
Bitch,
Because
actually.
my Oriana was dog shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I have to be a better Oriana player. And after all the 100 games, I got like okay with her, pulled her out of the competitive game, fucking was shit at her. And I felt so bad, but I kept going back to play her because it's like you have to be able to conquer that, you know, at some point. Like, or else like you'll just always be known as a person who can only play 1 or 2 champions. So it's just something where it's like, even though I never got to show that again, it's something that I know I put time into. And it just sucks that like it didn't kind of work out the way I wanted it to.
Cool. So speaking of Riot Games, one of our most popular podcast clips is you and me discussing the difference between Riot Games and Blizzard Entertainment. That was more than a year ago.
Okay.
So that was our opinion. We can probably like play a clip from back then. I got a lot of things to rant about when it comes to like Hearthstone. Because like working with Riot's such a day and night difference. I had a Riot event and then I had a Blizzard event back to back, right? And Riot paid me to go to an event. They also paid for like, they gave me like $500 in Uber credits. And like to travel for the Blizzard event, they're like, fuck you, find your way here. I had to use Riot's Uber budget that they gave me so I can travel to a Blizzard event. Like, that's how, like, that's what happens when I guess a game company kind of just doesn't really care because, oh, you know, you're a Hearthstone streamer. Or like, yeah, you know, we're giving you exposure. You get advanced access. You know, that's your reward kind of deal. Just fosters a lot of resentment. That was our opinion from more than a year ago. And we can look at what happened since the last time we talked about Blizzard and Riot. And a lot has happened with Blizzard since then. The biggest one is the sexual harassment case.
Which one?
Like, it's so bad, it's the state of California.
Yeah, has
like
to intervene.
the state.
Oh, it's
Not like an individual. Like, the whole state's like, hey, Blizzard, you guys are kind of fucked up. And yeah, what have your perspective been like, you know, because you played with Riot for such a long time. You were involved in a few Blizzard games as well.
Blizzard has a problem internally that isn't related to them like harassing women. Their problem is that they are just, it feels like they just care a lot about money, which is fine, but like they don't create new products. I think creating new products is like, I think right now a lot of, you see this in movies and TV shows a lot. A lot of people go for nostalgia factor. They'll redo or rehash old IPs or do remakes of old IPs to get nostalgia rather than coming up with something like good or new, something like that. Blizzard had taken that to the deep end where it's like, oh, their newest games have been Diablo 2 Resurrected. Okay, what else? They're like, they only do old games remade. And it feels like it's just a cash grab, and they don't even do it well. Their Warcraft 3 remake was terrible. Their Diablo 2 remake was terrible.
Yeah,
they had roll back on their servers multiple times. People lost so many levels, and it's just like they don't even do the remakes justice, and it looks like it's just a cash grab. Riot is like, for all the problems I have with Riot, when I have problems where I feel like I think they do a good job relative to their competition. First of all, their competition is, they don't have fucking competition. Their competition is doing like the very minimum. They're not even doing anything, and Riot's better than that, which isn't saying a lot. But I would say like relatively, they balance their game better than other games. Whereas like in Blizzard, you have like Overwatch balance, which is, as a casual player, going back to Overwatch and realizing that they lock you into roles, and when you queue for stuff, and you can't pick whatever character you want to play, you're forced to only play like 2-2-2, is the most ridiculous, fucking awful decision I've ever seen. The entire appeal of that game is that the flexibility is fun, you know? And the fact that they weren't able to balance goats or whatever it was called, and just ended up putting a band-aid on the game that ended up affecting everyone, terrible. They're fucking no foot. It's so stupid. I think that Riot, I'll try anything Riot makes, because I believe that they understand, at least at the very minimum, what a level of polish needs to be for it to be good. LOR, I don't play the game. I think it's polished though. They're doing actually great stuff when it comes to animation and video work and lore work in LOR, even if I don't like card games right now. TFT, super popular game. Everyone, no one really understands how popular TFT is. By all factors, I think TFT is one of the most like top selling games in the world, or top played games in the world. But like that's that statistics you have to ask more Dog about it, right? Yeah, right. I feel like even with all this being said, Call of Duty is making them $1 billion. Candy Crush is making them less money, but still a lot of money. They'll probably be fine. Hopefully they can turn it around, because as cool as it is that Riot's doing like a good job, I need competition, because there's a big game drought right now. I need to have good games. I think that I want them to do well. I want like next WoW expansion to be beast. I want like all their stuff to be good, because at the moment they're kind of shitting the bed. I don't know. Feels that way.
Do you notice like a trend with streamers that main a game and their relationship with the company? For example, Asmongold played World of Warcraft. You know, Asmongold's super popular streamer, but has like the worst relationship with Blizzard. They're constantly like, he's constantly kind of critiquing the game, and Blizzard employees have been caught like publicly calling him an asshole, like insulting him, like saying he's toxic. And then he tried Final Fantasy, and I think the director of that game personally got on the call with Asmongold saying like, "Hey, how you doing? What do you think about a game?" Like, and you know, did you ever experience that with Riot? Because when I was playing Hearthstone, I've had that feeling as well, where it felt like the game that I play for, that I represent, didn't like the fact that I was their face. But another company, like when Riot came along with Teamfight Tactics, super nice about it. But it also makes sense, like business-wise, you want to try and pull content creators to your game, right? So how has your experience been? Have you ever felt like, wow, this is a little disrespectful? Like, because it's like an ego battle between the streamer and like the community representative at the company.
I think most of my time at Riot fucking loves me, because I don't shit talk their game much. Or if I do, it's like, you know, when you say you hate this game because something bad happens, you don't actually hate the game, but you just hate like that particular moment of the game you play. I'll say that. But very rarely do I go off on bashing sprees saying like your game is fucking dog shit, the devs should kill themselves, stuff like that. Like I never do that. I'm always very like well spoken about how I feel about the game, and I never really cause much drama. So I feel like in terms of like representatives, I've always felt pretty well taken care of, I guess. The funniest thing, the only time I feel like I'm not well taken care of is in regards to OTV. So I think sometimes other people in OTV will get things from Riot that we won't, or I won't, and I'm just like, okay, like for sure that I understand why they like Lily like got this or Pokey got it. That's fine, like I get it. But to have that happen like multiple times, even if it makes sense, still feels like a little dehumanizing. Because it's yeah.
Do you think it's a gender thing?
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes, for sure. Like, and that's not a bad thing. I just think like that's just how it works.
Oh, so you know, this is counter to the traditional sense that women don't get a lot of respect in gaming. I'm not saying Scar.
What are you trying to say?
But I don't. A lot of people don't see this, and it's very common knowledge that women in gaming are treated like terribly.
Yes.
Like solo queue and just like respect, even among streamers. Like if you're a smaller female streamer, like guys will like objectify you. But one thing that female streamers have over male streamers is sponsorship activations. A lot of these companies will essentially have a female budget. Like this amount of budget are going to girls. And I don't care if you're a guy who's like the #1 views or like you do something really good, we will only sponsor girls.
I have lost sponsorship opportunities because I have been told that because I wasn't female and they're looking for multiple females to sponsor, that they have no more money for me. I get it. I wasn't even mad. I was like, okay, thank you for letting me know. So I know there's sponsorship strategies around that. I also know that there's even orgs out there that just sign girls, and it's smart. That's the thing. It's fucking smart. It's really hard to make it as a girl.
Yeah.
But once you've made it, so to speak, like once you're like at the very top, you get a lot of very unique opportunities because there's not many of you. God forbid, there's like fucking 12 of you total, right? Or like 20 or like less than 100. And so every one of those girls gets a lot of very specific, unique things. This isn't something where it's like, oh, they get special service, all this shit. It's like, no, but I've seen it happen, I have no problem with it either. It's only in the context of, because it's OTV, so I see what they send, like Lily, Pokey. I don't think I've ever gotten something that you didn't get. Or you ever got something that I didn't get.
Yeah.
But I have seen like Yvonne get something, I've seen Lily get something, I've seen Pokey get something. And I'm just like, so whose decision was it to give it to them? And it's fine if it's one time or twice. I remember it happened multiple times. I was just like, huh, interesting. Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate side effect of like trying to make someone feel special. Like, because when companies give out these special like plaques or treatments, it's great for the person receiving it, but everyone else on the sideline is like, oh, where's mine? And that's just like a life thing, right?
A good example is, you remember when Riot released their Valorant knives?
Oh, yeah.
So who do you know got them? Pokey got one.
Okay, Jody got one. I think Shroud got one.
Yes.
Who's #1 Twitch FPS player in the world and was invited to every single thing they've ever had.
Yes. I think.
And Ryan got one.
Ryan, yeah. So I think that like they very specifically had people that they were wanting to focus on to choose for that,
Yeah.
I think that Jody has been someone that they've had their eyes on for a long time, because she was someone that they also promoted on their Twitter twice. One in an animation and one a long time ago about women in Valorant.
Yeah.
She was like one of the key people. So you could tell like the organizations or like the gaming studios are keeping their eyes out for like who they like. Not just females. They have like specific guys as well. But in this particular case, I just remember, I was like, oh, I remember when they started looking at her and how it progressed to the point where she got the knife, so to speak. By the way, she's fucking insane in the game.
Yeah.
She deserves that. I don't play any Valo, so like them not giving me a Valo knife, I was like, okay, I don't deserve this shit. Like, I understand all the people they gave it to. They play a ton of Valo, and they're really good people who represent the game.
Yeah. The takeaway isn't that girls get special treatment and, they're whatever. More just because there's so little girls in gaming and because their experience of being a woman in gaming is so difficult, you have to make an effort to try and promote it. That's why there's like all-female tournament. And whenever there's an all-female tournament, the comment section becomes a war, because the argument is when it comes to gaming, if women want to be treated as equal, they need to compete on a leveling field. But it's not really fair because percentage-wise, there's much less female gamers, especially in like hardcore games like League of Legends, right?
A lot of times it's just for publicity, like it's for awareness. It's just like they wanted to create like a cool awareness thing, and it's turned into like a gender battle.
Yeah,
and it's like It's always a mess, honestly.
Yeah, it always becomes a gender battle, especially and also like strategy games like Hearthstone and chess. They're like, oh, it's just strategy games. Why do you have to be separated? Why are you discriminating against men? But it's more creating a safe environment for girls and for female viewers to see that it's like, hey, there's a lot of girl gamers. I can maybe game as well. But yeah, gender in gaming's always tricky. There are some benefits, like you mentioned, at the top. At the top, if you're one of the top 5 girl streamers, I remember. So I stream exclusively on Facebook, and I know what my number looks like. I know someone who got offered like more than me, who averages 50% of my viewers. So they have half my, numbers, but their number in payment in money is higher than me. Not from like donations or subscriptions. It's like a company saying, you as a guy with this number is worth this much, but her as a girl with less number is worth more than you. Because, there is just a drought of girls in gaming. So they have to be,
For me, I know someone who got 5 times my figure. With I think similar numbers at the time. It was really interesting to hear about. I was like, oh shit, okay. But yeah, I think the numbers are quite interesting to talk about. I always like talking about numbers. It's like something, I guess it's like a little bit of a faux pas to talk to your friends about numbers. But I'm always usually pretty comfortable with sharing with like how much I make or like whatever. I always tell people like I'm not a millionaire, but like I'll get there eventually kind of deal. And so like I'm not a millionaire. You can literally look at my income. I'm number 380. I think I'm my Twitch income last year was like $380,000, something like that, which is I don't get donations, by the way, like just at all. I think my entire year of donations was like a little bit above $1,000. So like that Twitch payment is about how much I fucking made.
Do you think there's a social responsibility for streamers to not squeeze money from their viewers, even if your viewers are willing to give you money? For example, merch is a great topic. We do merch. I'm thinking about doing merch, but merch to me have always felt it can range from like, the clothings are great and it feels comfortable, right? And I'm happy buying it and I can wear it anytime, to exploitative, where it's just like a very inside joke and the product's not that great, but your viewers will buy it because they're super fans. Like, what's the morality there? Because for those who don't know, each merch drop nets you $1 million plus if you're like a mid-sized streamer. And that's like after the factory takes a cut, after the middleman takes a cut. Is it
that much? I'm pretty sure our merch drops are nowhere near that much.
No, the bigger streamers.
Oh yeah.
From what I know, from what I've heard,
the big streamers. Yeah, our merch drops are nowhere near that for OTV.
But the big streamers, keep in mind, these guys are already multi-millionaires,
yes,
and they're doing merch drops to let's just get another $1 million, another $1 million, because their viewers will buy it, right? And they'll be happy buying it.
I think I've always said this on my stream. There's no cure for stupidity, and it isn't your job to make the cure. I'm not saying it's stupid for people to buy merch. I should say instead that you can't control their financial freedom. It sometimes is the exploitative, I guess, end or the line is based on you. I would say there's actually no social responsibility on your end as a content creator to do anything. And when it comes to this, it's just how does your choice matter? Not as a creator, but as a person. Like, where is the line for you? For me, I always think merch is just like a way for people to support you guys. So OTV has always been like, we want to make our merch cooler because like we don't want to just be like a logo and that's it. We have worked with different designers, mainly Yvonne, right? In the past, has worked with people to make our merch like different, cool. So it's like they pay for the clothes to support us. But at the very least, the clothes are like unique and like there was some effort put in, But if we decide not to do that, because our very first merch launch was like on the cheapest website using the cheapest stuff. We had a little bit of like details, but like it wasn't that good, right? That's our very first one. It's like that's fine. It just depends on how we want to do it. I don't think there's ever a social responsibility, as much as people may think there is. I think it's common for people to think that the more power or the more money you have, the more social responsibility you have to some extent. I've never agreed with that. Ever. That doesn't mean that I think it's not good to do like, I guess, socially good stuff. But I always felt like that was more like it's not a responsibility. It's like you can if you want to.
When as big streamers, we get a lot of comments and messages like using our platform for good.
Sure.
So you don't really. I'm not saying you go against that, but you're saying like it's not our responsibility when something happens. Everyone's like, Scar, what's your opinion on this political thing? Scar, what do you think about like this law that was just passed?
Politely, I like to say that they can go fuck themselves. But like I think it's something more along the lines of, hey, like most of the times I'm not even well researched enough to be able to make a comment on it. You know, I remember the one time I did research very quickly was when a lot of Asian hate crimes happening all across the states, and then like I remember spending like half the day researching about stuff because I kind of wanted to talk about it. Did I feel like it was my social responsibility as an Asian streamer to do it? No. But I thought, you know, I'm somewhat related. It's a somewhat interesting topic and I wanted to talk about it. Obviously, I went out in support of like, hey, don't hit Asian people. You know, that's bad. But like that was something that I never felt like was a responsibility of mine. I think this doesn't mean, however, that I think that like, oh, if you think that it is a responsibility of mine, that's fine. Like, if you don't agree that, or I say like if a viewer doesn't agree that that social responsibility does exist for people with power, then they're welcome to not like agree with me or not follow what I do or not do like support me in that regard. I've always liked the idea of freedom and like in terms of what I do and what I never wanted to be about like I was forced to support this because I was Asian. You know, I was forced to support this because it was a big topic matter as every other streamer was talking about it. And certainly I have played along to that in the past. Like there's not been a situation where like I usually I'll just be like, yes, do this. Or like, hey, I did some research. This looks like it's usually I say this is bad shit. Please support this. You know? I don't try to make it more than it is. I don't try to be like, yeah, cause I'm Asian, work with me. We're gonna stop Asian hate. You've never seen me do that ever because, well, I think that's a little fucking weird. Where like the content creator makes it about them, like an agenda for them to push something to align with like the current world problem. But also, it's just how I see things is just that way. Where it's if I want to support it, I will. If I don't, I think it's always been pretty hard to guilt trip me into doing stuff as a person. And I think part of that helps when it comes to these kind of matters. Because while everyone's always panicking, everyone's like, Skara, we need your fucking opinion right now. Like malaria just happened in the Middle East and like people are dying. What do you think? And it's like, okay. First of all, I haven't done research on it, and so you can calm yourself. Like, I'll fucking work. I'll get there. If I'm interested, I'll get there in time. And if not, it's like, okay, there's a lot of things to worry about in the world. I think social media oversaturates like turmoil into your feed. So the unfortunate truth is that there's a lot of pain and suffering out there. And if you're on social media, you are given that every second of the day. And it is like somewhat really bad mentally to do that. So that's why people like you've taken breaks for probably, I guess, somewhat similar reasons. But other people take breaks a lot from social media because you shouldn't be put under that kind of it shouldn't be exposed in that way nonstop. And it's extra exposure when you're a big creator because everyone's like, what does he think? You know, Ja Rule, fuck that guy. Toast. What does he think about people hitting Asians? It's like, and Toast comes out, hitting Asians is bad. Oh my God, he thinks so too? It's like, okay, like, you know?
do you feel being Asian is a big part of your identity? Because some content creators make being Asian like their focus, because I've talked about this. I know of like 3 pretty big YouTube channels of Asian like content creators, and they talk in a very stereotypical accent. Like one of them pronounces all the L's as R's, and he'll do videos where he goes, "Hello, everybody," and the thing is, those videos gets the most views on his channel, and because he is Asian, he can get away with that. No one can call him out on that.
Yeah.
Because it's part of his culture. Like maybe his parents speak like that, but you then see them out of character, and they speak perfect English, and essentially can argue, well, he's playing a character who speaks really bad English. But we're both Asian, and we don't really lean into that kind of Asian identity. Like, I born in Taiwan, grew up in Malaysia. Like, I had an accent growing up, but coming to Canada, I always try to like minimize it to a point where people understand what I'm saying. But I don't lean into it too much. Like, I would make a joke here and there in a very stereotypical Asian accent, but if you look at my content, 99% of it, I'm talking like how I normally talk.
I think it's normal. Okay. I think the thing about race a lot of times is that you grew up with a lot of the cultural things tied to your race, right? Like you grew up eating rice, and a lot of it's because you're Asian, right? I ate rice like every fucking meal, pretty much, right? And like I think a lot of your growing up, how you make like jokes, kind of, or how do you see things is based on how you grew up, right? So I think I don't know. I think a lot of the jokes I make or some of the jokes I make may be more Asian than others, because that's how I experience life essentially. But I would say people recognize me more for having glasses than for being Asian. Almost, it's like the Asianness especially for me. Like me being Asian is like video game player, streamer, just so many different things, and then Asian might be the very last one. I can't even remember when I made like an Asian joke. It's just some people can do it, bring it to the very front. I know what YouTuber you're talking about, 100%. That does the food videos, right? But it's like, if he wants to do that, it's fine. And I think it's okay to critique him. I just think, who's gonna because he's Asian, no one's gonna give a shit. And unfortunately, that's just how the culture works online.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
like you can 100% critique. I'll say he's playing into it, and he'll agree with you or with me. But like, hey, get some views. That's how he lives. All right, fine, fuck it. I don't care. Like if me putting on an accent means I got twice as many Twitch views, I would consider it.
You would consider
Maybe roll my R's a little bit.
What do you have can you do an Asian accent?
No, I can't. I don't even know. No, I actually don't. I feel very awkward doing an accent. But like, I don't know. I think like maybe if I made more race related jokes, like maybe if I did that and I got more viewers because of it, let's say a tangible 40%, 30% more viewers, I might play into that more, But like, because it's an obvious benefit for me.
Yeah.
And like the negative downside is like not that much, right? But it's like,
yeah, you're immune to it because you're Asian.
Yeah, you can't be like, oh, he's racist. Yeah, I'm racist against my own race. That usually cuts off like 98% of cancel culture, 99. So it's like, yeah, I have that immunity, I have the shield, the protection. But I'm never gonna do that. I don't think so. It might be a situation where I make more like less PG statements maybe in the future. I feel like I have been so jaded I'm becoming more and more jaded. So like because I'm getting more jaded, I give less shit about certain things. And so like maybe my unfiltered comments, immediate unfiltered reactions are like less PG than they used to be in the past. But like, and it might be that I play into that because I feel more comfortable into doing it, not because I think that it's beneficial for me, so to speak. And maybe that might have race related stuff.
Yeah, I always find it very interesting that what you can say in regards to like racial topic is very dependent on like your skin color.
Oh yeah,
For example, Broden, what are you?
Half white, half Chinese.
perfect.
Half white, half Chinese. But Broden, in my eyes, looks pretty Caucasian, right?
Yes, absolutely.
But if he was to crack any like Asian jokes, he'd get in so much trouble because he doesn't look Asian.
Absolutely.
But there's a world where like he has the same ancestry, but he looks more Asian.
Like, racially, culturally, I should be allowed to crack Asian jokes too, right?
Yep, absolutely.
But he can't because he doesn't look Asian.
I mean, he can. It's just the amount of people who will say something about it will be way more, right?
And what do you think they'll say if we say, oh, by the way, Broden's like 50-50? Do you think they will, oh, okay, carry on, sir? Oh, they double down. It's like, well, it doesn't really matter.
I think the people who argue about that are assuming it's not like, even if it's a distasteful joke. You know what I say about that? Just like, let's say someone makes a very bad, distasteful joke. Like, you don't have to correct them on that. I've literally just stopped following people, stopped interacting with people if they make a bad or poorly tasted comment or joke. But the people who want to keep engaging into that after they know it happens are freaks. Like they have problems, some of them. And I think that like, it's just, yeah, I don't know. I feel like as a content creator, you have to live your life under the microscope of others. But it's also sometimes like a cage. And to make sure that you are true to yourself and to find the right words to say that can convey how you feel under the microscope is a painful journey to the point where like you have to cut corners somewhere. And you as the creator decide where you cut the corners. You know? If Broden all of a sudden was like, I want to crack an Asian joke every once in a while, some people would definitely be like, that's fucked up. But like, if that's what he needs to do, he's just dying to crack an Asian joke every time I'm there. I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, but we have friends who are like Broden. I think, is it John? Or is it Jody? Or am I completely off base?
Both are
Both are half, right?
Yeah.
But when you look at it, you're like, oh, here's an Asian person. If
Yes.
John was to crack an Asian joke or Jody was to crack an
Yeah.
Asian joke, you'd be like, oh, nothing wrong. But if Broden was to do it, people would raise their eyebrows at that. But their background is exactly the same.
The thing is, people just care a lot about that kind of
What you
kind of
look
stuff.
like, right?
Like people are just like, okay, like cultural stuff matters a lot to people, you know? That's why you get a lot of comments about cultural appropriation, especially for people who are not the same race. It's like when people critique offline TV as being Asian, a lot of Asians, like Asian, like Jersey Shore. I'm like, yeah, we have a lot of Asians. So what?
See,
Hey, I'm always like, hey, look at Pokey, and people are like, nah, she's honorary Asian. I'm like, huh, okay, whatever. She's honorary Asian. That's cool. I don't care. Like if that's where we want to go, like I don't want that to stop us from picking up people who are like really good but Asian, you know? Like I don't want to ever have the masses change my judgment so much that it affects like my happiness.
it's interesting you bring up the Asian Jersey Shore comment because it happened like 4 years ago, and on social media, like OTV was called like Asian TV, Asian Jersey Shore. But I always felt like isn't that kind of offensive to label us based on our race and like Asian TV? Because if you flip it and say, oh, you know, white people do like, you know, Mexican TV or like black TV, like that'd be pretty offensive in my opinion, right?
But the thing is, Asians are the model minority. See? So it's like where a lot of the stereotypes about Asian people are like good or positive stereotypes.
So
like,
it makes
they're good
it
at math. So it's good, right? You know? That's not a bad thing, but that's still technically like labeling, you know? And I think there's a lot of stuff where it's like because Asians are like one of the best treated like non-white races, so to speak, like minorities, that like they still get some hate because of that reason. But no one's ever gonna fucking say that, and no one knows where the line is.
Yeah. It's not good to say to anyone, but it just feels like because I've received comments like, yeah, you guys have too many Asians.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
And-
Let's get 10 more, baby.
And when I hear that, I just say, okay. But imagine someone going up to like, hey, you have too many blacks on your group. And that, like, you say something like that, you'll
get canceled.
You get canceled.
Instantly.
But we've had like content creators say that about us. And we just kind of, haha, yeah, you're right. We have too much Asian. I feel like I personally minimize these.
Yeah, I have.
Because I don't think it's a big deal. It's like, I'm not going to make a big deal about it. Because I don't feel that strongly. But it's always weird that it's okay because they feel like we won't make a big deal about it. It's like
Absolutely. I think
Asian TV. It's like, well, what are you going to do about it?
it's
right?
just something that culturally the status quo is okay with. You know, I think that like if there's tier lists, you know, model minority, of course, that means that we're like a higher minority than others in a lot of ways. Yeah, happens, you know. That's just, I always just think I minimize it too, whatever. It's because I try not to have my content be about my race, even though I feel like my race does matter for some things, you know? Yeah, I didn't expect to talk about this much race on this podcast.
Yeah, how do we get here?
We're literally going to be, our title is going to be racism. OTV, OTV
Race and
tackles
gender.
race and gender. It's like, holy fuck. Like, I think back to what I said. I'm like, man, did I say stuff? I really covered race and gender. That is like the scariest two topics to cover as anyone.
Well,
online.
yeah. It's just we work in the gaming internet space, and those two things like affect how people like treat you a lot, right?
Oh man, I think actually people don't treat me differently because I'm Asian. I never thought that.
Yeah,
But
your
I
brand
ha-
is very. Like,
I have thought people treat me a lot differently because due to how I look. Like if I put on more weight, people have treated me worse. Kind of a little bit. And I think that like I understand why, but it's like a lot of like, because regardless of what most people say, like having a good public image or having a good image, like healthy image, is generally speaking good for your growth or good for your numbers. Having, not only is it bad for you mentally to be unfit, it's also bad for you like in general as a creator to be like to look bad. And so that's definitely something where I'm like, that matters more usually than my race ever does.
have you been taking any steps to remedy those feelings?
Okay, so I always think of it this way: it's just a long battle that is going to be fought I fought and failed a lot of different times. You know, I think a lot of it just comes down to building the habit into like consistently to the habits. And there's been a lot of times where I've started, some really sad thing happens, I stop for a little bit, and you just get off the train.
Yeah.
And I'm really impressed with how you do it. Like super, like you have no idea. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm always like, yeah. Toast became like, you know, he walks on the street, 7 ABGs after him. That's what I'm talking about. You know, I'm very happy or impressed with how you did it. I think that was really like motivating, if anything else. It is something that I'm looking to do. But I found that when I talk, the more I talk publicly about it, the less I actually do. It's one of those things where like if you tell your public your goals or like what you want to do, it's like you have a less likely chance of doing them. And I think especially when it comes to weight loss, that's 100% true for me. So I don't want to go into like, I'll say I failed a lot. And of course, I failed a lot. And I feel like I am looking to take steps to remedy that. But it's something where it's like, fuck. A lot of it's just like, it does weigh on me a lot, you know? Because I think I have this weird thing. I feel like I have always got a lot of negative comments. Not only for my weight, but just in general. From my peers when I played pro, from a lot of, from like fans. I feel like in my career, I don't make many enemies. I never really shit talk anyone else. If you literally ask anyone if I've shit talked them ever, like behind the scenes, I'd be like, I don't like this person because of X, Y, Z, of how they do it. But I'm never like, I hate this person because they fucking suck.
Right.
But for some reason, I get a lot of shit talk about me, like that they like, and I'm just like, I always might find it to be very confusing because it's like, why don't you like me? Why do you?
What did I do?
What do
to
you,
make
yeah?
this
Why
happen?
do you hate me so much that you can say something bad about me, like without me saying anything?
Yeah.
So to speak. I've always found that to be strange. And whether it's like people just coming to chat every day, I usually have to ban like 1 or 2 people every day because they come in chat and they like flame the shit out of me. Almost always my weight recently, and I'm just like, okay, well, like this is kind of weird. I'm still ban you, but like, why do like a couple people do this every day? Or back when I used to play pro, people would just flame me for my skill, whether it was in front of me or like near me, and I'd be like, why would you do this like around me? Like if you don't think I'm a good player, like that's fine, I don't mind, but like why would you just shit talk me randomly, you know? I've had that happen a lot, and I'm just like, I've kind of just accepted it, where it's like it doesn't matter what you do, at some point people would just dislike you. I think I get disliked more for being because I'm an easy target. I'm non-confrontational a lot of times. I don't really I only confront people if I care to keep them in my life. So like the only times if someone shit talks me and I don't talk to them, I don't really talk to them because they're not relevant to me. But like if you're my friend and I don't like what you did, I will talk about it, or I'll reach out maybe to talk about it, you know? But I think it's because I'm an easy target. I've been so a lot, and it kind of sucks that gets taken advantage of. I've always felt like that was really bad.
Yeah. I think you do make a good point about when you talk about doing something, the odds of that you doing that thing decreases, because it's almost as if, because when you talk about it, they're like, wow, that's great, you know, I'm excited for that.
Exactly.
You get that hit of dopamine
And you're
of
like,
doing it without actually doing it. And now that if you do it, people will be like, well, you said you would, so you're within expectations. So I'm the same way, where I notice if I talk about doing a certain thing, I pretty much won't do it. But if I don't tell people, then it'll be a nice surprise.
Exactly.
Right?
I think a lot of people realize that in the creator space, where it's like, well, that's the case. Where like rather than talk about it, they'll like leak it as they're doing it, kind of thing. As opposed to be like, hey, later this year I'm gonna do this great big event. It's gonna be fucking bomb. You're not gonna just wait. Like Christmas, I'm gonna make robot unicorns fly. And then like they're like, oh, that sounds like a great idea. And then it's like at some point you're like, oh well, I couldn't really do that, so instead I decided to do this. Or like, you know what? I don't really fucking want to do that anyways. I think that happens a lot. For my content especially, and also like for weight loss or like personal goals. Not even weight loss, personal goals. I remember telling people I was going to a therapist. I didn't do that. I got all the way up into getting the therapist. I just didn't do it. And I was like, I always look at that. I'm like, I should go back to that.
Do you think you would have done it if you didn't tell people you were seeing a therapist?
I think so. I think that me telling them like,
it's like you got therapy already.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh, you did a good job. You took care of yourself. Well done. I'm like, I did take care of myself. I don't need to do that.
I do therapy. I fixed my mental health already.
I fixed my mental health with the dopamine hit of them saying I'm good.
Yeah. All right, Scar, you are known as one of the better advice giver, and we have a viewer question section.
Okay.
That's perfect for you.
Oh God. Okay, let's go look at it.
All right. From another alt I made, these are from our offline TV subreddit. Do you believe as influencers with impressionable audience, you should only promote products you believe in and use? Wow. I wonder what prompted this question.
I wonder what prompted it. I think the word should, I don't give a shit about. I always hate that the word should, because I don't agree with social responsibility. I think at some level it's like it's highly looked down upon socially if you don't give back. But I don't believe the social responsibility is very like exists that much.
I mean, but you do have your own line, because I remember you saying like you will never associate yourself with, was it NFTs, cryptos?
Oh, I don't know about never, but I think currently like, yeah, I'm not interested. I did more research into it. I'm like, it does feel like a little bit of a grift. Not really interested right now. But maybe in the future, like I saw good way of using NFTs, which is like online certification. Like assuming there was like a global certificate database, online certificates that you can legitimize you for like professions or for a certain like maybe even obituaries, certain stuff like that, could be very useful. But like a lot of weird shit happening in the crypto space where like you could people with a lot of money can take advantage of people with a lot less. And that's a very common thing and it's kind of scary.
Yeah.
But I think it does like it just depends on you.
Yep.
If you want to make that bag, let's say I was promoted to here we go. This fucking drink product. And I didn't like it. I hated this drink product. By the way, I like this drink.
By the way, this is the Genki Lychee. We love it. We drink it, and we're not sponsors.
Please sponsor us. But like, I'm no joke. I drink a shitload of these, okay? But let's say I didn't, and I said I drank a shitload of these, or they wanted me to say it. But they're also like, hey, we'll pay you $500,000 to say that you love this on the podcast. Then it's up to me to decide, is that money worth it? How much do your morals slide to money? It's different for person. For me, I have a very specific cutoff, but I think the cutoff changes a lot. So let me describe it with people. When I first started being a creator, I think I really took it seriously. Right outside ending coaching with CLG, starting OTV kind of, I took a year where I took sponsorships every month. I like it called the Leslie angle, where she has a sponsor like every week or something like that. I used to do that. And I found out I don't fucking like it. It's too many sponsors. I don't like doing this many sponsors. I'm not about that. And nowadays, I'm very specific. I'm like, okay, don't touch my fucking IG. Don't touch my Twitter more than like one post per sponsorship. I don't like being a billboard for that stuff. Don't like do this, this, and this. I will not do mobile games. I think everyone has that kind of limit, you know? And for all of these, let's say mobile PUBG reached out. Hey, Scarab, we have a campaign. We'd like to give you $1 million. And I'm like, shit, what do you want me to do? Play for 1 hour. Well, shit, you know, fucking 1 hour. Let's fucking go. I'll do it, you know? So it's always just about the money. But I think the good thing about this, most companies are logical. And so therefore, everything kind of aligns well with my current morals. Or like, I don't take sponsorships I usually don't believe in. Or that even if I do take sponsorships that aren't like, the products themselves will work. Maybe they're just priced up, you know? But I don't have a problem selling priced up stuff because there's a ton of stuff that's super priced up regardless, you know? It's just, I don't ever want to lie about stuff.
Yeah, when I was a little younger, just playing Hearthstone, I remember not caring too much about the stuff I promote. But there was one instance, I had a sponsorship with Walmart, and when Walmart came in, I was really excited because Walmart's a big brand, and I'm just a Hearthstone streamer. It was a cool activation. But I remember promoting laptops they were selling on Walmart and saying like, oh, I use this one. And I don't really use laptops. It was like a regular laptop. It wasn't like anything special. But I remember after I thought about it, and I just remember thinking, I hope I didn't make anyone regret their purchase of this laptop because of me. Because like, if you buy the laptop and you like it and it's great and it's, you know, what you expected and it's good for your value, then great. But I remember feeling guilty. It's like, what if someone saw my ad from Walmart promoting this laptop and they bought it and it just wasn't good enough for them? Then that would be hard to like accept because a lot of audience don't make as much money as us.
True.
So like it might not be a big deal for me, but it could be like, oh, their one laptop they get to buy every 5 years turns out to be a bit of a lemon.
So I actually had the laptop sponsorship with Acer, and I was promoting a super expensive laptop, but it was also a super top of the line laptop. I think you currently have a model. And it's got like the touchpad here, full mechanical keyboard layout.
Yeah.
And I thought the laptop was great, but price wise, I thought it was very pricey. But I'd already been told by like them that like it sold really, really well in China, and like it is just doing. It's like I looked at the specs, I was like, it's all good. But like if someone bought that and afterwards was like, this was really expensive, it wasn't worth the money, I could like, that's a valid consideration. I would give that to them. But like for me, I do due diligence for my sponsorships, so I know not to promote certain things, or that I like. There's a line I cross, I don't cross ever, pretty much. I'm sure you have one, and so does all our friends. You learn that line after doing more and more sponsorships. You know what you won't do.
Yeah, you really can't find out like what you would not be okay with until you do
until
something.
you've crossed it. I've had earliest in my career, I did do some sponsors where I was like, I didn't really like that, and afterwards, it's part of the reason why I don't take many mobile games. We're almost done. I think the last time I did a mobile game was I went to their Summoners War finals in LA. It wasn't really promoting a mobile game; it was promoting like their final event, their World Championship, which I thought was okay. But generally speaking, like I have no problem with mobile games. I play Genshin Impact, which is essentially a mobile game on your PC. But I just find that because I spent 2 years playing Summoners War, and I never wanted to get addicted again. I don't want to play mobile games, and because of that, I don't take sponsored mobile games. Conversely, the OTV does mobile game sponsorships, and I feel completely comfortable being able to say that on like the OTV channel, and just not on my personal one, because I make the delineation between like that brand and myself.
Yeah,
but that's just me setting different lines, right? The logic I'm pretty smart. I can make the logic work in any way, shape, or form. It's just about what line do I want to do.
Yeah. So to answer your question, look, at the end of the day, people will spend money on whatever they want, legal, not legal. If they want to spend products buying clothes or merch from their favorite streamer and just be happy because they bought it from their favorite streamer, go nuts. But I always try and operate on a high level of transparency. I'm working on my merch right now, and I do plan to say, this is how much I'm going to make if you buy one of these shirts. This is how much the factory is taking a cut, because when it comes to merch or any products, the creator's making money from it, one way or another, but it's the margin difference. If you pay $50 for a sweater, that sweater cost is probably like $20, and that $30 extra, that's being set by the content creator. They could sell it to you for $25, but they're tacking on extra $25 because it's just straight up extra $25 going into their pocket. There's no reason why they should tell you that, oh, by the way, these are my margins, because transparency never really works in the favor of the content creator. If anything, it could show how greedy they are, or if it doesn't, it just shows how much money they're making.
I find that it's really easy to be outraged when you try to be transparent. A good example is like, so we just told you about some prices of sweaters. So let's say someone does launch a merch and sells a sweater, and they get 40% of the sweater price, and it only costs them like 40% to make the sweater.
Yeah,
is that reasonable? That's a trick question. Yeah. You don't know what is the average price that a seller is supposed to make. You don't know unless you do your research or you're in the scene.
Yeah.
I'll flip this a different way. So when you go to Artist Alley at conventions, how much does an artist make on a print? They usually sell these prints for I would say $20 for two, $20 for three. Mm-hmm. Each print, I think they make like 20 times each print. Mm-hmm. And so they're walking out of AX with thousands of dollars. But like, is that bad? Is it the degree that's bad? Is that like they could sell a lot cheaper?
They could,
but
if the buyer is happy with what they got, should it matter to them how much money the creator makes?
So with that question, let's go to something like what Lily just purchased recently. She just started getting into expensive clothing, right? And she purchased what was it called? That brand,
Balenciaga.
She bought Balenciaga,
and this is the first time Lily Pichu has bought anything.
She doesn't buy expensive clothes. She usually
this is a very rare event because she wanted to treat herself and it was very cute.
Yeah,
but Lily generally buy all her shit off Amazon.
Yeah, so like she spent $1,000, $1,200 on a Balenciaga thing. I don't know how much it was. Let's say it was $1,000. Okay, if she thought it was worth the money,
Then why does it matter?
Yeah. So like that's the question you end up. That's the thing, because I find that people are very critical of creators.
Yep.
They get outraged about creators when there's things like this happening all the time.
Yeah. And
If people are okay spending $1,000 at Balenciaga and you're getting mad that people are spending $30 on creator merch, is that weird? Is that hypocritical?
yeah, like creators are easy targets because we have these, especially streamers.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, these guys farm parasocial relationship. They have a responsibility. And I try, like, it affects me. That's why I'm always like, I need to be as transparent as possible because I like making money.
Yeah.
Like, I love money. It's one of my favorite things. But I also want to make, like, how do you make a lot of money?
Without feeling like you scam people.
Yeah.
Or without them feeling like you scam them.
Yeah, like how do you make a lot of money? Well, the best thing is to never talk about it.
Yes.
To like never talk about income, because if you don't talk about it, it can be used against you. And that's what a lot of big streamers do. They just completely avoid the topic or make jokes about like not making enough money or like making too much money. But as long as you don't try and like be transparent or have a high horse, you have all the advantages. There's no advantage in being honest with your financials, with your viewers, or with your peers, because it will just be used against you.
There's one thing that's good for your peers. It's that knowing what other people make can help you negotiate yourself. But being transparent with your fans has not much.
Isn't that
upside.
weird that you get punished for telling your fans the truth?
It's because when people tend to put creators under a microscope, and more so than movie stars, more so than it's because the people who are most commonly using social media are the people who are online a lot of times, and then the people consuming our content are online, are those people, the people who are online most of the times. That's why like people like us get put under microscopes more than other brands or other people, is because like, yeah, we're in the limelight more because we're online in the space that they interact with, you know? I just think a lot of the times it's very hypocritical to go after content creators for price gouging or for scamming or for stuff. I'm completely okay for it to exist. Don't get me wrong. I think you should do it if you believe that like, hey, I don't think this is fair.
Yeah.
That's reasonable. But I find that it is something where a lot of the times when you look at stuff like Fortnite Balenciaga comes out with $400
T-shirts.
or $800 t-shirt.
Yeah.
Most people can look at that and be like, ha, that's funny.
Yeah.
And they're not going to buy it, right?
They're not. Yeah,
They
they're
don't
not
give a
gonna
shit.
get upset at Balenciaga or
Yeah.
Epic Games, right?
They're not mad that Balenciaga made a Fortnite collab. They're just like, why would the fuck would you sell it this high? Are you stupid? And that's it.
And they go on with their lives.
Yes, but if like I released a Fortnite, like a Fortnite
Scar
shirt
t-shirt.
for $100, suddenly it's like, what are you doing with the $100?
Why are you taking advantage
No,
of your
not even
fans?
100, like 50, right? Because the average t-shirt price I think is 20, 24.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap to make.
Yeah. So like, what if I did Cutie once sold gold like foil t-shirts for I think like $35, and I remember being like, that's sick. But like, yeah, what if I sold mine? It was a gold plated or gold foiled Scara Fortnite shirt for $50. I'm sure people will get fucking mad, and not in the way that they'd be mad like that. Like some people want to buy it just because it's funny, or just for as a collectible. And like, I think there's a lot of other industries where you just ignore it if it comes out, and you don't have to have it take over your brain or your mind space. I think a lot of times when people talk about parasocial relationships and how bad they are, if you are talking about it, you probably have an unhealthy amount of brain space being spent on that topic matter in the first place. So like those are the people that get mad if like a content creator are upcharging certain things, and why they can ignore companies that do it. But when it's people who try to act under the guise of a company, all of a sudden it's a problem. I think a lot of it's very hypocritical.
Yeah. So to sum it up, I try and promote things that I'm confident in. Like if you buy something and it turns out you don't like it, I always wholeheartedly, please refund it or try and get your money back. I'm not gonna get sad about it. I have enough money, but I wouldn't be okay with it if I got this product and I'm like, wow, this is kind of shitty. Let me promote it, right? And I think everyone's the same. No one in our friend group would want to promote shitty products, but sometimes the money's too big and there is a sliding scale of quality versus the bag of money we get. Next question, last question, second question. I was watching an old Toast video and he mentioned growing up in the gamer space. Can you go more in depth about how it affected your lifestyles compared to someone not raised in gamer space? Would you say you were raised in gamer space?
Absolutely. Like the reason I eat fast right now is because me and my brother raced each other to get the only PC. So we grew up eating all of our meals at lightning speed to get to the PC first. So like that's like just a thing that exists, and that's the fact I could say. I don't know what normal is. When I make fun, like when people make fun, this guy's normie, he doesn't know like memes or like online shit. I'm like, sometimes when I interact with people who aren't in the space, I'm like, I am different, you know? And like, I don't have that much of a problem about that. It's like, oh, I have my interests and it ended up wrapping around a lot of how I see things. I think as long as I'm still open to other worldviews, I'm okay. It's completely okay for me to grow up like in this space, so to speak.
How old were you when you were like essentially surrounded by gamers who play League of Legends, who talked about League?
Like in high school, like I would, like, are you talking like pro or are you talking about like even before that? Because I've been gaming for
when the majority of your peers and the majority of conversations you have revolve around gaming.
As soon as I moved to a gaming house to join the first season of LCS, my whole day by day, all my friends, everyone I interacted with was gaming. And I would say that was about when I was 21, 22.
That's pretty young, like to start.
I would say that's pretty old because most people start in getting in the space as a pro player around 18. So I would say I was definitely one of the oldest. And even now I'm like the oldest in the space, right? At 31, creeping up on 32, I would say I'm one of the oldest people in the space. There's Edison, who's older than me in our friend group, and that's it.
But you got in at about 21?
Yeah.
For me, I got in when I moved to California. I was 25.
Oh.
So the first, like I feel like between the ages of 18 and 25, you're still figuring your shit out. And that's when you're transitioning to becoming like a young adult. And what I've noticed since moving to California, everyone from the League scene that I've met didn't know how to be respectable conversationalist human beings. It's like the way they talk is just not how you would talk like at a company or at work in a very like normal environment. It's a lot of passive aggressiveness, a lot of rude comments for no reason.
My best thing is the very first thing they teach you about talking to someone is to look at them when you talk to them. It's very common in like the gaming scene because there's no social like studying right? You kind of learn as you go. To where like you're talking to someone and if you don't want to talk to them, you're just on your phone, kind of looking away. Like that happens all the time, and that's very disrespectful for who you talk to. But like that's not ever taught. That's like something you're supposed to learn. Like your parents just beat the shit out of you if you don't do that, right? And that I always say as a gamer, you give up social graces to become good at games. So rather than going out to parties, I always logically like this. Like if I was going to go out tonight, maybe I might have like I'd have anywhere between a 3 to a 10 of like fun. But if I stayed indoors and played video games, I'd always get a 7.5. So on average, 7.5 is great. Like that's way better above the average. You know, if we're mathematically breaking this down, you'd always stay in, and that's what I did. So like rather than learn how to like handle like even interactions with people, I just played games, and so did everyone else that becomes pro. So then all of a sudden, people thought I was the most or very well spoken and very like I guess sociable. Yeah. But I was fucking so bad. Or like relatively bad when it came to it. I was just way better than everyone else. It was like it's like when you're comparing height. I look like Sasquatch if everyone is 1 foot tall, you know? And that's what it was. Like my competition was so socially inept that it was like, oh, this guy can talk while looking at us and he doesn't stutter and he can convey his points inside 1 minute. I think that, yeah, as gamers, you give up a lot. You know, for me, I'd say a lot of my emotional growth happened in my later 20s, where like I would say stuff that would piss people off, especially at OTV, and I'd be like, so how did I do that? And what can I do next time to not do that? I'd have to really think to myself, did I handle that situation improperly? And a lot of times I was like, I did, you know, because I wasn't a good listener. I didn't know how to properly handle emotions because my logical brain doesn't do emotion well. So I'm just like, hey, like when people come to me for problems, I'm like, well, that's easy. Why don't you just do this? I don't understand why you're upset. I don't understand why you're upset. Just calm down. You know, people hate it when you say to calm down when they're upset. That's something I learned very late in my life. Because,
Oh, wow.
yes, very late. And the person who taught me that lesson, Lily Pichu, God bless her soul. I think I told her to calm down over 10 times.
Has it ever worked?
Never. Every time I tell her to calm down, she's like, "Don't fuck it." Like, she'll look at me either in despise or she'll tell me like, "Don't ever do that." And like she's gotten like to me like even after the conversation, be like, "You know when that happened, you shouldn't like don't do that. Like that's not good." I'm like, "Okay, I understand." Like
that's not just a Lily P. That's an all women and all men thing. There's no world where I've saw someone, hey, you should calm down. Where that person is like, you're right.
When someone's hysterical, you tell them to calm down. It never works out that way. They're not like, oh, I should be calm. Let me calm my heart rate. Oh, I'm good. I can talk normally. It's like you're just gonna make them
it's
more
condescending.
annoying. Yes, absolutely. And I didn't realize that. So I think a lot of my emotional growth that should have happened in my early 20s ended up being pushed to my late 20s.
Yeah.
Because like I didn't really interact with people. And when I did interact with them, I was like, fucking jungler, come here. Or like, we have to fucking dive. Like, I don't have to work with them on an emotional level.
Yeah.
Like your emotions don't matter on the rift, you know? Shut the fuck up and dive the tower. That's the problems I ran into. So I had to have very logical decision making and like to get to the result. Even now, I feel like I'm still like kind of inept when it comes to a lot of things that revolve around like social empathy. But it's something I'm working on. I find it... I never find that it's too late in life to learn stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's usually just like I'm focused on specific passions in my life, and then other things tend to dip when that happens. You know?
Yeah, I remember meeting you for the first time, and you were the most social people there, and made me feel very comfortable talking to you. Like, I don't know, what is it, 7 years ago? Because I met you before I met anyone else at a separate event. Because everyone thinks we all met at the wedding first, but before that, there was a convention in Canada.
Yep.
I remember just talking to you at like a house party in the basement and being like, wow, you know, Scar's very nice. He's this big, you know, League of Legends player, and he's willing to, you know, have a conversation with me. Because you've always been very open to talking to anyone. Like at any event, I think you talk to people the most, and people talk to you the most because they know you are very open to having conversations with people. Yeah, so we'll be answering viewer questions, hopefully every week if you guys have any interesting questions. So it's really on you guys to make it interesting. Leave your questions in the Reddit thread linked in the description of this video, and we'll pull one or two every episode. So
I feel like we're missing something in this episode. I feel like we're really missing that banger. But then again, I did
beyond
cover
racism and gender issues.
Bro, then what are we missing? What are you're telling me
what are we missing, Broden?
What are we missing?
Can we talk about, you know, gun violence, abortions yet?
Prison rules, you know? How well kept are prisons? Should we have them paid for by the government?
Oh yeah, you once had this conversation with a girl, right?
This is so funny.
On an e-date?
It was so funny. People I think I purposely don't put myself in positions to have good content like that. Content that I know is good on purpose. And I don't know why. Sometimes I feel like I purposely push myself away from creating content I know is good. Mm-hmm. And I had the most successful Oh yeah, fuck it. I had one of the most successful talk shows in league. I did two, both of them actually. There was a third Something Insight that would argue that would be placed around there by Monty. I also had made a lot of things, including like the show with Broden, Co-op Shop, which was great. I made a lot, and I have done a lot of things that I know are funny or are really good. And sometimes I just don't do them anymore. I proved to myself I can create good content. I don't do it anymore. I think there's a large part of me that craves innovation, but hates upkeep. And I think that is the worst part about what I do, because I love doing cool shit, but it is terrible if you can't turn that cool shit into like consistency, because I just end up bleeding out my ass when it comes to, I guess, engagement, numbers, all of that. I think I'm gonna end it with the last topic I want to talk about. I think, at what point does a creator have to be numbers wise? Let's say there's a big fall from grace for one of our members. I think right now all of our members are doing fairly well.
Fall from grace, like
viewer wise, engagement wise. So let's say I fell off a cliff, literally.
Yeah.
And I had to stop. I come back like a year later, and like no one likes me anymore.
Okay.
I get like 200 viewers. My YouTube videos get like maybe like 9K views.
Okay.
Like views were literally like you could trip on a banana and get 50K views or 100K views.
Yeah.
But like I can't get 9 or 10. At what point are the views too low to reasonably still be on offline TV?
Well, being an offline TV, do you think people would be like, hey, Scar's kind of slacking, we gotta remove him? Or do you think it would be a case where you feel like you don't?
I think I would remove myself, because I'd be far more embarrassed at some point. And I think that like when I do stuff that actively, or I have great content and it's stuff that actively pushes away from that,
Yeah.
at some point in my life, I might have to make that decision where if my numbers are too low, or if I feel like my content just isn't able to keep up, I might have to make the decision to pull back myself, because I sure as hell don't want you guys to make it, I worry that it might get there someday, because I feel like the content I create right now it's like,
Do you feel like people would essentially abandon you? Because in our friend group, when you don't have high numbers, suddenly you get invited a lot less to
I was gonna
collaboration.
say, yeah, that's definitely happened. So like, as I've gotten less numbers over the years, I get invited less to stuff. So it does feel bad, because you remember how I shifted my content, right? I cared less about try-harding games,
Yeah.
and doing solo content, and my entire interest shifted toward collaborative stuff, cool stuff to do with groups. So as I gave up my hardcore audience and tried to shift it more over to like this collab group stuff, there's a game drought, my numbers get lower, and people play with me less.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of fucking blows. Kind of fucking blows. It's like the stuff tends to add up on each other, and you don't know, like, it's like you start sinking in the quicksand, and if you struggle more, you sink faster.
Right.
So as you're slowly sinking, you don't struggle, you're slowly sinking, and you're just thinking to yourself, how did I get here? How do I get out? I think that I've had stuff like that cross my mind recently. I feel like sometimes I don't keep up with the rest of you. And I think that is, I'm worried a little bit.
Do you ever feel like...
Which is really weird, because I'm supremely confident when I make good content. Like, I know that was a fucking banger. I know this is great. But I find that having both sides of that is very strange. Sorry, continue.
Have you felt like particular individuals have interacted with you a lot less once you started like falling off?
Not on purpose, but maybe subconsciously, yes.
Yeah, because part of being a streamer, these collab content, a big, school of thinking is I need to collab with someone with a lot of numbers because it just makes sense. More numbers from them means more numbers from me. If I collab with someone with small numbers, if anything, I'm taking on that risk of losing my viewership, and there's just really no reason to, right?
I did Scar Timber, where I did VTubing and collab with people with 100 or less viewers, almost all of them.
Yeah.
My most viewers I ever collabed with, I think Bao was at like 1K.
Yeah.
Vienna was higher actually, and actually there's Sakino was in one of them. Now, it was terrible for my brand in the moment because like there are completely new people. I couldn't really pull audiences, and it was just really bad.
Yeah.
It's like I think it's when I say they subconsciously do it, it's like when I don't get invited to lobbies, I also think what happens is like people see that I'm not in the lobby and assume I wasn't interested, or they don't immediately think to think of me because they think of who they're playing with every day. You know, I think it's easy to stay in the status quo and not rock the boat. And I think it just is really awkward that happens. I think actually the worst part about doing my collabs with VTubers, I had a lot of fucking fun. So actually, there's still some VTubers I talk to like on the daily, straight up, a lot of fucking fun. I think that pushed me away from collabs with OTV and friends because they always thought I was busy, and no one ever reached out. Almost no one reached out for the entire month or the month after. And I feel like that was reasonable, but still sucked a little bit. I think that like usually it's very difficult. It's very weird because also you don't want to prop yourself up with your friends.
Yeah.
So like I see you do this a lot where like you'll watch my stream a shitload, and then when I'm like free or something, you'll try to like integrate your way into my stream to like play games with me, right? And I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. But I think that like I don't want to always be like needing that because I feel really fucking bad if that's the case. Like you have to let people be able to do their own shit. I always find it's a very hard line. It's a hard line to talk about, address, and solve.
Yeah.
Because we're all friends. We all work in the same space. And we all care about numbers to an extent.
Yeah. The analogy I always give is it's like we're all running a race, and some of us will always look forward. It's like, who's in front of me? That's the person I want to like be running with, right? Who can I collab with? And only a handful are the ones that look back and see, hey, you know, that person is like all the way in the back struggling to keep up, like super gas. Sometimes they need someone to kind of like pull back a little bit and like get both of them up. But everyone has a different opinion, and yeah, it's difficult like balancing between the attitude of friends, because you're someone I feel like right now in the last couple of years, you know, compared to everyone in our friend group, is just, you know, doing your own thing, chugging along. But not a lot of people would think to invite you. I would think, you know, what's Scar up to? You know, let's get him a game. People would be thinking, you know, let's get this big collab with this top streamer in this group, right? And I imagine it must suck, like running behind and seeing some of your friends just not putting in an effort, I would say.
I think it's normal. I don't think it's a creator only problem. And I also think it's very hard to talk about because I'm sure someone will watch this and be like, I should reach out to him. So maybe
but you don't want that, do you?
Yeah, that's the problem. I hope none of them do after this. But I'll also hate them if they don't. so now we're in a weird catch-22 situation where I originally didn't want to bring this up, but I felt like I should just talk about it because where else am I going to talk about my problems? Because I don't see a therapist, right?
Right.
So it's got to be on this podcast. It's got to be on this podcast, man. You're the therapist now. Toast, tell me about my problems.
Yeah, it's just for streaming.
I think that is something that's very common in our group. And I think even though we're all friends, sometimes being friends, you know, they say friends and business don't mix.
Yes.
You're very quick at that.
Yes.
OTV has always been like, friends and business don't mix. We make it work, but my God, is it a hodgepodge bullshit thing sometimes, right?
Yeah, it's difficult.
And then OTV and friends is like that, but also like on the same way, but then on a bigger scale. So it's like, I think it's been impressive we've been able to keep so many people in our friend group that all have successful careers that we interact with. But the more people we add, the harder it is to maintain these individual like friendships and relationships while still like focusing on yourself.
Yeah.
That balance, I think, is the hardest thing for people right now.
Yeah, I think you give up a lot of freedom when you become part of such a great group. You have a great support system, but it also limits like what you can say at times. Like I mentioned, if I was a League of Legends streamer, I probably would have a problem with half of our friend group, right? And I'm really glad I started in Hearthstone because of that. Because I have a really bad relationship with pretty much all the Hearthstone streamers except for 2 of them.
Okay.
So yeah. Friends in business, common topic, as the viewers might realize after these episodes, because it's just something that weighs on our mind a lot. Last thing before Shang-Chi update, you know what the time it is. It's the Shang-Chi part of
There's a Shang-Chi part. I never watched the end of this. What the fuck is a Shang-Chi part?
Oh, every episode I give an update about my goals of being in Shang-Chi 2.
You're not kidding. I thought it was a joke.
No, I want to be in Shang-Chi 2, Scar.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Welcome to the Shang-Chi 2 part of the podcast.
Me too. Can I be like Wong's disciple? Like,
that's a big role already. Also, Wong is already a sidekick to a character. You're going to be the sidekick to a sidekick.
I don't have an ego when it comes to this. I'll happily take the.
It's funny
the
that you
minor
mentioned
role.
that because my agent asked me, "Hey, I heard about the Shang-Chi 2 thing. Are you cool with being an extra like in the crowd?" And I said yes. I said I will play whatever role is necessary to be in the movie. I don't care if it's just the back of my head. But I also added the stipulation. Ideally, they see my face. But that's the update. My agent asked if I'd be okay with being an extra. I'll keep you guys posted.
I hope you're like one of the people that like I don't know Spider-Man saves somewhere and like that would be sick.
Spider-Man. I don't think Spider-Man will be in Shang-Chi 2 though.
Okay, one of the people that Shang-Chi saves.
That's already a big role because
That
when
is
you're
a big
getting
role.
saved, you're already like a semi-focus. But you can't be like we talked about this. You don't want to be an important enough character so that you can never be another character.
Yes.
Yeah.
You just have to be just irrelevant enough, but still have like an okay amount of screen time.
Yeah, because if you're like a significant character, you can never be another character.
Yes.
But if you're like a tiny, tiny small character, Marvel has done in the past, take the actor and give them a bigger role. So we'll keep you guys updated next week on any Shang-Chi 2 news. Thank you all so much for watching, and big thank you to Skara for joining me on this lovely day. And we'll all see you next week for the next episode of the Offline TV podcast.
Who's going to be on that one?
Well, we've gone through everyone of the main cast. So it's going to be a surprise because I have no idea who's going to be
Let's go,
on
a
after.
surprise.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Have a good drive home or a good poop or wherever you are. Goodbye. Not a lot of people would know him, right? If you're in
Yeah.
gaming, you would know him, but a lot of people still aren't in gaming. And
Yep.
maybe gaming reaches a point one day where it's like synonymous with television and movies.
That would be cool.
That would be very nice, but
But we're still far from there.
yeah. And at the end of the day, do you want to game forever, right?
My wrists hurt sometimes.
Yeah. So I feel like Hollywood, television, movies is just more fun or just more long form YouTube
You know,
videos.
I really wonder, because from my perspective, the flip side to it is, yeah, there are all those upsides, but the downsides is like lack of creative control whatsoever.
Yeah.
You're at a producer and editors,
Mercy.
mercy entirely. And I feel like the business must be very different, but have a lot of its own issues, I guess you could say. So I guess at least from my perspective, I always felt like acting could be cool, but I feel like I don't have the chops for it. And type A, I just like being in control. So either way, I wholeheartedly vouch for you to be in Shang-Chi too, if anyone's listening.
You can be like Tom Cruise. Do you know what he does?
Mm-mm.
So for all of his movies, he is like the top executive producer. So the reason he's still able to do stunts and stuff, because normally director will be like, oh, big stunt where you could kill yourself, you're not allowed to. One time a director told him that, and he was like, I'll just get a new director. You can go.
Oh
So, like,
my
he's
god, having
like-
that kind of power
Yeah.
is the goal. Damn. Wait, what if to put you on the board for Shang-Chi 2, we produce our own thing? You
A
know?
movie.
Like a short. Maybe
A
a movie's
short.
a bit much, but a short. I feel like we could do it. We could make it sick.
Do you think it will take? Because I've thought about something like that. Do you think the audience would just be so taken back? It's like, no, that's Disguised Toast. That's Pokemon. That's Little Future. I cannot get I cannot be immersed.
But we would have to act our butts off. Like, it would have to be so mind blowing that we force them to be immersed. Or we all change the way we look drastically. I'll go bald.
A lot of YouTubers have tried to go mainstream, like TikTokers. I saw Addison Rae, what's her name?
Yeah.
Had her own movie, and
Did
then
you watch?
I watched a movie recap of it.
Me too.
Because I don't feel like
I
I
only
would
watched
be
a
able
movie
to.
recap. Don't think I'm the target audience. I'll be honest. I guess
Yeah.
maybe I am, but younger.
Yeah, younger
Mm-hmm.
Addison Rae fans. I feel like a lot of these influencer movies are just for their fans, and no one else would
Yeah.
really want to watch it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, if you were her, do you think that's a good move? Because, you know, there's that natural thought of like, this sequence of events is sick. I pop off on TikTok and then I'm in a movie and I'm an actress now, and it's like even more mainstream, more attention, more celebrity status, right?
Yeah.
But also, like, if you come from TikTok, chances are you're not like insane
Yeah.
at acting. And then perhaps, you know, the results, the ratings, the actual movie or TV show won't be that great.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it actually puts a stain on your reputation of like an influencer who tried too
But
hard
then
and
it-
too fast. You're like, I'm an actor now, right? And you know, Logan Paul kind of went through it. I know this is a movie with Shane Dawson years ago as well.
I didn't hear about that actually.
Paris Hilton, like just a lot of people who aren't
Mhm.
actors. I feel like the ones who are successful, I feel like The Rock is a great example. He was a
Yes.
wrestler, and he
Yeah.
was in an entertainment role, like he was
Mhm.
playing it up, but he wasn't like acting, right? He
Mhm.
was a wrestler who was entertaining.
Yep.
And he started as just like side roles and slowly made a name for himself.
I think that is really the best way to do it.
Yeah.
And make sure that every time like you do slightly transition, that you do it well.
Yeah.
And then like slowly build upon that.
Yeah.
Kind of like a lot of YouTubers or TikTokers and music careers. It's like it's so hard for me to think of anyone that's done it super well aside from Bella.
Yeah.
But like her music, the video, all of it was really well done.
Yeah.
So I think it's only a good move if the end product is genuinely that good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it always sounds like a good move, especially from the creator's perspective. You're like, you want me to do what? Heck yeah.
Have you been approached for music and movies, films, TV?
I've been approached for like acting roles here and there. Not like big ones, but like things. I'm always like, I don't act. But I'll show up as myself if you want me to do that. So I feel like I'm more of like a cameo type of gal. Or if something like specifically for some reason made sense for me. But the way that I see it, whether it's acting, music, or really any other skill, I feel like I have so much respect for professionals that do that I wouldn't go into it unless like I really took the time to master that skill somehow. I'm not gonna do it just for like some extra attention or, you know, some like status that it
Yeah.
might give me. I just don't think it's worth it.
Because you kind of only have one chance at a good first impression, right?
That's true,
and you
yeah.
don't want to be like Pokemon the movie and you're the
Like,
main
I have
character.
an IMDb, no fucking way. Sorry, Broden's doing all this stuff on the screen. I'm looking like a toast. Wow, that's me.
Oh, what's
And
the,
my image is just free guy.
what's Pokey's IMDb credits? Actress.
A better known as Pokimane. That's me, man. Oh my god, look, known for offline TV.
Known for offline TV, free guy. Known for Michael Reeves.
I'm known for Michael Reeves. I made him.
I don't know who put these offline TV ones up,
Dude, that's sick.
but someone put like some of our big production ones up on IMDb, and like I guess they count as like TV or like web TV.
We're legit. We're legit as
Yeah, but you would never do something like off the bat, Pokemon the movie, or like starring your own
I
movie.
am so afraid of anything that could remotely come off as cringy.
Oh,
So,
it would probably be
yes,
cringy.
exactly. So it has to be the perfect fit for me to really say yes.
Yeah.
Wait, you got to win in 3 nominations.
Hell yeah, I did.
Nominated
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
Shorty Award Twitch Streamer of the Year.
Yeah, Pog. A lot of streamer stuffs. But all that is like, fans, please vote. Oh, sorry. So, yeah, that's so cool. I didn't even know they put these up on IMDb, which I don't know why, but.
There's a question on here.
Mhm.
What is a big fear? Do you have insecurities, Pokemon?
Yeah, of course. What?
Huh?
All human beings have insecurities, of course.
Wait, number one female Twitch streamer Pokemon has insecurities? Really?
Yeah, duh. Legit. Have you met anyone with no insecurities? I'd be fascinated. I'd be like poking at them. Are you
No, I think everyone I've met has insecurities, but some people just,
won't admit it to themselves?
yeah, they're good at hiding it, or they just like always seem so confident, and you just assume, wow.
I think that's fine. I think you can reach a level of confidence while still like having insecurities. I've just like kind of accepted them.
What are you insecure about?
When you've been shat on for like everything, you're just like, it's all the same, you know? Like I could change almost anything about myself and people would just find something else to be upset about. So when I almost like reverse engineer that, I'm like, the most time efficient thing to do is to just accept everything about myself. As girls, it's like anything can kind of be better. Like you could lose weight, your stomach could be flatter, your butt could be bigger, your chest could be bigger, your nose could be smaller and flatter, your face could be more V, your lips could be, it's like, you know, like it's never gonna run out. But when you start focusing on those things, I feel like you are training your brain in a way that will only hurt you later. So, yeah.
Yeah, those who don't know, big streamers also have a lot of insecurities and
plenty.
problems and stress and anxiety.
Every big streamer, if you're even above like a 2K, probably 2K, Andy, you're insecure about your viewer count. Like, for freaking sure. I actually think sometimes the bigger streamer you are, the more insecure you are about your viewer count. And it almost like pains me to hear that from other people that I feel are like doing so much and are really great and successful, because I feel like it's almost like inadequacy is what's driving them, which isn't a very like fulfilling thing to chase, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of people in our friend group has experienced like a boom in popularity over the last year, but you know, since Among Us is gone, a lot of I would say everyone's viewership has been trending down the last 4 months, and quite a few of them aren't taking it so well. Like in terms of they get really stressed now. They have a lot of anxiety. Like I know one that has to like take some edibles at night to help them sleep because they're actually losing sleep.
Really?
From
thinking about it?
Yeah, like their success and like how they're going to become irrelevant, and it's like really sad to hear.
Yeah.
And I think it's because they've had a taste of like success, and because everything's going down, they just think, oh, it's over for me.
This is the end, yeah.
Even though their current viewership is still much higher than where they were 1 year ago.
Not just that, but like probably more than enough to like satisfy being full time, being financially stable. I think in that regard, I'm really, really lucky because I've been streaming so long. I've seen so many ups and downs. And I don't ever have my viewer count up. So even if I'm aware of like the way things are generally trending, I think God bless, thank you. I think I am like really at a point where I'm much, much more desensitized to it than most people. That's why like sometimes people will come to me and they'll be like, I'm doing everything that I can. I'm trying new things. I'm streaming more. And somehow like my viewership is still down. And the thing that people, streamers, need to accept is like sometimes positive or negative external circumstances impact your viewership and you can't do anything about it. Could we have predicted Among Us and it making all of our viewership increase? No. Can we predict its departure and, you know, school returning and this and that, and therefore less overall traffic on the website and that also impacting our numbers? No, like there's just nothing you can do about it. So you might as well just be happy, stream shit you like, have a good time, and find other goals aside from ones that aren't fully in your control.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard. It is hard.
One thing I wanted to talk to you about, because I feel like you're one of the few people who's not afraid to talk about this, is friendship as streamers. It's really fucking weird.
Yeah,
and I brought it up to Michael, but Michael's he stays
detached
out of
enough,
it
yeah.
because of
God, I'm so jealous of him.
because like he sees the shit we go through and it's like, what the fuck? It's like what? It's like it's weird to see friends who are competitors in streaming who are nice to each other, but also this kind of drama that switches between multiple people at any given time.
And then how do you navigate how you interact with people?
Yeah.
Whether it's professional, whether it's business related, like all of that is a lot.
Yeah. So you want to touch on what is it like? What's a friendship like as a streamer? Just give them some context.
You need to define. Everybody defines that differently, and it's tough because like I can say I'm like friends with a lot of people, but there's also like for me personally, there's a level of friendship where like you're a good friend. In that regard, like the way that I see friendship is the way that I've been lucky enough to have it. Good friends, like they care about you, they check up on you, they see how you're doing, they'll be there for you when you need someone. And there's just like kind of these levels of expectation that you cannot hold for someone just because they stream with you, or just because they'll play games with you, or just because people on the internet think you guys should get along. And that's been, you know, a thing to learn. And it's also difficult because there are some people that you can like plenty and want to be closer with, but if they just don't view friendship in the same way that you do, then you can't be that close to them. So,
yeah.
And having like a business, like OTV network, it's exploded so much over the last year. At this point, it's almost like we're in the business of friendships, which is very, very complicated. Like, where do you draw the line? So I think I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm very comfortable with the people that are like closest to me. And then aside from that, like I just try to treat people as well as I can, but like expect nothing from them to not complicate things.
Yeah, OTV being essentially a business of friendship is it makes things very difficult because everyone's on different wavelengths. Some people, I think you do a good job of separating like business decisions and friendship decisions. But like, for example, Lily is more like one and the same, right?
Yeah.
I'm friends with you. That means I want to do business with you. I'm not friends with you. I don't want to do business.
Bye.